actions. In the months prior, he had covered up all of his windows with garbage bags and aluminum foil, and he even wrapped his trees in toilet paper. And though these actions are entirely harmless, on this day, things were becoming far more troubling. When police arrived at his home, Yu would be seen firing his flare gun out of his window and into the air, over and over again, and despite repeated attempts to get him to stop,
Arlington County Police! Stop shooting the flares! Mr. Yu!
he didn't let up, shooting 41 flares in the span of just 25 minutes. And he did it all with no explanation. In fact, he didn't even say a single word. Understandably, police were eager to get Yu out of his home for questioning, as at this point it wasn't obvious whether or not he was a threat. And so for hours and hours they called out to him, first asking and then demanding that he exit his home.
James, Arlington Police, come to the front door with your hands up. Do it now. We have your building surrounded.
But still, there was no response. Growing impatient and worried that Yu might be planning something, the police would eventually bring in a specialized vehicle to bust down the door and spray the inside of the home with gas, all in an attempt to draw Yu outside.
James, stay away from your front door. Stay away from your front door, James.
And in response, Yu began firing once again. Only this time, he wasn't using flares. And instead, he was now yielding an actual gun. Thankfully, none of these shots connected, but with the situation becoming increasingly dangerous, the officers decided to fall back, as they carefully came up with a new plan for apprehending Yu, though whatever they had been planning would never come to fruition.
Hands up. Do it now. Now I want you to get hurt. Now.
Yeah.
In a split second, the home was gone, as a massive explosion rang out from inside the house, reducing the entire structure to rubble. Inside the house, Yu had stored 55 gallons of gasoline in his basement, which he saved for that moment to ignite with no warning and no explanation. Based on the footage, it's been theorized that Yu's actions were an attempt to lure police into his home so that he could then set off this explosion and take them all out along with his neighbors, as he genuinely believed that both parties were conspiring to kill him. Though somehow, when the smoke cleared, no civilians or police officers had so much as been injured. All that was found in the rubble was the remnants of a single body. Though for a moment, this wasn't the end of James Yu's story. Before that body could be identified, reports across social media began emerging showing that James Yu was somehow still alive. After the blast, comments were being made on what appeared to be Yu's YouTube channel, where he stated that this whole thing was a cover-up and that he wasn't even inside the home when the standoff started, which, looking back, we never actually see him, and we also never hear his voice. Numerous posts pointing out this development would go viral and cause mass confusion about the story, which was only heightened when it was revealed that the body inside that building was in fact James Yu. Though in the end, it wasn't really as mysterious as some originally thought. As it turns out, the posts showing these comments failed to realize that this wasn't actually Yu's account, and instead it had a completely different username, with the account likely having been created as nothing more than a hoax. To this day though, there are some that still believe that this was all some sort of massive cover-up, but in reality it just seems that this was the result of a man gripped by crippling paranoia and loneliness, with it all coming to a head in what has gone on to become one of YouTube's darkest videos.
The devil. They hate you. They hate you, Abe.
The internet is a dark and disturbing frontier. This year alone, countless people have fallen victim to high-profile data breaches, raising serious concern about personal information security. Ticketmaster experienced a breach compromising over 560 million of their customer records. But most alarming of all, the National Public Data announced that they too had suffered a breach, where a staggering 2.9 billion records were leaked, potentially impacting every single American. And these leaks included critical personal information, such as full names, addresses, dates of birth, phone numbers, and even social security numbers. If you haven't been taking your online security seriously, then it's time for a change. Though thankfully I feel secure because I've been using today's sponsor, Aura. Aura monitors your personal data, including your social security number, across billions of different data points, which includes the dark web and public court records, to alert you about potential identity theft. They even provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance in case the worst happens. And with their real-time alerts for data breaches, a VPN for safe browsing, a password manager, and much, much more, they really are the ultimate tool for protecting yourself online. I'm not leaving myself or my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, then go on over to aura.com/NeoCrowley to try your first 2 weeks absolutely free, which will give Aura enough time to find out if any of your information has been exposed. There was really nothing else like it. This obscure 27,000 square foot structure allowed visitors to enter into what must have felt like another dimension. It was an exhibit called Dream Space, and was the creation of British artist Maurice Agus, a 74-year-old artistic visionary obsessed with the idea of creating large-scale surreal environments, and this was his magnum opus. The structure was inflatable, akin to a massive bounce house, and once inside, guests were confronted with a labyrinth of brightly colored walls and cells, twisting and turning into some sort of surreal maze that patrons were told to lose themselves in. This piece of art premiered back in 2004, and due to its inflatability, it was actually built to travel, making stops in major cities in the UK, before it was eventually set up at Riverside Park in Durham on the 22nd of June, 2006. The very next day, 68-year-old Elizabeth Collins would visit the area with her husband and her daughter, as well as her 14-year-old grandson. And spotting this unusual structure in the distance, Elizabeth's grandson insisted on checking it out, excitedly taking off his shoes and running inside. And while the rest of the group was more apprehensive about entering, Elizabeth eventually decided to accompany him, leaving her husband and daughter on the outside, though not before turning back to them and joking that she was going in to find peace and serenity. Outside, Elizabeth's husband and daughter sat at a nearby table and enjoyed a cup of tea whilst conversing about the events of the week, only for the man to turn his head and notice that Dream Space was slightly moving, to which he excitedly said, "Oh, it's a ride, it's a ride. I wish I had gone on it." The daughter then turned her head to see the structure as it began to rise up off the ground, to which she chillingly responded, "It's not a ride." In that moment, Dream Space had snapped from its moorings and was blown into the air by a massive gust of wind. Agus just so happened to be standing at the entrance as it began to shift, and noticing what was happening, he grabbed on as he desperately tried to hold down his entire life's work, though clearly this was of no use. And after being lifted in the air, his grip failed, sending him falling back to the ground below, where he lay staring up at his creation, that was now flying 30 feet above him. Inside, there were as many as 30 people who were now being thrashed around this giant inflatable structure in a scene that I truly can't even imagine. The claustrophobia of it, the dizzying colors, the screams, it's genuinely one of the most horrific scenarios I've ever heard. The inflatable structure was airborne for well over a minute, folding into itself before finally crashing back down into a parking lot, leaving behind what was described by witnesses as a field of bodies. Worst of all, the majority of those in attendance were families with small children, with one 7-year-old girl recounting her experience saying, It was very scary and people were screaming. I saw a lady clinging on and then falling out, and then she was lying on her back with people around her. I think she died. This lady was most likely 68-year-old Elizabeth Collings, who had been ejected from the structure when it was in the air, with her injuries being catastrophic and unsurvivable. Of all the others now sprawled throughout this field of grass, most were left injured but thankfully not in serious condition, though this wasn't the case for 38-year-old Claire Fromage, who had been inside during the accident with her 2 children, and despite her kids surviving, she was sadly not so lucky, with Claire and Elizabeth being the sole fatalities of the incident. The video is terrifying, and though it's easy to say that this could have been so much worse, considering how many people were in Dreamspace at the time, the consequences were still catastrophic, as it devastated 2 families, and likely left many others at the scene traumatized for life, especially the young children. But how could this have happened? Well, that day was particularly warm, which likely caused the air inside the structure to expand, causing a hot air balloon-like effect, which was then exacerbated by sudden strong gusts of wind, which eventually caused the structure to go airborne, as in the end it just wasn't properly secured for the conditions. Soon after the incident, Maurice Agus was arrested for manslaughter, though he would ultimately only end up paying a small fine, as he vowed to never create a large work again. Just a few years later in 2009, Maurice Agus would pass away, with his legacy forever being defined by this devastating footage.
Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, Serena.
On October 2nd, 2006, police entered the home of 31-year-old Elaine Campione, where inside they found the woman speaking incoherently. Next to her was a VHS camera, depicting a series of disturbing events that had transpired within the home over the previous months and days, with the footage eventually finding its way onto YouTube.
Hi, Serena. It's August 8th, 2006. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
The tape starts with Elaine pointing her new camera at her daughter Serena. It was her 3rd birthday, and to celebrate, Elaine had left a brand new bike in the living room.
What is it?
It's a bike!
Days later, the footage continues, showing Serena once again as Elaine asks,
How does Mama love you?
This much.
Oh, I love you more than that. How much does your Mama love you?
Elaine then shows her other daughter Sophia, who was just a baby, before turning the camera on herself and showing the kids how the device worked.
Hi! See how the camcorder works?
Yeah, it's a virus.
Look. Hi! Is that Mommy? Hi!
So far, the footage seems like nothing more than your standard family home videotape, and appears completely wholesome. Though with the next recording, the tone begins to shift, and things start to become slightly concerning.
This is a deplorable, horrible, messy, filthy apartment that supposedly my 2 children and I live in, and it's just a horrible, horrible mess. Yeah. I think Diego Campione is totally in the wrong, and I hope he burns in hell for all his sins, the same as Leonardo.
As Elaine shows the camera her home, she begins joking about how they are living in deplorable conditions, before randomly calling out 2 men who she says she hopes burn in hell, all while her children are in the same room. She starts to grow more and more agitated.
All I wanted to do was take care of my 2 little girls and live happily ever after the 3 years of physical, emotional, and mental abuse that I endured tremendously by Leonardo Campione, and then the past year from Anna and Diego Campione, the mental and emotional abuse.
Outright saying that she was abused by a man named Leonard Campione, who happened to be her ex-husband and the father of these children. And she goes on from there, with each moment clearly making the kids more and more anxious.
And I want justice to my family for what they have all done to us. I cried out for help. They should have charged him for the assaults he did to me.
Eventually causing Elaine to snap out of it and stop the camera.
And my poor 3-year-old, I did everything to protect. And what are you saying, Sophia? What do you want?
The video then skips forward once more, with this footage being taken just days before the police were called, showing Serena coloring on the floor as Elaine asks,
Who loves ya?
Mommy.
Who loves you the most? That much? Oh, I think I love you more than that.
The scene that unfolds next was recorded on that very same night, just hours later.
Recording this because Leo, there, are you happy? Everything is gone. You wouldn't give peace. You wouldn't tell the truth. You didn't care about our babies. You didn't care about me. You cared about yourself. All you did was hurt us.
In the video, Elaine states that everything is gone, as she speaks to Leo directly, accusing him of having ruined their lives with his constant abuse.
You are truly the devil. And I hate you. 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 And I want you to know how much I hate you.
Disturbingly, the children were nowhere to be seen in this footage, with Elaine eventually addressing them by saying,
God believes me. And God's taking care of them now. You're protected by God. Thank God. And thank Him. Because there's no way I could have them with you. Nothing's good enough for you. It has to always be your way. Well, they're good. And you can have it your way. Your wife and your daughters are dead now. We're all in heaven.
According to Elaine, not only were her children gone, but she was too, as she stops the recording soon after. Despite saying this, the camera would actually start up one more time, where Elaine describes how she was still alive, despite having attempted to OD, which prompted her to call the police. When officers arrived at the home, both Serena and Sophia were found laying in her mother's bed, holding hands, and wrapped tightly in rosaries. Neither of them were alive. 2 nights prior and directly before filming this message, Elaine had brought them both into the bathroom as it was time for their nightly baths, and once in the tub she told them to play a game, one where they would place their heads beneath the water and blow out bubbles. When they did this, Elaine held their heads down, and she didn't let go until she was certain they were gone. This footage is some of the most disturbing that I've ever seen, as we get a glimpse into Elaine's descent into madness in the moments directly before she stole her children's lives. But all of this leaves one obvious question. Why? Well, it was noted during her investigation that the abuse she alleged from her ex-husband Leo seemed to be very real and well documented over the years, leading to Leo not being able to see his children for over a year, with this causing the two to separate, which is when Elaine's mind began to deteriorate. She began believing that people were following her and were going to kill her, with this fear of people eventually shifting to a fear of aliens, as she claimed to have seen them on numerous occasions, believing they were following her. Because of this fear, she refused to let her children out of her sight, not even allowing her own parents to look after them, causing her to become so attached to these children that she genuinely began to believe that they were all one entity, which made things incredibly concerning when she became suicidal and eventually attempted to take her own life. Despite Leo's more than troubled history, he had supposedly turned his life around in the years leading to this footage, and was eventually allowed to start visiting the children on a limited capacity. And seeing the children and seeing the way their mother was behaving, he began to grow incredibly concerned, and eventually attempted to gain full custody. And it was this bitter custody battle that seemed to be the ultimate factor that led to Elaine ending the lives of her children.
God's taking care of them now. You're protected by God, thank God, and thank Him. Because there's no way I could have them with you.
Elaine Campione would be charged with 2 counts of murder and would eventually be sentenced to life in prison, with a possibility of parole after 25 years. Today, she's held in a minimum security prison, where she's free to leave once every weekend to attend church and other functions. On April 18, 2010, a 39-year-old man named Gavin Collins was released from the HMP Ranby prison in the UK. His freedom would last less than 24 hours, as the very next day he suffered a severe mental breakdown, the result of which was captured partially across several video recordings that later appeared on YouTube. This is the story of his rampage. It began at approximately 9 a.m. in the city of Nottinghamshire when Gavin left his home. As he walked down the sidewalk, those in the area reported him acting strangely, muttering to himself that he was Jesus and that he was invincible. Without warning, he then turned his attention to a random home, which he forcefully entered, stole a man's car keys, and took his vehicle, taking off with no apparent destination. Inside the car, the owner just so happened to have 2 cameras, one being a standard dash cam and the other facing inside the vehicle, giving us a look at Gavin and his apparent mental state.
It's me. shut you up with a eyesight I've got. Hey, don't eat this. Come on, let's go, bro. So, get rid of all the crap hairs. Let's go! Let's go!
Just at a glance, it's obvious that Gavin is completely unhinged. For some reason, he was utterly filled with rage, ripping off the rearview mirror and yelling obscenities and incomprehensible threats at no one in particular.
I'm enraged! I'm Jesus! I'm descendant of God! And you lock me up! Watch this! You...
And most concerning of all is the speed in which he's traveling, as he starts driving faster and faster, swerving in and out of cars as he passes through busy residential areas, as he reaches speeds that have been estimated to be anywhere from 85 miles an hour to well over 120.
Watch this now! I'm getting stronger and stronger by the second! Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo!
But somehow, despite countless close calls, every time he avoids collision. At least for the time being. In an instant, Gavin smashes the vehicle into a brick home at full speed, with the impact being devastating. And yet somehow, through the destruction, Gavin was not only still alive, but completely unharmed, and also completely unfazed. He pulled himself from the wreckage and immediately turned his attention to a woman driving nearby, and within moments he had forced his way into the vehicle, and was behind the wheel once again, continuing this deranged driving spree, until once again he crashed. And much like the initial collision, he survived, walking away unscathed before turning his attention to another random home. In pursuit of stealing his third vehicle, he grabbed a nearby concrete slab and began to smash through the home's doors, bloodying his hand in the process, before eventually making entry. Inside were a mother and her 2 children, one of which was 5 years old, and the other wasn't even a year. Gavin approached the terrified family, yelling and demanding that the mother give up her car keys, telling her that he was Jesus and that, "Because I am Jesus, I will kill you if you don't give me the keys." And without hesitation, she did as he said. Gavin then went to each member of the family, and with his injured hand, he drew crosses on their forehead, out of his own blood, before taking off with his third stolen car. Once again, Gavin was driving manically, though this time he was even more reckless, crashing into a brick wall and then a cop car, before setting his sights on a pedestrian. While speeding through a neighborhood, Gavin would see a man standing innocently near a bus stop, and for whatever reason, the sight of this man enraged him, causing Gavin to slam on the brakes and reverse the vehicle, stepping on the gas as hard as he could, and crashing directly into him, leaving him lying there with devastating injuries. Gavin quickly exited the vehicle and found the man lying motionless on the ground, prompting him to shout, "I've killed him. I've killed the devil." Minutes later, Gavin would crash yet another car into yet another home, though this time the police weren't far behind.
Walpole Gardens! Hands up! Hands up! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! This way! He's died! Him out! He's died! I'll get him out! Oh no! Get rid of that! Get rid of that! Do not move! Do not move! Get him out! Get him down!
Finally bringing his disturbed driving spree to an end. The man that Gavin had struck was 87-year-old Terry Radford, a retired teacher whose injuries were catastrophic, with the man passing away soon after. According to his family, Terry was an incredible grandfather, father, and son. The footage is genuinely horrifying, but what's most shocking of all is the fact that any of this was even allowed to happen. As stated previously, this was Gavin's very first day out of prison, and based on the behavior he exhibited whilst in prison, he really should have never been released. Gavin was granted an early release in March of 2019 for charges based around burglary, but just as he was set to be freed, it was discovered that he had submitted an adulterated drug test, which caused his case to be re-examined and resulted in his release being postponed. In response, Gavin lost his mind. Later that month, he assaulted a prison guard before spraying him with an unknown liquid that contained bleach, before proceeding to set his cell on fire and attacking another officer with a piece of wood. Due to his actions, Gavin was placed into an isolated cell, where less than a week later he started yet another fire, and when an officer entered his cell to put it out, Gavin struck them in the head and pulled out a plastic knife, threatening to slash him, stating that it would be a thrill to kill him. Gavin's stay in prison clearly hadn't rehabilitated him. In fact, it seemed to have made him more violent than ever before, and more mentally disturbed. Though shockingly, despite all of these additional crimes, Colin's release would go on to be approved less than 2 weeks later, with Gavin being set free on April 18th, and within just 24 hours, Terry Radford would be brutally killed. Gavin was sentenced to 21 years in prison, and during his trial it was revealed that no drugs were found in his system, and instead this all seemed to be the result of some sort of psychotic episode that just so happened to be captured on camera in one of YouTube's darkest videos. That don't even relate to me, like Susanna or Lee. Like, I don't know. And that was from 808 Ghost Hunter Girl. Well, 808 Ghost Hunter Girl. This is some fair skepticism. I don't know. Let's see, here's a better... here's a deep one. Let me tread lightly on this one. It starts, my dead grandpa, 5 stars. Okay, so I was in my room at around midnight, and I opened this app, and when I saw the message, it said, Sky, remember I always love you. Sky is the name he used to call me. Huge, if true. And if that is true, that's actually crazy. Here's another one. We got chased, 5 stars. The first time I got on the app, it said that there was a pink, angry male ghost. My friend and I ran outside and started running. While we were running, it tripped me and I stubbed my toe. Oh dang. These reviews are pretty, they're pretty interesting, but in order to really know, we're gonna have to try this app out. Please be better than the last video. For best results used in a darkened room. For the purpose of filming this, it's not gonna work. That's just not gonna work. Tap here to begin. Okay, already this looks like some ancient Mayan voodoo right here. I'm kind of nervous. Okay, tap to begin. Okay, a little bit of a Wheel of Fortune type thing here. Loading spirits. Okay. I'm just gonna straight up tell you I'm terrified. Okay, but okay, we'll just move on from that. Okay. Just for the sake of transparency, I gotta let you guys know that. Where the hell are the spirits? Presence detected. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's the ghost of my goddamn GPA, I swear. Okay, receiving message. I'm receiving a message. I'm scared. I'm shaking. What the? Okay. Distance 13 meters. Directly in front of me. Sign. I'm not sure what the sign means. It's a female. Oh. Status confused. Let me help you out, baby. Okay, no, I'm done. Fun. Passion. Speak. Love to. Shy. Laughter. Pink. Tomorrow you are. That's a whole lot of words. It's kind of confusing. I don't know. Love to. Passion. I'm confused. I'm just confused now. What is happening? Still going. Go off. Go off. Might as well. Are you done? Sorry, that's my clock. It goes off every hour with that. I am sorry to trigger. Back to the video. So yeah, I can't make out any actual phrase from this, so I'm just gonna reset, try again. Maybe the next one will be better. I gotta say though, I was feeling a little tense there, but okay, we're beginning again. This is round 2. Hopefully we will get something better. Okay, we are locating the spirits yet again. There's nothing in here because I spilled it all. What? Okay, we are receiving our message. Now, I am going to decipher this one. Okay, so that one is kind of over there, that way. I don't see anything, but... Tough. Look out of the window. Look out of the window. So that's actually kind of creepy, because, let me just be honest, sometimes when I film these videos here, I get like paranoid, like what if someone's like standing behind me? Because obviously I have 3 big windows right behind me. And then it clearly has, well, it has the words, look out of the window. That's creepy. I don't know. Ugh. Should we look out the window? Fuck it, let's do it. Okay. I don't see anything. Thank God for that. So I didn't even look at the stats below. It's a residual spirit type. Again, I'm not sure really what that means. Its color is red, and its status is relaxed, which is good. If it said like angry or something like that, well, that'd be the last time you ever see me. Which actually might be a good thing for you, but yeah. And maybe for me? Maybe? Probably. Okay, we're gonna go into it one more time. That was kind of creepy. We'll have to see how this last one goes though. I wanted to just be like, Nick, your channel is trash. Everyone hates you. Sincerely, every ghost and every living person in the world. Then I know it's legit. Presence detected, here we go. Give us something good, big money, come on. So it's a spirit type. Oh, it's an animal. Oh my god, what if it's like my old dog or something? Oh, yo, that would be, oh my god. Color blue. Status confused. Don't be confused, you little animal. I didn't realize we can communicate with like animal spirits. I feel like they just changed the game. I feel like they just earned their 5-star rating. So nothing really stands out in this message. I do have a very close friend whose name is Andrew, so that is a little bit weird, but it's probably a reach. Alright, and for sure the last one. No more after this. Okay, spirit type unknown. Status is relaxed. And it is right next to me. Okay, oh, it's a shorter one, I think. Break of life, don't let. Break life, don't let of. Don't let life break of. I can't decipher that. I don't know what that means. Alright guys, so after running that app 4 times, do I think that it's worth the title of being the best rated ghost hunting app on the App Store? I do. This was an exciting app. It got my heart racing a little bit. It was interesting, it was different. Call me a fan. So you know, I feel like it's only fair if I leave a review of my own. 5 stars, nice. This app is very fun and unique. Take it from me, ... I'm a professional ghost hunter on YouTube with millions of subscribers.
Oh my God!
There we go. It has been sent out into the world. Got like sketchy business talk here. Yeah, so basically this glitch has provided code phrases that can be used by sketchy business people to talk about human trafficking. It's really kind of crazy. Now, I am not claiming that this is actually happening. I'm just saying that it could. And here's how. So here we have this base phrase. Ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. That's what your girl be saying after I'm done with her. Oh. Yikes. Apology video coming soon. So basically we have this base phrase that can be sent to some sketchy business person in order to tell them that you're interested in human trafficking. From there, this phrase can be slightly modified to say other words and phrases that could be used to negotiate. So people who are dealing in the human trafficking business, there is no way in hell that they're going to be texting and emailing each other saying, hey, I would like to traffic some humans. No, there is not a single chance that they would ever do that. I mean, I'm assuming that shit's monitored. I'm assuming you would get flagged and you would probably get arrested. And that's just such damning evidence against you. There's no way nobody would do that. But now, thanks to this glitch, there's a code that is so non-ambiguous that nobody would ever think twice if they saw it. It just looks like gibberish. So in the way, it has created this kind of perfect coding language for sketchy fuckers. Like I said before, I'm not saying this is happening. I am not saying this has happened. I'm not saying this ever will happen. But the point of this video is to prove that it could happen. People really could truly use this for evil. So what I want to do is go on to Google Translate and see how many sketchy phrases that could be related to the business of human trafficking. And in the end, we'll see if there really is enough words and phrases there for this theory to even be a possibility. Let's see what we come up with. So I'm going to write all the words that we come across in this notebook, and at the end, we'll go over them all. Here we go. I'd literally type in one letter and we already have another phrase. No one can afford it. A taxpayer. A taxpayer. I'm not sure that one would be associated with this business. The rented man. We are 1 minute into this investigation and the rented man. Oh my god. Human trafficking, talking about the rented man. We can fill in the blanks on that one. I don't even have to say anything. A hired man's rent. Oh my god. This thoroughly has me concerned. A person owed to him. I don't want to believe this theory is true, but at the same time, oh, I just can't. I just have a feeling. I just can't help it. And it's shit like this. How much money is it? I'm 5 minutes in. My list is already chock full. It's a big deal for someone to rent. In a way, a lot of these can be conceived as just innocent talk, you know, an innocent phrase. But with the overlying theme of human trafficking, it makes all of these sound 100 times more sketchy. Like, this one doesn't even make sense. There is no question mark, but where does this question mark come in? How does it get there? Why would it just auto-generate to a question? That makes literally no sense. Look, here is another full-blown question mark, but it is clearly related to business and clearly could be used to talk about this sketchy stuff. So I was gonna overlook this one. It says, we will be able to make a lot of money to help you get your money ready. And at first I'm like, all right, that kind of seems sketchy, but at the same time, not really. But then I'm like, what if you add a comma after the you and before the get? Because then it reads, we will be able to make a lot of money to help you get your money ready. Could be talking about a business, could be saying, get your money ready to invest in this business because it's going to make you a lot more and help you in the long run. Maybe I'm reaching, but I still feel like I had to mention it. Money man. That's what they call me in grade school, if you know what I mean. I am just kidding, I was broke. Still am. I feel like I should mention that. Still and most certainly broke. You have a low price rate. You're low cost people. Oh my god, I feel like it's so close to being just perfect evidence for this, but it's not quite there. You're low cost people. Just look at the last 3 words of that. Low cost people.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I have fucking chills. I have chills all over my body. Oh my god.
You have a lot of low-cost people. Listen to it.
You have a lot of low-cost people.
What the fuck? What? You have a great deal of low-cost people. Bro, and that came from this. Tell me how the fuck that works. I know some people will just be like, oh, it's just a glitch, you know, no big deal. This could be fucking used for evil. You start with the base phrase that translates to human trafficking, and if you just add or take away just a few letters, you get all this shit. What? How many people do you have? Bro. I don't even know what to say. Listen to this.
How much do you have to pay for a low-cost peasant community?
This is so twisted. It's really, this is messed up. This is so messed up. You have a lot of low-cost people around you. How many people are there for you? I stopped my list. You want to know why? Because after half an hour, I filled up over 2 pages. My hand hurts. I don't want to write anymore. You have a great deal of low-income people worldwide. How to get a lot of money for your kids. How do you buy a lot of low-income people? How do you get your kids? How much do you pay for your kids? Oh my... How do you buy your baby? How much do you have to pay for? Listen, I'm not going to get into it. I mean, could this be talking about people who sell their own babies into human trafficking? How much do you pay for your baby? How do you get your kids cheap, and how much money are you looking for? This has literally created the perfect code for human trafficking. In just 45 minutes, I probably found at least 100 different words and phrases that could be used to communicate about human trafficking. And at least 30 phrases that seem directly correlated to it. People really could use this as code for human trafficking, and I stand by that. I hope this isn't happening. I hope this isn't a real thing. I hope I am overhyping this. I just feel gross looking at this. I'm going to turn this off for the night. I think the video might be done. I don't know. Let's tell you what. I will talk to you guys in the morning, because I just need to get away from this right now. Good night. Okay guys, so it's actually 2 days later now, and I still really have no idea how to wrap this video up, because at this point I feel like I have proven that this theory could at least be possible. And that was my whole goal for the video. But I'm still left with a bunch of questions. Was it ever going to happen? Was this ever going to be a big deal? Is it already a big deal? Who knows? Also, when I initially heard this theory, the theory was actually that Google does this on purpose. They purposefully made this glitch for human traffickers to communicate with each other. And if it's true, they probably thought that nobody would ever find out about it. Now, I'm not going to go there. I personally don't really think that's the case. I hope it's not the case, but even if it is, I'm not going to throw that allegation out there. It's too big of a claim. Personally, I think you would need a lot more evidence to prove that, and that's just evidence that we don't have. So that leaves this video in a very strange place. I don't know how to end it. I want to encourage everyone watching this to go over to Google Translate and try this out for yourself. None of these were faked. You can test them out for yourself. Just translate from Igbo to English and make obscene amounts of money and gain worldwide fame. But if you look deeper beneath the mansions, fancy cars, and millions of subscribers, you'll find that most family channels here on YouTube actually look something more like this. Wholesome moments captured by parents not as a way to make money or gain fame, but to immortalize memories that otherwise might someday be forgotten, with these videos often accounting for some of the most wholesome content on this whole site. But as with everything in our world, there are always outliers, and buried within these perfectly inconspicuous accounts lies one page in particular whose backstory is so evil that it can only be described as one of YouTube's most disturbed family channels.
Jennifer Hart, what do we know about her?
We weren't duped. That love wasn't fake. They loved their children.
Before we get into today's case, I want to first thank our sponsor, Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep is a premium mattress company that offers personalized beds to fit your specific sleeping needs by using their Helix Sleep quiz, which takes into account what kind of sleeper you are and what kind of mattress you prefer, before pairing you with a mattress of your dreams. At first, I was a bit skeptical about buying a mattress online and not being able to test it in person, but I actually did take the Helix Sleep quiz and received one of their mattresses over a month ago, and it has been life-changing. They paired me with the Helix Midnight Luxe mattress, which is designed for side sleepers like myself, and I have honestly never slept better. And the best part is that I never even had to leave my home, as Helix ships their mattresses for free anywhere in the US. All you have to do is open your box, unroll it, and within no time you'll be sleeping peacefully on your brand new bed. And with their 100-day money-back guarantee, it is essentially risk-free. I love my Helix Sleep mattress, and I think you would too. So if you're interested in getting a new mattress, definitely check out Helix by going to helixsleep.com/NeoCrowley to get up to $200 off your Helix mattress, plus 2 free pillows. February 16th, 2008, Jennifer Hart begins her own personal YouTube channel, using the account for browsing and liking videos, though never really having time to upload her own. Just 2 years prior, in 2006, Jen and her soon-to-be wife Sarah had adopted 3 children, Abigail, Hannah, and Marquise. And though taking on this many kids at once seemed to be a daunting task, the Harts actually embraced the challenge, loving it so much that just 2 years later, in 2008, they would adopt 3 more children, Sierra, Devante, and Jeremiah. To add the cherry on top of their newly formed family, the couple would tie the knot in 2009, and in the span of just 3 years, these college sweethearts had become the married mothers of 6. Taking all this into account, it makes sense why Jen wouldn't have the free time to post on her channel, though this would eventually change by the end of 2011, when her very first video would go live. This wholesome clip would kick off a rather consistent streak of uploads throughout the following year, with each having a focus on Jen's children, and specifically the many adventures that they shared. In some clips, we see the kids dancing at music festivals, or exploring the wilderness on a group hike.
How about that?
No matter what, they always seemed to be out doing fun and interesting things, and they always had big smiles on their faces, making it seem apparent that the Harts were in fact a happy family. But not just that, they also clearly had strong morals as well, with these festivals that they often attended always being themed around the idea of love and inclusivity. At one point, they even uploaded a performance featuring 4 of the children, with lyrics further asserting their desire to make the world a more unified place.
This is a place where all relations bring celebration to meditation, giving thanks
All in all, it's a rather touching account, with one of the younger sons, Devante, clearly being the star of the show, as the camera always seemed to be on him, with the young boy even having a few solo performances on the channel. And though I'm sure they'd never admit it at the time, it's not hard to tell that he was the clear favorite of the bunch. But most noteworthy for now is that in multiple videos he's seen donning a sign that reads "Free Hugs." Devante would wear this to many of the family's public outings, and in turn attract a large amount of attention that Jen would then film and publish on her social media pages, which wasn't exclusive to just YouTube, as she was even more active across her Facebook page, posting pictures and stories about her children, including multiple photos of the infamous "Free Hugs" sign, a sign that was about to thrust the family into the public eye for the very first time.
There is growing outrage tonight after an unarmed African-American teenager was shot and killed by police in the St. Louis suburb of Ferguson, Missouri.
Following the killing of Michael Brown Jr., a rally was held in Portland, Oregon, opposing racial injustice. And for the Hart family, this call for unity fit perfectly with their perceived beliefs. So Sarah and Jen took the children to the protest, where Devante would again wear his signature sign, leading to this moment being captured by cameras. It was an incredibly inspiring and optimistic picture that would immediately be shared all across the world, with most of us having probably seen this at some point in our lives, whether we remember it or not. And not only did it represent hope for so many across the country, it also perfectly encapsulated the message that the Harts were trying to send. They clearly wanted to be perceived as this loving family who stood firmly against hate, which, just based on their content, they truly seemed to be, despite the fact that it was all nothing more than a facade. Across Jen's Facebook page, she mentions numerous times that Abigail, Hannah, and Marquise were her and Sarah's first children, even saying how Abigail was the first of her children that she ever held in her arms, adding that that was the moment she became a mother. And as sweet as these words are, they technically aren't completely true. In reality, 1 full year before Jen and Sarah adopted their first group of children, they had actually fostered another child, a teenage girl named Lee. Together, the three lived peacefully for around 6 months with no real issues, though around the end of this time, something seemingly switched within the mothers, and for Jen specifically. Suddenly, they grew cold towards their new child, often picking fights or even just ignoring her for days on end. They also started to constantly complain to friends about having to take care of her, and they didn't seem to be taking their roles as mothers very seriously. At one point, they had remarked to friends that they had caught Lee on numerous occasions rummaging through the trash and looking for food, which further added to this strange, newfound tension within the household. Despite this fighting, however, the mothers would eventually agree that Lee would be able to stay with them until she was 18, also adding that she was going to have to take on the role of being a big sister, as they were planning on adopting 3 children. And though they had their rocky moments, Lee was just relieved that she had a place to stay. However, just 1 week after meeting what would become their first group of adopted kids, Jen and Sarah would drop Lee off at her standard therapy appointment and never return. Lee was obviously devastated by their abandonment, but perhaps most hurtful of all was the fact that Jen and Sarah never spoke to or even about Lee ever again, immediately moving on to their new children and parading their loving household all over social media, while essentially rewriting Lee out of their family's history. This treatment of their first foster child immediately calls into question the online persona of the Hart family, as there was nothing loving about the way they left Lee. But on this note, you might be wondering, why would they even have to sell an online persona at all? Looking at the aforementioned popular family channels, there's a very clear reason why they manipulate their audience: money. This type of content is some of the most lucrative on all of YouTube, and given these parents' desperation for the limelight and wealth, they would do just about anything for it, including exploiting their kids and manipulating their audience. But just looking at Jen's channel, well, it's obvious that this was never gonna make her wealthy and famous. But despite this, these mothers did actually have a good reason to put on this facade, as they weren't aiming to manipulate the entire world, but instead, they were merely trying to manipulate those around them. In 2008, one of the Hart children, Hannah, was stopped by her teacher after noticing a large bruise on the young girl's arm, and when questioned about how she had gotten it, Hannah would admit that her mother, Jen, had struck her with a belt. This incident would be reported to police, with teachers adding that Hannah also had been having bizarre issues with food, as she was caught stealing snacks from other classmates and taking food from the trash, just like Lee had done years before. Though immediately after being questioned about this, Jen would pull all of her children out of school and have them spend the remainder of the year being homeschooled, with the case being closed soon after. The following year, the Hart children would be allowed to return to school, seemingly when Jen thought they were in the clear. However, at the end of 2010, an eerily similar instance would occur. One school day, Abigail Hart would complain to one of her teachers of having pain in her stomach area, and when asked exactly where it hurt, she said that she had owies on her stomach and back, before adding, "Mom hit me." Again, this incident would be investigated by police, who this time would interview each of the Hart children separately, which is where Abigail would admit that her mother had held her head under cold water before striking her with a closed fist, and all because she had supposedly stolen a penny. On top of this, the other kids would explain how their mothers often hit them as well, and rarely allowed them to eat. Sarah would go on to deny these allegations of neglect, but she would admit to having hit Abigail, a confession that led to her being arrested for domestic abuse and eventually spending 90 days in prison. Though there are some discrepancies here with this story, as some have reported that Abigail had actually said that it was Jen who had hit her, and that Sarah was merely taking the fall for her. But either way, Sarah would serve her sentence in April of 2011. Things didn't stop there, however, as after Sarah's release, Hannah Hart would go to the nurse's office and begin begging for food, claiming that her parents were again refusing to feed her and that she hadn't eaten all day. In response, Sarah claimed that she was merely playing the quote-unquote food card and proceeded to immediately pull all of the kids out of school once again, to which this time they would never return, as the family packed their bags and moved from Minnesota to Oregon practically overnight. And conveniently enough, it was right after this move that Jen started her consistent posting across social media, portraying their family as picture perfect. This channel was never made to make money or to make the family famous, but just based on the timing alone and their hyperfixation on peace, immediately following all of these horrible accusations, I don't think it's crazy to assume that these videos were uploaded in an attempt to repair the family's image, and even to potentially thwart criticism or investigation into their alleged abuse. I mean, the children are quite literally shown in one video singing the phrase, "We are so provided for," over and over again, conveniently right after their parents were questioned about neglecting their kids.
We are so provided for. We are so provided for.
And this isn't merely speculation either. These parents had a legitimate history of abuse, both proven and alleged. Plus, between the multiple instances of children desperately rummaging through the garbage for food, and the claims that they were never fed, made this family truly seem like a nightmare. And based on this, realistically, no one would or should view them as a model family. Yet that's exactly what they were to friends and family. In fact, one close friend would later state that everyone was envious of them. They were the perfect people with the perfect kids. And this is in large part due to their posting on social media, making it clear that this online facade was in fact working, despite the fact that behind the scenes, the horrors within their home were only getting worse. Having been aware of the family's sudden and suspicious move, authorities would launch an investigation into the Harts, revealing just how controlling the mothers were. In the home, the children were not allowed to speak unless they raised their hands. They were not allowed to wish each other happy birthday, and they were not allowed to laugh at the dinner table, a stark contrast to the household that Jen spoke of on her Facebook page, where all the kids have an equal voice. On top of this, the children were also severely underfed, as the two mothers used food as a means of further controlling them, thus explaining why they were always hungry at school. And if you look back at the videos on Jen's channel, you start to realize that the kids are incredibly skinny, and they appear far younger than their actual ages, with some viewers even pointing out that the animals seemed better fed than the actual kids themselves. But despite these findings and the history of abuse, police would eventually choose not to press any charges. And one interesting note here is that the investigation lasted through the bulk of 2012, which was the same time that Jen just so happened to be the most active on her YouTube channel, just further adding to the theory that this page was designed to distract from their dark history. But now, with the police at least for the moment off their trail, the abuse only continued. In 2017, the Hart family would move to the state of Washington, where one night at 1:30 a.m., their next-door neighbor would receive a knock at the door. Standing there was Hannah Hart, the consistent whistleblower of her parents' abuse, who had jumped from her second-story bedroom to escape her house before telling the neighbor, "Don't make me go back. They are racists and they abuse us." Moments later, Sarah and Jen grabbed the child and brought her back home. Upon being questioned by the neighbor, Sarah claimed that Hannah was lying and that her behavior was due to her being a drug baby, an excuse that failed to work as the neighbors would still end up calling the police.
Since she's told me about it, I just can't live with it. I'm very concerned for these kids. I just can't let this go any longer. Those kids, I think, is in very serious danger.
Only to be immediately brushed off, with a patrol car never being sent out. From that moment on, however, these same neighbors, the DeKalbs, kept a watchful eye over the family, noticing their bizarre patterns and mistreatment of the children, and before long, another one of the kids would come to them for help. This time it was Devante, who would stop by to ask for food, which he soon began doing on a daily basis, sometimes visiting as many as 3 times a day, while also subtly mentioning that they were all being abused and that they desperately needed help. And having finally heard enough, the DeKalbs again called 911, which prompted an immediate response from authorities, with the Department of Social and Health Services launching an investigation into the family. On March 23, 2018, the agency would stop by the Hart house and ring the doorbell, though they received no answer. 3 days later, on the 26th, they would arrive once again, garnering the same results. This time noticing that a stone wall on the driveway had seemingly been destroyed, with tire marks leading up to it, insinuating that the Harts had left in a hurry, as by that point, it was already too late. Sarah and Jen were obsessed with control, so much so that they would starve their children to more easily manipulate them, and their desire for control branched past their home as they wanted to shape the public's opinion on the family by using social media to spread their lies and erase their history. But with their own children breaking free and exposing them over and over again, and criminal charges now likely looming in the distance, they began to realize that this control was slipping away, and they couldn't bear the thought of it. So the day after the Department of Health and Services had gone to their home, Sarah and Jen would load their children in their vehicle and begin a road trip to California. And while driving on State Highway 1, Jen would pull the vehicle off the road towards a scenic overwatch, bring the vehicle to a complete stop, and then slam on the gas, driving the car directly off a 100-foot cliff into the rocky waters below, the result of which leaving no survivors. Initially, those close to the family swore up and down that this had to be an accident, as after all, they were the primary targets of the Hart's media manipulation, though any thought of this being accidental would quickly be thwarted by Sarah's search history, as during their road trip she had looked up, "Can 500 milligrams of Benadryl kill a 125-pound woman? And how long does it take to die from hypothermia while drowning in a car?" It would also be determined that Jen was heavily intoxicated during the time of the crash, and that the mothers had in fact bought Benadryl while on their road trip and served large amounts of it to their children within their sandwiches, with Sarah herself having taken 42 of the pills, proving that this entire event was in fact orchestrated by Jen and Sarah. The red flags, the warning signs, they were all there, but to those on the front lines of the Hart's propaganda, this was the shock of a lifetime. But between the loving posts, the family pictures, and the heartwarming videos, how much of it was actually real? Well, very little, if any. Following the murders, it would be heavily theorized that most, if not all, of the photos and videos on Jen's social media were in fact staged, with one cameraman who had photographed the family stating that Jen does this thing with her Facebook page where the kids pose and are made to look like one big happy family, but after the photo, they go back to looking lifeless. While another witness claimed that the starving kids were given food as a reward for posing for these photos. And on Jen's YouTube channel specifically, it seems to be more of the same, as although these clips may seem so natural and normal, the reality is that they too were planned by Jen, with the smoking gun being one video clip in particular in which she made a critical editing mistake. In it, Jen forgets to edit out the beginning, which shows the kids waiting and staring at her as she directs them on where to stand. Each child has an empty and fearful look in their eyes and are deathly silent. And upon being moved into the perfect position, the children then begin to walk naturally, as if they were being impromptu recorded on just a regular hike. It is an extremely chilling video in which we get to see the influence of Jen behind the camera on full display, and to make it all the more terrifying is the fact that throughout the rest of her channel, the kids often have this same look in their eyes, showing us that even these seemingly unplanned spur-of-the-moment videos were likely staged and controlled, at least in part, by Jen and Sarah. And the deceit didn't just come from their photos and videos, it also came from their own words. They claimed to love their children, yet it would later be revealed that Sarah had spoken privately to friends about how much she regretted adopting them. They preached veganism on both of their Facebook pages, yet when police searched their home following the crash, they found a fridge full of meat. They stood firmly against racism online, yet given the testimony of Hannah and others around the family, many believe that they were actually themselves racist, with some even labeling them as white supremacists. And finally, they preached peace. Yet for years they beat their children and eventually stole their lives. And if there's any question as to how effective these lies were at making them seem flawless, just listen to what their friends had to say following the crash.
It doesn't compute, I'll tell you. None of that lines up with the people that we all knew. Jen and Sarah really were the kind of parents that I think the world desperately needs.
We weren't duped. That love wasn't fake. They loved their children. They weren't white supremacists. They just were isolated. They were in pain.
Even to this day, with the years of abuse and the final act of murder on full display, some friends of the Harts still remain in denial, refusing to believe that they had been played. Though the reality of the situation is undeniable, with other friends having come to terms with the betrayal by stating things like, "Everyone always loved and supported her to an insane degree, myself included. It's easy to see how fake it all was in hindsight, and knowing them via social media after, everything seemed believable. I looked up to Jen and wanted to be a mom like her one day." And I think the most substantial of all these witnesses was the neighbor of the Harts, a man who got to witness the family when their guard was let down, and look past the facade and see them for who they truly were.
You know, there's a lot of people online saying that they were beautiful people, and at some time they may have been, but that is not what we saw next door.
But as the story comes to a close, there is one detail that still needs to be addressed, and it's perhaps the most off-putting of all. Earlier it was mentioned that Devante was very much the star of the show on Jen and Sarah's social media. He was clearly the best actor of the bunch, and given that essentially every post seemed to include him or just straight up be centered around him, it's not hard to see that he was easily the favorite child of the mothers. And why is this important to mention now? Well, because his body has never been found. Despite an exhaustive search, Devante's remains have never been discovered, not even a single bone fragment, leaving some convinced that the Harts allowed him to run away and start a new life, as after all, he was the favorite, while others believe that he may have actually been killed before the crash, as perhaps the mothers had taken his life upon discovering once again that he was out begging for food, with his body being buried somewhere else, though to this day his true whereabouts remain a mystery. And despite his missing body, a judge would later rule that he likely died within the car alongside his family, which is most likely the case, though some still aren't convinced, as if it were any other child it might be easier to accept. But the fact that it was him, the golden child, just makes it all so particularly haunting. Looking back at the Jen Hart channel, now with her entire family having perished by her own hands, is indescribably dark, and it represents one of the most unique and disturbed forms of manipulation that I have ever seen on this site. And knowing the long troubled history of this family makes it no surprise to me that something of this nature ended up happening. But that's all thanks to hindsight. At the time, if you wanted to know about the Hart family, this is what you would find.
How about that?
Hello, buddy.
Wholesome family moments that seem just like the other millions of accounts here on YouTube, that in actuality were carefully orchestrated pieces of a fictitious story that Jen and Sarah were crafting. A story that would only be exposed when it was already too late. I want to give a huge shout out to my gold tier and god tier patrons: Alexander Duran, America's Grumpy Uncle, Bazoo42, Biznacker, Bray, Karen S, Charles Roble, Daniel Binge, Dark GJ. A defector by the name of Lim Ji Hwan would manage to escape its boundaries, fleeing the country she had claimed to be hell on earth, to start her new life in South Korea. But how could she have known that this would be where her true nightmare would begin? Before we get too far into this, I want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Blinkist. As many of you know by now, I love stories, and not just telling them, but hearing them too. But I've never been much of a book reader, because I really don't have a lot of time throughout my day, and that's where Blinkist comes in. Blinkist takes full-length books and essentially highlights their stories into a 15-minute summary, which you can then read yourself or have it read to you. So when I'm driving or cooking, I can literally hear what would equate to a full book in just a matter of minutes. Recently, I just started listening through Chernobyl, the history of nuclear catastrophe, which was actually written by a Chernobyl survivor who recounted his experience surviving the disaster. But with thousands of titles to choose from, there really is something for everyone. So make sure you visit Blinkist.com/NeoCrowley, and the first 100 people to sign up will receive unlimited access to the whole library for 1 week completely free. So make sure to visit that link in the description to sign up today. Lim Ji Hwan was born in April of 1990 during a peak of economic freefall in North Korea. Citizens were left to starve, living their lives in devastating levels of poverty. These conditions made Lim's childhood anything but ideal, as her and her family would often go days on end without eating. But as she would grow older, these experiences would prove to be far from the most traumatic that she would face, with many of her most mentally taxing moments having come from her time in North Korea's military. She would enlist at the age of 17, only to discover the disturbing levels of sexism that female soldiers would be subjected to on a daily basis. Male soldiers would be showered in praise and be given gifts for their loyalty, while the women would receive nothing. In fact, they would typically end up being punished as a result, as these gifts that the men would receive would come in the form of the female soldiers. The men would be allowed to take their pick of women within the military that they could have for the night, to do whatever they pleased with the women not being able to say no or resist. And those who would try would be left beaten and sometimes even killed. Having been just a teenager at the time, the effects of this more than toxic work environment would take a toll on Lim's mind, as she would begin to realize that she could no longer continue living under such circumstances, and she knew she had to escape. In mid-April of 2014, Lim would attempt to cross the North Korean border into China by paying a broker the little life savings that she had managed to collect, which back then was a common practice for those attempting to defect, but one that didn't always work. Some wouldn't have enough money to leave, and they would be turned back to North Korean officials, who would then send them to the most brutal labor camps imaginable, or if they were lucky, they would be given a quick public execution. Either way, it seems that in most cases, their lives would likely be over upon their capture. But as Lim would make her attempt, the stars had seemingly aligned, as she was able to cross the border safely, where days later she would arrive in South Korea, settling down in the country's capital city of Seoul. Now a free woman, her life was far from glamorous in the beginning, as she would work as a bartender to make ends meet, something she was supposedly quite good at, as she was known to have a charming personality and good looks, a combination that typically yields success in the field of bartending. But though it was a rather quiet start to her new life, it was a far cry from the regime she had left behind, and her newfound freedom would give her opportunities that she could only have dreamed of years prior, with one of which being publicly discussing the atrocities of North Korea. While living in the North, those who would criticize the way of life or the decisions made by officials would be viewed as traitors and enemies of the state, leading to incredibly harsh punishments, again involving labor and prison camps. But with Lim now in the South, she could openly share her traumatic experiences that she had been through, something that she would begin to do almost immediately through the use of social media, as she would frequently post to her blogs and other forums. On these accounts, she would expose to the world how disturbed the military system was there, and how the citizens of the country were literally starving to death. Given the constant propaganda and the lack of access to the region, there is many that isn't known about North Korea, so as Lim would share these stories, people would follow out of curiosity as to what life was really like over there. And quickly she would grow a following to the point where she became a small internet celebrity in Seoul. But as her following grew, one thing would quickly become clear, that it wasn't just fans who had taken an interest in her. Lim's social media accounts were booming, but as soon as she began receiving this attention, she would be thrust into a massive scandal. Multiple articles would be released exposing Lim as a sex worker and a former cam girl, claiming that she had taken part in multiple pornography shoots while in China. A claim that would cause an instant stir, as South Korea is ultra-conservative when it comes to sex, and it's considered very shameful to do any type of work in that industry. And these articles appeared to be far from baseless, as they would even include photographs and videos that seemed to show Lim fully nude, performing these lewd acts. Almost as quickly as Lim would become a star, it would all be in jeopardy as fans turned their back to her out of shame. But the problem was, none of these articles were true. Instead, the images that were shown would feature a mix of Photoshop, along with other women being used that simply looked like Lim, and the articles would include information that could only be considered as blatant lies, as it was clear that whoever had made them were also behind the Photoshopped pictures. But that begs the question, why? Well, despite making major waves within Chinese and South Korean news outlets, neither of these regions would prove to be responsible for the fake articles. And instead, they had come directly from North Korea. The nation is known for its intense propaganda within its borders, but in this case, they had orchestrated a smear campaign against Lim in a completely different country. And it's not hard to understand why, as she had been openly exposing their many wrongdoings, and the fake news story would be the perfect way of discrediting her and ruining her public image. The incident would prove to affect Lim's public perception, but many would end up catching on to North Korea's deceitful ways, and Lim would end up continuing to grow her following during the next year. But now she was doing so, knowing that the evil she had left behind was watching her, and that she now had a target on her back. After the scandal would start to blow over, Lim would receive a huge break that came in the form of an appearance on a popular South Korean television show. The show would give Lim a larger platform to share her stories and would prove to be an incredible opportunity for her at the time. One appearance would quickly turn to 2 and then 3 as Lim became a fan favorite nearly instantly, to the point that she had become a regular on the show, once again using her charm and looks to win people over. It had seemed that Lim had found her purpose, as her love for life couldn't have been more obvious, something she would even mention on her birthday in April of 2017. Having just turned 23, Lim would take to social media to say, "This is possibly the happiest birthday of my life. Thank you to all the fans who love me. You give me the courage to keep speaking out." Lim was on top of the world, and her life was at an all-time high, but this is something that wouldn't last long, as this post would prove to be one of the last that she would ever make. In the days following her birthday, Lim Ji-hwan would inexplicably vanish, leaving her once active social media accounts completely silent. Authorities would visit her home only to find everything left as it was. Lim had not taken her valuables, and her savings of over $20,000 were left untouched in her bank account, with there having been no activity since the last day she was seen. Wherever Lim had gone, she had left in a hurry, without taking so much as a change of clothes. Lim would not be heard from for days, which would roll over into weeks as speculation grew like wildfire. Some believed that Lim had been the victim of an attack or a kidnapping, likely at the hands of someone who had heard the vile news reports about her, unaware of the fact that they were actually fake. While others believed that somehow, some way, North Korea had managed to take her back, as it was already apparent that they were watching her and actively trying to silence her. But this all seemed just too far-fetched, as Seoul was a safe haven for defectors, and North Korea had no reach in the region, making this kidnapping practically impossible to pull off without detection. There was no easy answer to how or why she had vanished, but as the weeks became months, it was safe to assume the worst. That was until July of 2017, when the missing celebrity would suddenly reappear out of the blue, being shown on a place that many were used to seeing her: their screens. Lim would appear on a television interview that would be posted to YouTube, letting the world know that she was safe and that there was no need to worry about her. Only, there was something very wrong with the clip, as it didn't come from the regular show that people were used to seeing her on. In fact, in the clip, she wasn't even shown in South Korea at all, or even China for that matter. And instead, the interview was taking place in North Korea. In the video, Lim would explain that she had made the choice to go back to North Korea, a decision she made as a result of hating her life in South Korea. She claimed to have been lured into escaping her homeland at the promise of money and food. But when she got there, she described life as being hell, further stating that, "I wept every day missing my fatherland and my parents," also adding that South Korea had coerced her into saying all of those negative things about the North. She would continue by saying, "I committed a terrible crime. I am worthless. I do not deserve to live," before begging Kim Jong-un for forgiveness, as well as calling herself human trash. It was a shocking twist. Lim had been seemingly so happy, and in her short time in Seoul, she had managed to amass a good amount of money, along with thousands of adoring fans and supporters, as well as a good home. Yet here she was, back in North Korea, telling the world how horrible her time was in South Korea. The interview was certainly strange, as nothing seemed to be adding up about her story, and along with this, fans would notice that her face appeared to have been swollen, her hair was cut short, and her eyes looked as if she had been crying. The bubbly and cheerful Lim had seemingly been reduced to a shell of herself. Plus, the idea of Lim returning to the North voluntarily was one that just didn't make any sense. As mentioned previously, those caught fleeing North Korea were subjected to brutal punishments, typically equating to a death sentence. Yet here we have Lim, who not only escaped, but also publicly put the whole country on blast for the whole world to see on numerous occasions. And we're supposed to believe that she had just went back on her own and didn't face any punishment. In reality, returning to North Korea was going to be a death sentence for Lim, and would likely mean years of the worst torture imaginable, and this is something that she would have known for certain going in. So realistically, it is more than unlikely that she would have returned voluntarily, and instead, it seemed that somehow, North Korea had managed to take her back. But how? Maybe Lim had gone to China in an attempt to smuggle her family members out of the country and was subsequently captured upon doing so, where she would have been returned to North Korea, something that China does quite regularly as the nations are allies. Or maybe Lim had been told that officials in North Korea were going to slaughter and torture her family as a result of her fleeing, and in order to stop them, she would sacrifice her life and return to the nation. Whatever case was true, the only certainty seemed to be that Lim's return to the North was forced. Upon her return, Lim would be used as a propaganda tool, spreading misinformation to citizens about the supposed horrors of living in South Korea, while also stating that she had not been kidnapped or coerced into returning. She'd also claimed that she was treated well, and that defectors can always safely return home. A note that is far from the truth, as those returning would almost certainly be killed. But just the idea of anyone falling for this and actually returning is honestly terrifying. Lim would be shown in 3 separate North Korean propaganda videos, and her deterioration throughout them is obvious, as she looks frail and withered by her final appearance, and from that moment on, she has not been heard from or seen again, leading many to believe that she was only kept alive as a means of spreading propaganda. And what they did with her from there is anyone's guess. How much torture did they put her through? How brutal was her death? And though we don't know for sure, I can only imagine how horrible it really was, as the way she had spoke against North Korea would have likely left her to face the most extreme punishments imaginable. Lim's story is one that is heartbreaking, but sadly it's not unique. In recent years it's been discovered that North Korea actually has a secret police force, whose sole purpose is kidnapping and returning defectors, and in just the month prior to Lim's disappearance, Kim Jong-un had actually ordered the group to ramp up their efforts, with Lim likely having been their first target. To this day, defectors will vanish without a trace now and then, with many never being heard from again, making it a constant reminder to those who escape the clutches of North Korea that you are never truly safe. Lim Ji-hwan's life was filled with both pain and triumph, and it's the latter that she should be remembered by. The courage that it took to escape her country, and then to subsequently share her experiences with the world, knowing that it would put a target on her back, is unfathomable. And whatever it was that happened to her once she returned to North Korea, I just hope that it was quick, and that she's in a much better place now. I want to give a...
We forgot something on our first leg today. We forgot to discuss about the dating habits of our flight attendants so we could get it on the recorder, you know, in case we crashed and the media would have some kind of a juicy tidbit.
Is that right? Oh, is that what you're looking for?
The voice you're hearing is that of First Officer Carrie Kirkland, who mentions a point that, in passing, seems completely out of the blue, that they should talk about the dating habits of their flight attendants, as it would give the media something to talk about in the event that they crashed. As bizarre as this line sounds, Carrie was actually referencing a separate incident that had happened not even a year before, with that being the crash of Flight 1713.
A few seconds of indescribable terror on runway 35 left. Too many people die in an instant. We ask again, why them and not us?
In that scenario, the pilots of the flight had also been awaiting takeoff, this time in the midst of a brutal blizzard. And rather than discussing their takeoff, they instead had conversations about the stewardesses on board, joking and laughing amongst themselves about the manner in which they dated around, with these pilots getting so lost in that conversation that they completely forgot to de-ice their plane. A mistake they likely never even realized, as just moments after takeoff, rather than the plane soaring high above the ground, it raised only slightly before falling limp, crashing into the dirt below it and killing 28 people on board, including those 2 pilots. The story made national and international headlines, making it a topical reference for Carrie to bring up, yet also a clearly inappropriate one, as he had failed to notice the irony in his words. Following the crash of 1713, new stricter guidelines were put in place so that pilots would keep their conversation focused on the takeoff process until they were well established in the air. Yet here, Carrie was joking around with the crew, not even noticing that he too was creating a distraction. One that sucked in not only one of their flight attendants, but even the captain himself.
We were just talking yesterday, you know, about 191 seems to be the classic airline crash that the news media goes for every time.
Which led to Carrie providing one last bit of gallows humor.
Yeah, you know that Continental that crashed in Denver? Did you read that? Yeah, they were talking about dating habits of one of their flight attendants. They were real nice. They laughed, you know. We got to leave something for our wife and children to listen to.
He was well aware of just how much the media loved a good plane crash segment, and unbeknownst to that distracted crew within the cockpit, they were about to give them a fresh story.
Power set. Engine instruments look good. Airspeed's coming up both sides. VR, D2. Whoa. Engine failure. Got an engine failure. Oh, oh.
22 seconds. That's all the airtime the craft could muster, as immediately upon the wheels lifting off the ground, the craft began to roll right, with the wing striking the runway and catching on fire as it clipped a nearby antenna that was anchored to the ground. The plane was immediately uncontrollable and completely unable to gain any sort of significant altitude, as it fell into a pathetic descent and crashed into the dirt below it, sliding well over 1,000 feet before grinding to a halt. In the carnage, 14 people would lose their lives, including 2 of the flight attendants, while miraculously, all others survived, including everyone heard on this fateful recording, all of whom were swiftly fired, though not criminally convicted, despite the fact that the crash was deemed to have been caused by their own human error. What the crew had failed to realize was that as they joked about the pilots of Flight 1713 and their untimely distraction, they too had distracted themselves to the point of forgetting an integral step of the takeoff process. They had failed to lower their wing flaps and slats for takeoff. And without these in proper position, the flight never stood a chance, making the final words inside that cockpit some of the most chillingly ironic ever recorded, with this audio going on to become yet another disturbing oddity found within the dark corners of the internet.
I'm gonna die. It's all the way up to my windows. I'm gonna die. What you did this morning? Don't be outside the window, now.
Before we get into our next case, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Aura. We live in a time when literally everything can be found online. We have a world of information right there at our fingertips, and sadly that information typically includes our own personal details. Details that you likely don't even know are being shared. Yet there they are. And if you don't believe me, just try Googling your name. And the chances are you'll probably find more information than you would ever want to be out there. And this is true even for myself. And the constant awareness of knowing just how accessible my private information was is something that always made me uneasy, which is why I am so grateful for Aura. Aura identifies the data brokers who are out there selling my private information and automatically submits opt-out requests on my behalf. And the number of these data brokers that they identified for me was honestly staggering, which is a testament to just how good Aura services are. You want to be in control of your information, and stopping data brokers is a great step into doing that, but you also have to protect yourself from companies who may be careless with your information. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this, but recently AT&T revealed that over 73 million of their customer records from both current and former customers were released onto the dark web. Now, for those affected, they recommended using strong passwords, monitoring your account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. Well, Aura does all this for me. And the best part is I don't have to download several different apps just because one company couldn't keep my data safe. So if my information had been compromised in that leak, I wouldn't even have to worry because Aura is always on, and they're always doing the hard work to keep me safe online. I value my privacy and I value yours as well, so go on over to aura.com/NeoCrowley to try it out on a free 2-week trial, and that link is going to be right down below in the description as well.
JJ didn't know how much time had passed when he first noticed the soundless haze that had moved in all around him.
JJ could no longer see the stars or the moon.
The world of flying is often a scary and complex one, and our first case shows just how important it is for pilots to properly check their crafts before taking off. Something that even as a pilot in training, 18-year-old Connor Quisenberry understood all too well. A well-studied student of the ATP flight school, Connor had made it his life's mission to become a pilot, completing a multitude of classes and courses at the school. And by the age of 18, only a few steps stood in the way of him obtaining his private pilot's license, the most daunting of which being the high number of flight hours needed. And so on September 27th, 2023, Connor was scheduled for a nighttime flight with ATP instructor Timothy McKellar, in which he would pilot a small prop plane on a 3-hour-long journey, thus bringing him 3 hours closer to that coveted license. McKellar was just 22, a young man himself, and he had not been Timothy's usual instructor, but that day he was the only pilot available to assist Connor. In fact, it was the first time the two had ever even flown together, and it was clear from the get-go that it was probably going to be their last. Recognizing the importance of checking over your plane before takeoff, Connor had begun performing a lengthy check of the craft to ensure that everything was in working order, exactly what most instructors would probably want to see from their students. But apparently not McKellar, as unbeknownst to Connor, his flight instructor had pulled out his cell phone during his checks and recorded the following video for his Snapchat. The post was scathing, and despite the student pilot not doing anything out of the ordinary, McKellar seemed displeased at the speed at which Connor was operating, telling his friends on Snapchat how glad he was that Connor wasn't his full-time student, and that he'd seen faster movement at the Special Olympics. It was clear that McKellar wanted no part of this flight, and that the two could be in for a long, tense evening, with McKellar's passive-aggressive attitude only continuing on from here. The caption here sheds more light on why McKellar seemed so frustrated, as he typed, "I don't have to be up at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow or nothing. Let's take our sweet-ass time and have a conversation instead of getting this 3-hour flight done." But that frustration obviously can't excuse his comments or his demeanor, as in this scenario he was the teacher, there to support and mentor Connor, yet instead he was lambasting him behind his back on social media, and making it apparent to the young student that he was being a burden, as he tapped his fingers obnoxiously on the plane. And these posts continued from here, as the next Snapchat shows that the two had finally made it inside the craft and had now taken off. Now obviously there's a lot of context missing here. It could have been possible that Connor had said something that irked McKellar, or that he was just not being responsive to any advice given. But this seems to be immediately disproven by yet another Snapchat that McKellar posted. 1.6 hours into the flight of me giving it to him straight up. Forrest, I don't mind you being hard on me, I know I need it. Me thinking to myself, did you really think I cared if you minded? But what I actually said is that we're flying planes, not driving cars. We can't have these weak areas this far in the game. The caption seemed to confirm that Connor was clearly trying to learn and get better, since after all, he was just a student and only 18 years old. But this didn't matter to McKellar, and unfortunately for Connor, this nightmare of a flight was about to get much, much worse. Headed our way like a group of pissed off hornets, McKellar posted, accompanied by a screenshot of a weather radar showing heavy rainstorms in the direction in which they were headed. This was the final post ever made to McKellar's Snapchat, as moments later the small craft would lose contact with flight control and disappear into the stormy night sky. It wouldn't take long for the plane to be found, or at least what was left of it, as using the final posting from Timothy's Snapchat story, a search team was able to track the craft down to a wooded area behind a church, with the flight having ended in a terrible crash due to the turbulence from that storm. And inside that mangled mess of steel were the bodies of Connor Quisenberry and Timothy McKellar, neither of whom survived the impact. With Connor's final night on this earth having been spent facing intense ridicule both in real life and on social media, making these Snapchats some of the more depressing content out there on the internet.
Do not add ed at the end of irregular verbs when making them in the past tense. That's only for regular verbs.
This is Luke Rockwell, or as some of you may know him as Teacher Luke. Raised in Melbourne, Florida, the now 29-year-old was introduced to a wide online audience around the time that TikTok began exploding in popularity in the United States. The premise of his account seemed simple enough from afar. Luke was an excellent speaker and used his understanding of the English language to create short-form videos centered around proper pronunciation and phrasing.
Do not say, explain me or explain you. Instead, you should add the word to. For example, I'm going to explain to you.
Teacher Luke's account had immediately become an asset for foreign speakers to better understand the language, though this wasn't all the account consisted of, as he'd also post a variety of other mildly interesting travel-related videos.
Top countries that are the most dangerous to travel to in the year 2022.
And at some, he even took a go at making some more comedic-based content.
I didn't realize until I came to Thailand that I hate Thais. I'm just gonna say it. The weather is just too hot, man, to wear them around your neck.
But none of these were the reason that the account grew to the size it did, as initially his page was followed by nearly 3 million TikTok users, thanks mainly to his more edgy content, leading to some clips that I'm certain some of you have seen before.
How do you say this word? Today I'm going to teach you 3 different ways to say this word. Some have a hard R and some do not. Negro is the common word used to call black people in Thailand. When I first moved here, I was shocked to hear it because in Western culture, it's a pretty offensive word.
It's hard to label this content that thrust Luke's page into the spotlight, but I guess it could be described as baiting his audience into thinking he's saying something problematic, but instead making it a loosely educational moment, thus vindicating himself from anything he said. Like I mentioned before, these videos were definitely edgy, so much so that in 2020, his page was actually terminated by TikTok, thus leaving him all the way back at square one. Undeterred though, he kept on creating, launching a new account under the username English with Teacher Luke, and within only 1 year, it had already gained over 1 million followers back.
1 million followers on this account. Thank you guys so much. It's so crazy that 1 year ago on my old account, I hit 1 million on the same day.
His content was seemingly inevitable, with each video being primed for virality. But what many might not have known was that his passion for the English language, as unserious as it may seem from these videos, reached far deeper than just the online world. In 2019, Luke packed his bags and moved all the way across the world to Thailand, where he would use his love of the language to get a job as an English teacher, working with students from K-12 while simultaneously having a flourishing career on TikTok. All factions of his life were thriving, and for a moment it seemed everything in his world was going right. How could he ever fail? A US teacher and TikTok star accused in Thailand of having sex with a teenager. Luke Rockwell was released on bail after he was charged in Bangkok with luring a minor for indecent purpose. With one article, one headline, the facade of English teacher Luke had crumbled. But how did it all go so wrong, and what exactly happened that led to his arrest? Well, it started shortly before the news broke, when a 16-year-old living in Bangkok visited her doctor's office, complaining of intense stomach pain and discomfort. After administering a series of tests, doctors would determine that the girl had contracted not just one, but 2 STDs, with her only partner having been Luke Rockwell. Her mother was furious upon the revelation and immediately took her to the police, where a full investigation was done, revealing some truly damning information. It was discovered that before the pair had met up for the first time, they had been messaging back and forth for roughly 5 months, and during this time, Luke lured her and eventually convinced her to sleep with him. And while this is horrible enough, some agencies actually reported that the girl was a former student, and had become a fan of his content, which led her to reconnect with her former teacher, insinuating that the grooming may have stemmed back even further than just those 5 months. But I need to note that I was unable to find any solid proof of this, so take these reports with a grain of salt. But what is known for sure is that while they were seeing each other, Luke asked the girl to keep their relationship private until she had turned 18, so as to not turn any heads. And during this time, Luke never mentioned having STDs, and instead he promised the girl that he was clean, even lying to the point that he had showed her a copy of his medical history, which was likely either forged or completely out of date. Luke's actions were heinous, and his words were that of a man who knew he was doing wrong, yet actively trying to get away with it anyway. And if all these charges weren't horrible enough, the investigation into Luke revealed one final proverbial nail in his coffin, as the investigators had discovered undeniable proof that these alleged encounters had taken place. Proof that came in the form of video recordings that were all done without the victim's knowledge. Following the discovery, Luke was arrested and his TikTok page was removed once more. But despite the evidence for these charges lobbied against him, it appears that Luke isn't actually in prison, at least not yet, as after quickly making bail, some internet users claim that they've seen him around Bangkok, enjoying his life and acting as if nothing happened, even posting stories on what appears to be his secret private Instagram. I was unable to find any updates outside of this, making it unclear whether Luke is still on bail, if he's been taken back into custody, or if he ended up beating the charges. So for now, it's uncertain how Luke's story will end. But it's still disheartening to know that his presence is still looming out there in the shadowy corners of the online world. October 25th, 2022. The bell rings throughout the halls of the Jiuan Middle School in the Jiangxi province of China, marking the start of another class period. Jiuan was not your standard middle school. For starters, it was massive, stretching roughly 600 acres around, and it featured dorm rooms where the students would stay full-time, sometimes even being accompanied by their parents. And on top of this, the huge complex was guarded and enclosed by a large wall topped with barbed wire. It was certainly a unique place, to say the least, but as the nearly 3,000 students across the campus piled into their different classrooms, one student failed to take his seat. 15-year-old Hu Xinyu. The teacher waited 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, growing more and more annoyed at the boy's tardiness. However, this annoyance would slowly turn to worry, as by the time the class period had ended, there was still no sign of the boy, prompting an immediate campus-wide search, yet he was nowhere to be found. And most chillingly, there was no record of him leaving out of the school's guarded exit. Confused, staff checked the campus security footage, where they would find Hu walking out of his dormitory, heading in the direction of his class, which was located in a building no more than a few hundred feet away, yet he never made it there. Instead, the campus cameras revealed a blind spot of only 10 meters between his dorm room and that class building. A blind spot that no student and likely no faculty, aside from maybe a select few, could have known about. And yet, within that blind spot, Hu had vanished into thin air. In between these buildings was a path that led to a large park on the premises, in which many assumed Hu had probably slipped into. But when police checked the area with their tracking dogs, their search yielded nothing. So they took things a step further, this time doing a deeper search of the campus itself, even looking into septic tanks and water tanks, checking every square inch. But again, no trace of the boy was found. All they could uncover was his cell phone and other personal belongings that were left behind in his room, with the only object of his missing being a small recorder that he had purchased a few days before. It was believed that at the time of his disappearance, that recorder was literally the only item he had taken with him. Somehow, this young boy had disappeared within the tightly watched walls of his school, with there being no sign of him on campus and no evidence that he had ever left. Despite the fact that China, and this area in particular, is blanketed in cameras, seemingly watching every single inch. But Hu was nowhere. It was as if the school had swallowed him whole. Shortly after his disappearance, Hu's mother began desperately posting to Douyin under the account Xinyu's Mother Searching for Son, where she begged the public for help in finding her missing child, with the clips of these plaintive pleas sparking immense interest from a vast number of people across the web, leading to the case immediately exploding in popularity that only continued to grow as new disturbing information began to surface. It started with a revelation made by an internet user in China who mentioned that Hu was not the first student to go missing from the school. In fact, these disappearances were becoming seemingly a yearly occurrence, prompting immediate speculation about the school and their potential involvement in these disappearances. With the school becoming more suspicious, as reports began emerging that once police had arrived, they realized that there was data missing from the CCTV cameras, with many of the cameras on the premises conveniently malfunctioning on that specific day that Hu had vanished, almost as if the footage had been deleted afterwards. But not before one of the guards had supposedly snuck a video, which he claimed exposed what really happened that fateful day. I'm not sure if I'll be able to show it here, but the grainy CCTV footage shows what looks to be a young boy, lying limp before being placed onto a stretcher and carried away, with many online taking the clip and running with it, claiming adamantly that it was Hu and that he had clearly been kidnapped. And this wasn't the only supposed recording of the incident, with the other evidence coming from the recorder that Hu had been carrying. But although at this point the device was never recovered, one internet user claimed that it featured a cloud storage system, in which he was able to hack into and access Hu's final recording from that day, with this clip being even more disturbing. With all these claims and supposed evidence making their way across the internet, everything seemed to point to Hu's disappearance as being one massive conspiracy, one in which the school was not only working to cover up, but also seemed to actively play a role in. But why? What was so special about Hu that made him a target? Well, one account from a supposed student of the very same school stated that before the boy had vanished, the school held a mandatory health evaluation, where Hu's blood was drawn, revealing that his blood type was P. And if that doesn't sound like any sort of blood type you've heard before, it's because it's one of the rarest in the world. as in China, only about 1 dozen out of 1 million people have it. Because of this, it was claimed that Hu had been killed in order for his organs to be harvested and used as a transplant for a local official who shared the same rare blood type. The story was compelling, and with the school's suspicious history of disappearances, people in the area began to protest at its gate, demanding to know what was going on, to which the principal and the staff lashed out in anger, acting crazed as if they had something to hide. Which only added further fuel to the fire. And with all these disturbing accounts and details coming out from all across the web, the fire raged more and more intensely as the theories grew wilder and wilder, until January 29th, 2023, when a man walking his dog stumbled across the body of Hu Xinyu as it hung lifelessly in the woods, alongside a brick wall just barely 60 meters away from his school. Next to his body was the voice recorder that had multiple audio messages stating his intentions to end his own life, which was done using his own 2 shoelaces. In the time since his body was discovered, lots of new information has been brought forward by officials, who sternly stated that both the recording and the video of Hu had been completely faked, along with a variety of other details that the press had leaked, and that an autopsy revealed that he had no injuries other than those that were self-inflicted, and most importantly, that the body included all of its organs. It was also discovered that his journal revealed that he was more troubled than many had believed, and that he was going through a difficult time, with his grades suffering drastically, leading to these dark thoughts. The whole case was honestly a mess, and especially the coverage during the height of its popularity, as it's now clear that people were simply making up stories and even evidence, which the media ran with without question, leaving us in a strange place where it's impossible to tell which stories and which details were actually real. But to this day, the case still remains polarizing, with many continuing their suspicion of the school and their involvement, with the most common arguments being that the school had been searched over and over and over again, and yet no one saw the body. Along with this, many have taken exception to the idea that Hu could have carried this all out with just his shoelaces, as he was there for over 3 months. Could they really have supported his entire body weight for that long without snapping? Well, some people actually tested out the strength of these shoelaces to see for themselves, leading to various degrees of success.
来，1、2、3。大家伙，咱们看一看啊。
Prompting the theory that Hu's body was somehow planted there afterwards, or that it wasn't even him. So despite this case technically being closed and the investigation now over, it's still very much alive here in the online world, where people continue to question what exactly happened to Hu Xinyu.
Let's take a look at Dewey's Rules of Water Safety. Now, if you ever find yourself in trouble in the water, relax. If there's an emergency, go to the nearest telephone and dial 911. You got it? Good.
It was a freak occurrence. 47-year-old Deborah Stevens was making her way through her typical route delivering newspapers when suddenly the skies opened up, dropping down a historic flood on Fort Smith, Arkansas. But knowing she had a job to do, Deborah pushed on, dodging closed and flooded roads in an attempt to get to her usual paper route. A risky decision that proved costly, as upon attempting to take a new path behind a set of apartment buildings, Deborah's car would be swept up into the floodwaters, pinning her vehicle against a set of trees. And in a panic, she calls the police.
911, where's your emergency?
I have an emergency, a severe emergency. I'm in a flooding. My car veered off the road while I was doing my newspapers, and I'm flooded over here on the end of Kincaid, and it's all the way up to my windows, and I can't get out, and I'm scared to death, ma'am. Can you please help me really bad?
I need you to calm down. I need you to tell me where you are.
Upon establishing contact with 911 operator Donna Renew, the two began their work trying to determine where exactly she had been trapped, as this area was completely unfamiliar to Deborah.
I don't know, ma'am. I'm on the end of Kincaid down here by these apartments. There's some apartments on Kincaid. I don't know what they're called.
What color is your vehicle?
Yeah, dark. It's gray SUV, lady. The motor's all the way up to my windows.
Okay, hold on for me. Don't hang up. And you're at close to the area of 5801 Kincaid?
Yes, ma'am. I need help right now.
The urgency of the situation is clear just by hearing Deborah's voice, as she pleads with the operator to send someone out to her as soon as possible, recognizing that the water was likely going to consume her in the following minutes, leading to Deborah growing more and more panicked.
Please send somebody fast to get me. I'm scared.
Okay, listen to
I
me.
can't
Calm
swim.
down
I
for
can't
me.
swim. I'm gonna drown.
You're not going to drown. Just calm down.
Well, ma'am, it's all the way up to my chest.
Okay,
Please
listen,
hurry.
I understand. Hold on for me. Just
I'm
hang up,
scared.
okay?
I'm sorry.
I understand. It's fine to be scared. You have a right to be scared.
I'm
Hold on for me.
scared.
Though this is where this fairly normal 911 call begins to take a strange turn, as Deborah's urgency was not reciprocated by the operator, who began to not only dismiss Deborah's worries, but seemingly become annoyed at the trapped woman.
Somebody save me.
Am I not on the phone with you trying to get you some help?
Yes, but I need somebody to give me help before I die. I'm sorry.
You're not going to die. I don't know why you're freaking out. It's okay. I know the water level is high.
Scared.
I understand that, but you freaking out doing nothing but losing your oxygen up in there, so just calm down.
But are they not going to come get me?
You said what? I'm sorry?
When are they going to be here?
As soon as they get there.
Man, my phone's going to die. They're not going to find me, and it's going to ruin my brand new phone.
Do you really care about your brand new phone? I mean, you're over there crying for your life. Who cares about your phone?
And this frustration only grew more and more visceral, as she then began to place the blame onto Deborah for getting into this predicament in the first place.
Hold on, okay?
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm rude, but I'm scared.
You're not being rude. I know you're scared. Just calm down for me.
I'm scared. I've never had anything like this happen to me before.
Well, this will teach you next time. Don't drive in the water.
Couldn't see it, ma'am. I'm sorry, or I wouldn't have.
I don't see how you didn't see it. You had to go right over it, so...
No, ma'am. I was in the drive. I was in a parking lot. There was no water where I was at.
Okay. The water just didn't appear.
At this point, the call had been going on for well over 15 minutes, but still, no help had become visible to Deborah, who, despite knowing just how close to death she was, remained as composed as she could be, just thankful to have someone there talking to her, even if that person on the other end of the line was dismissing her and demeaning her.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What's your name?
Donna.
Donna, thank you for being here for me, Miss Donna.
You're welcome.
Though all of this failed to stop the obvious annoyance of the operator, who after nearly 20 minutes now couldn't help but sneak in a laugh.
In between both apartment complexes on this street, at the dead end.
In the very back side, there's a bunch of trees.
Right there, she showed 5801 at the end.
Before finally just losing it.
These people are out, they can all see me. They're all standing out there watching.
Miss Debbie, you're going to have to shut up, okay? I need you to listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
The whole call had been leading up to this moment, as Donna's frustration had finally boiled over, as she straight up tells the helpless woman to shut up. Though despite this demand, Deborah couldn't keep quiet for long, as the situation that was teetering on the edge of life and death suddenly collapsed.
It's helping me pin your location, so don't hang up on me. Okay, where are you moving to? Tell me where it's going. Okay, tell me where you are. Listen to me, hold on. I'm on the phone with her right now. She is legit freaking out. She said the vehicle is now moving in the water and she doesn't know which way it's going, so stand by.
Okay, stop.
Bye.
Okay, stop.
Bye.
Okay, stop.
Bye.
Okay, stop. Okay, stop.
I'm standing around the very back side of the apartment complex on the southeast side, and the only part of her car I can see is the roof and the dome light that's on in it. I can't get out there to her, and you're going to have to wait out here to me to get to me, so...
It would take officers approximately 12 hours to find Deborah's car, where inside she was dead, her final moments of life being captured on a 911 call where the operator couldn't even pretend to care. And her predicament was made even more heartbreaking in hindsight, as it was revealed that Deborah was handicapped and couldn't even swim. In fact, she had a crippling fear of water. Following the release of this dispatch call to the public, heavy criticism was immediately placed onto Donna Renew, with hundreds and thousands of people signing petitions calling for criminal charges to be made against her. But no such charges were ever made. In fact, she wasn't even fired for her role, because this was her final shift anyway. She had submitted her 2 weeks' notice exactly 2 weeks before, and this just so happened to be her final shift, which perhaps explains her attitude. And with one last cruel twist to the story, just 3 weeks after Deborah's passing, her mother Nancy would pass as well, with family members claiming that it was due to a broken heart and the stress caused by the ordeal. Though despite this and the fact that Donna Renew has never apologized for her actions, Deborah's family has gone on to forgive her nonetheless, with this amazing act of virtue shining a faint light on one of the darkest cases I've ever come across. Though each had gone without resolution, and they all shared a distinct similarity, they were almost entirely void of context. There was essentially no information about who Jesse was and what led up to his disappearance, aside from the mere mention that it was believed to have been involuntary, meaning law enforcement assumes he was kidnapped or perhaps even killed. It's a missing persons case that admittedly comes across as hardly noteworthy, as the lack of information leaves us with seemingly no story to tell. But this is only on the surface. As years after this report was made, a Redditor began to peel back the layers of Jesse's case, which eventually led them to his various social media accounts, and in turn, a slew of depraved and unexplainable content that morphed this case from a seemingly standard disappearance into one of the strangest internet mysteries in recent memory. This is the disturbing story of Jesse Namajapal, and the internet rabbit hole he left behind.
We will return after these messages.
There's always that one user, the one who shares an intriguing mystery only to disappear mid-thread, leaving you with countless unanswered questions, which makes it feel like you can now never solve this mystery. Weirdly, I used to feel that way about healthcare, like I was just guessing my way through the system. No idea who to call, no idea what doctor I needed, or if they'd even take my insurance. It really felt like I was navigating a mystery with no hope of resolution. This was most apparent when I aged out of pediatric care. I had no idea what to do, and I actually ended up going without a primary doctor for years. Not because I didn't want one, but because I didn't know where to start. The whole process just felt confusing and intimidating. That's why discovering today's sponsor, ZocDoc, was such a game changer. It took away all the confusion and made finding the right doctor feel simple, quick, and actually doable. ZocDoc is a free website that helps you find in-network doctors in your area, with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across nearly every specialty, from mental health to dental health, eye care to skincare, and much more. It's one of those tools that I wish I would have found out about earlier, because your health isn't something that you want to figure out at the last minute. It's better to have a doctor before you need one. You can filter for doctors who take your insurance, who are located nearby, who are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and who are highly rated by verified patients. With ZocDoc, you can see their appointment openings to instantly book a visit, typically within just 24 to 72 hours, and sometimes even in the same day. And the best part is you don't even have to talk to anyone. Just search, click, and book. So you gotta stop putting off these appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/NeoCrowley or the link in the description to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thanks again to ZocDoc for sponsoring, and now, back to the video. Although Jesse Namajapal's disappearance garnered very little public attention, there were a select few who wanted to know more, as despite there being a glaring lack of context within these reports, there were several things that stood out as unusual. Within the nicknames and known aliases section, there were 3 names listed: Juan Carlos Samay Namaja, Daryl Jamal Brown, and Reynaldo Alterio Colon, which was a surprisingly high number of aliases for someone just 18 years old. And on the topic of his age, something about this felt off. He appeared older than 18, with his face looking like that of a full-grown adult rather than a teenager. This combination of strange factors inspired Reddit user Tawny Frogmouth to dig deeper, leading to the discovery that despite there being very little information about Jesse in the public reporting, there were other traces of him across the internet, with Jesse himself being fairly active across social media, including having his own channel right here on YouTube. The account was simply named Jesse Namajapal and showed the 18-year-old performing various songs and dances in his native language of Spanish. These uploads were met with hardly any viewership, as Jesse certainly wasn't a well-known performer, despite dubbing himself as the voice of Central America in his descriptions, which is where Jesse was likely born before immigrating to the US and settling down to go to school or work in Denison, Iowa, which actually isn't as uncommon as it may seem thanks to their large-scale meat processing industry. And while posting videos of yourself singing and dancing is nothing out of the ordinary for a teenager, there were some peculiar details that stood out when looking through Jesse's content, with the first being his appearance. Much like his missing persons photo, he doesn't really look like a teenager, as on the rare occasion where he shows his full face, you can tell he looks quite old for his age. Though it's difficult to say for sure, the quality of these videos is extremely poor, and he's almost always wearing large, brightly colored sunglasses that cover much of his face. But these sunglasses and the outfits he wore only drew more skepticism, as despite looking older, he dresses in a way that almost makes it seem like he's trying to appear younger, like this is what an older person might think a teen would wear. But we'll come back to this later, as this was far from the strangest detail found on the channel. It's easy to overlook at first, but once you notice it, it changes the entire perspective of this case. As when you look at the date in which these videos were uploaded, every single one of them was posted in 2018. The year after Jesse was last seen. It makes no sense and poses two questions. Are we sure this account actually belongs to Jesse? Well, despite having the same name and appearing like the same person, his videos also shared crudely edited slideshows that displayed pictures while he sang. And in one of these images, we see Jesse dressed in the same exact outfit in the same exact location as his missing persons photo. This is certainly him, or at least videos of him, prompting the second major question. Could this be someone using older clips of Jesse? It seems possible at first, but these videos were all posted as if they were from Jesse's perspective, who again had no semblance of a career in entertainment. And it's not like they were being shared to help promote search efforts for him, as there's not a single mention of him being missing throughout any of the uploads. And the further we go down this rabbit hole, the more unlikely this whole train of thought becomes, which you'll soon start to realize, leaving us with one bizarre truth, that Jesse was the one posting these videos, and he was doing so while being a missing man, who is presumed to have been kidnapped or killed. In fact, even to this day, his listing remains active, yet here he is dancing and singing like nothing ever happened. It's clear that cracks were beginning to form, and nothing about this case was what it seemed. And this wasn't even the final discovery to come from Jesse's YouTube channel, with the next taking us down a new and far more unsettling path. As mentioned previously, Jesse would often include slideshows edited over his songs, with these photographs sometimes depicting himself, but more often than not, they actually showed other people, and specifically, other young boys. His channel is filled with images of children who appear to be preteens or even younger, with these accounting for the vast majority of the pictures he shared, including his very own profile photo, which shows a child sitting on the steps of a swimming pool. Strangely, none of these children look anything like Jesse, and they clearly aren't him at a younger age, and also he's not featured in any of them, with it appearing highly unlikely that these are his own children. Instead, they appear to have been taken from various children's social media pages, while some seem to be more candid, perhaps even being taken by Jesse himself, who included them in these videos for unknown reasons, almost as if he was infatuated by them. And the further you follow his online trail, the more unsettling this all becomes. Along with his YouTube channel, Jesse also appeared to have been somewhat active on Twitter, where he created an account back in April of 2018, with all of his posts coming nearly a full year after he was last seen in Denison, Iowa. Here, Jesse shares another video of him singing, along with a selfie which gives us a better look at his face, a face that again seems to show an adult. And interestingly, on this account, Jesse does admit that his age isn't actually 18, though this admission only makes things more unusual. I am a boy model and dancer-singer. I am 13 years old. This was written in his bio, and taken even further in an image he shared which depicted a young boy, with Jesse writing, "My new photo. I am handsome." For whatever reason, after his disappearance, Jesse was online pretending to be a child, and digging a bit deeper, this strange behavior was nothing new. As mentioned earlier, Jesse was a man with many aliases, with 3 being included in his missing persons report. But this was only the tip of the iceberg, as online he went by a slew of different names, which would be later uncovered as in virtually all of them, he included his last name, Nemajapal. It turns out this name is incredibly uncommon, as when searched online, most of the results lead to pages connected to Jesse, which operated before his disappearance, with one of the most common first names he used being Adexi. Shortly before the time he went missing, Jesse started an account on LinkedIn under that same alias, which included the same last name and middle name as those initial reports. And on that page, he wrote under his job title, "I am a child, my parents support me." While in the education section, he claimed to be a 4th grader, studying at an elementary school. And on this account, he featured just one post, which again showed a random child that he again claimed to be. This behavior is prevalent all throughout Jesse's online trail, as account after account shows evidence of him posing as a child, either by outright stating to be, or by using children in his profile pictures, as well as throughout his videos. It's not hard to see why this is shaping into a massive red flag, but it all leads to perhaps the most important question of all. Why? Well, though his motivations are never outright stated, there are some clear themes throughout his content that point towards one obvious yet sinister intention. Jesse's content is unusual, this we already know, but there's a whole other side to it that we have yet to discuss, as many of Jesse's accounts feature overtly sexual posts. These will often come in the form of strange videos and images showing Jesse doing erotic dances and poses, including very intentionally showing off his groin area, as well as his own nude images with his hand covering his genitals. His content is straight up pornographic in nature, which is highly disturbing as it's often placed aside images of children and on accounts where Jesse is claiming to be a child. It's all a recipe for disaster, and is extremely reminiscent to other cases we've covered in the past involving internet predators, and we haven't even got to Jesse's most damning account of all. Back in 2017, Jesse operated yet another YouTube channel under his Adexi alias, and its profile image is enough to indicate just how disturbed this page would be, as it shows a boy wearing only a small swimsuit and nothing else, which is a reoccurring theme on this page, as Jesse again shows images of little boys, only this time most of them are shirtless, with many dressed only in a swimsuit or their underwear, and in overtly sexual positions. Along with this, Jesse has images of himself mixed in, where he appears to be completely naked, dressed only in his boyish sunglasses. Now on his Jesse Nemajapal channel, I mentioned that he almost appeared to be trying to look younger, and when I was sifting through these videos, I realized that he dressed extremely similarly to many of the children he shows in his photos, like he's trying to copy their look, and pass himself off as one of these kids, despite him obviously being much older. But he takes this even further, as his images are edited to remove any wrinkles or blemishes from his face to give him a more youthful appearance. And he didn't stop there, as he would also show off pictures of various toys, wear shirts made for little kids, and even wore his own backpack. He also has some images that he printed out himself, and propped up next to stuffed animals, Legos, and various other children's toys, which for some reason is just so particularly haunting to me, and indicates a clear interest or obsession with these children. Bizarre doesn't even begin to describe it, and missing persons case aside, Jesse Nemajapal was pretending to be a child online, and he had been doing it for years. And given that his content is blatantly sexual, it's clear that this is all some sort of fetish. A fetish that involves children, as not only does he share these suggestive images of kids, along with nude photos of himself, but he's also added various edits to some of the photographs that show off his obvious lust for these kids. As some appear to have been edited to add hearts and various phrases about love, with one even featuring the phrase, "I love you." There's also this strange pattern in this content, one that indicates what may be a portion of Jesse's fetish, as Jesse shares many images of himself with his mouth open and contorted in various unusual positions, while he also has several photos that are cropped to show only images of the children's lips. It's haunting, with the worst example being an image that shows Jesse's own lips alongside someone else. Both of their faces are cropped out, so it's impossible to say who this is, but they look fairly young. This poses a chilling theory. Was Jesse pretending to be a child in order to get closer to other children and potentially groom them? And could this be one of his victims? It's definitely a realistic possibility just based on his content, but the scariest part is that this likely wasn't just being done in the online world. Despite his report saying so, Jesse clearly seems to be older than 18, and given that he's gone by so many different fake names in the past, and he has a history of lying about his age and pretending to be younger, it's very likely that Jesse Namajapal never even existed, and was instead just a persona created in order for him to pose as a child. And interestingly, if you look under his playlist on the Adexi account, you can find a saved video which features 500 of the most common boy names, which he likely used to help create his aliases. And not only was the name Jesse featured within the video, but it's literally shown on the thumbnail. Jesse Namajapal was almost certainly never real. This was all just some sort of manufactured identity, or perhaps one that was even stolen. But it worked so well that somehow the actual government believed it. Which makes me wonder, was Jesse living a full life as a fake child in Denison, Iowa? Was he interacting with other kids, and perhaps even going to school? I mean, he was clearly known in the community well enough to be reported missing. And isn't it quite the coincidence that he just so happened to vanish at the age of 18? Maybe he ran away because under that alias he was no longer a child, and he did so to start a new life elsewhere where he could further pose as a kid, and engage in whatever disturbed behavior he was engaging in, which he clearly did online at least, as just a few months later he was posing as a child on Twitter. Jesse's life in Iowa is one aspect of this mystery that is still unsolved, and the not knowing terrifies me the most. Who knows what he might have been doing there, and who knows just how embedded in that community he actually was. Suspicious doesn't even begin to describe it. But if this isn't Jesse, then who is this man? Well, as it turns out, despite being considered missing by law enforcement, they might have already unknowingly found him. On June 12, 2018, police would enter a home in Round Rock, Texas, where inside they would find and arrest its owner, Pedro Namajapal, a man who they had caught sharing CP to Instagram. It was the same unique last name and that same adult face, with Pedro even being part of Jesse's aliases in the past, and all of Jesse's aforementioned accounts just so happened to go quiet right before his arrest, meaning in all likelihood, 18-year-old Jesse Namajapal was actually Pedro Namajapal, a 38-year-old man. And all the while he was missing and posting these disturbed videos, he was also collecting and trading CP behind the scenes, and his operation was massive. When police searched Pedro's home, they would find devices containing 604 images of CP, as well as 37 videos, most of which showing boys between the ages of 6 to 10 years old. The same exact demographic as the children pictured on Jesse's channel, which brings up an unsettling theory about the true purpose of the content he posted. Perhaps Jesse, or Pedro, which we'll now be referring to him as, was showing these images in his videos as a way of promoting the CP he collected, to essentially advertise the content he had without raising too much suspicion, with it being possible that the boys pictured in his videos were the same ones that he had illicit material of, and maybe the positions he showed himself in were indicators of what might have been shown in that material. And when someone wanted to obtain the media, the trades would then be funneled through his Instagram, where he would eventually be caught, as he shared many screenshots from that very same Instagram account within his videos, which clearly displayed his username. It's also possible that Jesse himself was pretending to be a child on these accounts in order to obtain this media directly from other children. It's a horrific possibility, but one that hasn't fully been proven, as to this day we don't have a definitive answer on why he was making these videos, and why he was posing as a minor online. But I think it's fair to say that it was likely to more easily obtain CP and to trick kids into sending it, as well as to collect and share it with other predators. And it brings me back to the question, what was Pedro doing in Iowa? How close did he actually get to the children there? But again, it's something that we just don't know. In fact, we haven't even received an official update on Jesse's missing persons case, which is bizarrely still active on NamUs to this day, and was only recently removed from the Iowa State website, as it seems that for years they never put the pieces together that Jesse was actually Pedro. So to this day, the people that Pedro knew in Iowa might still believe that he was Jesse, and might still believe that he's missing. There's so much gray area with this missing persons case, but recently we were given some potential clarification by a fellow YouTuber, The Internet Investigator, who did a fantastic deep dive into this topic. And in her video, she explains that she got into contact with an anonymous source who had spoken with the Denison police about Jesse's case. And it was explained that officers were actually in the midst of investigating Jesse, or Pedro, when he disappeared, as they suspected that he had been collecting CP. And they supposedly went so far as to even interview him, before having to let him walk due to a lack of evidence, to which almost immediately after, he disappeared, leaving behind literally everything he owned. Despite the timeline being suspicious, according to the source, Jesse had left in such an abrupt manner that the police officers genuinely believed that he had been killed, perhaps by someone who found out about his online perversions, and they never realized that the man they were looking for technically never even existed. We know now that this clearly isn't the case. In reality, Jesse likely took off for Texas, knowing law enforcement was on his trail, assumed a new identity there, and continued making these unexplained videos and continued trading CP. And while some of this explanation still leaves me with questions, this seems to be the only clarification we're going to get in regards to the missing persons report. But the most important thing was that Jesse was behind bars, with his charges leaving him eligible for up to 10 years in prison, though his official sentencing was never included in any of the articles. Despite this, it felt as though Pedro's predatory ways were now finally over, at least for the indefinite future, as even upon his release, he was set to be a registered sex offender for life, and would most likely have his internet closely monitored. But strangely, this isn't where our story ends. The clips began appearing on a YouTube channel called Puxito Chingon, and showed what was clearly Pedro dancing and singing as if nothing had ever happened. And to make matters more disturbing, the videos began appearing in April of 2020, not even 2 full years after his arrest. I couldn't even believe it at first, and immediately I assumed that this was just someone reusing his old content. But when I dug a bit deeper into his sentencing, I realized that the timeline sadly checks out. In the end, Pedro Namajapal was only ever convicted of 2 counts of CP possession, thanks to him taking a guilty plea deal, and ultimately he only served 254 days in prison, and was released the following year on February 20th, 2019. Now all of this did carry with it the requirement that he register as a sex offender for life, but this only really matters when you're in the United States, and when you look at his captions, he claims to be in Guatemala, which is where it's believed he was from initially, and where he appears to have returned to, likely as a result of being deported. And now that he's there, there's essentially nothing that law enforcement here in the United States can do to keep him in check, which he's taken full advantage of, as in those same captions where he claims to be in Guatemala, he also claims to be a child, and continues to dress like one. On this Puxito channel, he continued to refer to himself as Jesse and continued to show more revealing images of children, with these ones being even more perverse. And he also continues sharing revealing images of himself, with some outright showing him completely naked and exposed, showing off his uncensored genitals. Whatever system of CP trading or child grooming he was doing on his YouTube channels before, he's clearly still doing it, and he's only gotten more brazen. But as disheartening as this all is, there's something that makes this channel far more disturbing than the others, as throughout his accounts he shared countless images of random young boys. But on this page, it's clear he has a favorite. His name is Abel, and he appears to be a normal child around the age of 8 to 12, and throughout the Puxito channel, Pedro shares his images more so than seemingly anyone else. But if you compare Abel to all of the other kids featured on his channels, Abel is the only one in which Pedro actually clarifies their connection, as according to Pedro, he and Abel are in a relationship. Jesse Namaja and Abel, united forever in a relationship. This sentence is spelled out over and over again in one of Pedro's videos, while in the background, numerous images of the child are shown, including many in which Pedro has photoshopped their faces together, with more hearts and loving messages, with one even showing both of them together, shirtless. This to me confirms my worst fears about Pedro's online activity. Grooming is definitely a part of it, In fact, he even shares a screenshot from an Instagram account that he created after his arrest, which shows a story of his face along with text saying, "Jesse Namaja, I am 16 years old." Putting the pieces together, it seems that Jesse used this Instagram account to lie about his age and get into contact with this child, to which, according to his own words, the two then formed a quote-unquote relationship. It's a horrifying revelation, and one that I tried to explore further by looking into who this child actually was, but I found absolutely nothing. The name Abel is almost certainly an alias given to him by Pedro, as I could find no trace of this child anywhere online, with one exception, as when I searched his name here on YouTube, I made a highly disturbing discovery. On a channel simply named Alberto, there are multiple playlists titled Abel's full name, or at least the one that Pedro gave him, and in them, there are hundreds of videos of Abel. These uploads almost always show Abel dancing, often in an extremely sexually charged manner, with these uploads featuring disturbing titles like, "I like you so much," and "What would you do if I told you my fantasies about you?" as well as captions like, "Check this out if what you want is tension." And of these videos, the worst examples have been put into their own separate playlist, which is titled, "For Fans of the Sensual." I can't necessarily prove it, but I'm convinced that this is the work of Pedro, and that this is all the result of his grooming, based on his blatant obsession and the use of this child's apparent alias. And it's very possible that these videos aren't just a result of his grooming, but this could very well be a glimpse into Pedro's CP trade. I mean, the way that the clips are sectioned off into that playlist, and the way that the captions are worded, it really sounds like he's promoting this, and promoting this as illicit material. And it's obvious that there was an outside interest, as these playlists have a combined 10,000 views. I just have a horrible feeling about this, and the most frustrating part to me is that following his arrest, Pedro was labeled as a low risk to reoffend, and the justice system let him go with a slap on the wrist, and because of this he was essentially allowed to immediately go back to doing what he was doing before. And it's very possible that even to this day, Pedro is continuing this behavior. However, it's hard to say for sure, as immediately after posting this video in which he announced he and Abel's relationship, Pedro would once again disappear. Since then, there has been essentially no trace of him on the internet, with all of his accounts going silent and no new ones being discovered, which isn't too surprising, as while he was posting these videos on the Puxito channel, his story began gaining traction, thanks to the aforementioned Reddit post as well as others made on Facebook. People were starting to catch on to what he was doing, and in turn, he went completely dark. Some believe that he's hiding out in Guatemala living off the grid, while others believe that he's still making these videos and grooming children, and he's just gotten better at covering his tracks. I've even heard it theorized that Pedro might actually be dead, as his trail truly is that cold, though I was able to find one final trace of Pedro that contradicts this to some extent. According to court documents, Pedro had actually been arrested yet again around 2023, as despite being deported years prior, it appears as though he had somehow managed to re-enter the country before being subsequently caught, arrested, and sentenced for illegal re-entry following removal. However, these charges appear to have been dropped after a legal appeal made by Pedro and his lawyer. And what happened to Pedro from here is a complete mystery, taking us right back to the question that started it all. Where is this man? And given his knack for disappearing without a trace and his ability to don new aliases without detection, the truth is that he could be anywhere right now, hiding among us. And I have no doubt that wherever he goes, his online perversions will follow.
I'm so cold. Please help me. I'm lost.
Those are the first words Dakota James said when he called his friend Shelly on the evening of December 15th, 2016. Terrified, Shelly got in her car and headed towards where James said he would be. It was late at this point, and it was another cold night in the city of Pittsburgh. As she headed in the direction of North Pittsburgh, where James claimed to be, Shelly checked his location on her phone and realized that he was nowhere near there. James was actually in South Pittsburgh. James was clearly not in the right headspace as he continued to plead with Shelly to find him. He kept saying that he was cold and scared, and that he had no idea how he even ended up alone, walking in the middle of the street. Shelly would get to his location in 10 minutes, only to find James stumbling out of a hotel and heading in the direction of a black SUV. The SUV was facing the wrong way in the wrong lane. As James walked closer to the vehicle, Shelley pulled up and screamed his name. He stopped in his tracks and turned to her. He walked to her car and got in as the SUV sped off into the night. James was confused, crying, and overwhelmed with everything that was going on. He said that he had gone out to the bars at 7:15 p.m. with some coworkers, but remembered nothing after that. His words were clear, and Shelley noticed that when he walked to the car, he walked in a straight line. He had blanked for 4 hours, but it was clear to Shelley that he was not drunk. Rather, it appeared that Dakota James had been drugged. Relieved to be in the car and safe, James didn't wish to talk about the situation anymore, and the conversation with Shelley was over. 5 weeks later, Dakota James would disappear after a similar night of bar hopping with the same coworkers. It would be 40 days before his body was found in the Ohio River. In his bloodstream was GHB, also known as the date rape drug. His body seemed to be in a good condition, despite it being found in the water. Marks were also found on his neck that seemed consistent with strangulation. Officials later determined that James's death was an accidental drowning, and that he had simply fallen off the Roberto Clement Bridge on his way home from the bar. 11 smiley faces had been graffitied onto that very bridge. It's clear why this conclusion rubbed many the wrong way. From the drugs in his system to the previous story told by Shelley, things definitely seemed sketchy, but as it turns out, there was even more evidence to suggest that an accidental drowning could not have been possible. For starters, a transaction was made on his credit card that was supposedly found on his body. The transaction was made 2 days after he had disappeared and supposedly fallen into the water. Also, as I mentioned before, his body was in pristine condition, which would not have been possible if he had really been in the water for 40 days. This shocking case seems to many like a clear-cut murder, and many view this as a rare mistake by officials. But the truth is that this case is similar to hundreds of others. All across the United States, cases that appeared to be clear-cut murders have been dismissed and blamed on accidental drownings by authorities. 2 retired New York detectives by the name of Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte discovered this disturbing trend many years ago. And it is worth noting that together they have more than 40 years experience, and they were extremely well-respected detectives throughout their career. Together, they have theorized that all these strange accidental drownings may be connected. In many of these questionable cases, the victims are almost always males, they are always white, they're college-aged, athletic, intelligent, and popular. They disappear from bars or parties, and typically the victim acts drunk despite only having a few drinks or none at all. Many show evidence of drugging, with at least 30 testing positive for GHB. All were found dead in a body of water days, weeks, or months later. Most had injuries that were not consistent with drowning, and their bodies were found in conditions unnatural for drowning victims. And all were found with graffiti smiley faces at the location that they would have entered the water or where their body was found. Detective Kevin Gannon first recognized this trend in 1997, when on April 7th, 21-year-old Patrick McNeil was found off of a pier in the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn, New York. Marks were found on his neck, along with charring on his hands and torso. His body position in the water was labeled as being unnatural for a typical drowning. Weeks before, McNeil was seen leaving a bar appearing to be heavily intoxicated. As he began to walk out of view of the bar, some patrons noticed a car driving slowly behind him, but no one paid it too much attention. Despite the obvious signs of foul play, this case was quickly labeled as yet another accidental drowning spurred by excessive drinking. And since this case, it's estimated that potentially 300 other cases like this have been reported across the United States, which shows just how severe this disturbing trend is. Cases have appeared in over 25 separate cities, mainly on the East Coast, and they typically appear in clusters in a close period of time. But what does all this actually mean? How could such a wide range of deaths be occurring in such similar circumstances? And if these college students aren't actually dying due to drowning, then what is killing them? As mentioned before, Kevin Gannon was the one who recognized this trend, and he's also the one who proposed this theory. Gannon believes that these victims were being drugged when they would go out and visit a bar or stop at a party. They would then leave the bar drugged, unaware of what was going on, which to onlookers, the victims would likely just appear intoxicated, so it really wouldn't raise many red flags. Once outside of the bar, they would then be abducted and thrown into a car, and then held for a period of time, potentially be tortured, before they were killed and dumped into a nearby body of water. But one serial killer being responsible for so many potential murders seems nearly impossible. So Gannon suggests that potentially this is a group of serial killers. A lot of these deaths occur in major cities, and it is believed that groups of these killers have cells in all these cities. Having such a spread out and vast organization would make it much easier for these murderers to get away with their crimes, because they can spread out the murders and make it seem natural to authorities. And committing murders in multiple jurisdictions makes it extremely difficult for police and investigators to really do anything about it. Also, the fact that smiley face graffiti has been found at nearly all of these crime scenes is another point that Gannon states favors his theory. It is believed that these smiley faces are the mark of the killers, and it is potentially done so that the organization can mark their crime scenes. This is a common trait among serial killers, so the idea that this graffiti is being used as kind of a tag for their murders seems somewhat likely. And truthfully, looking at this theory as a whole, it does seem somewhat possible. But if this is truly the case, then why haven't the police caught on yet? This could be for a few reasons. Either they are fully convinced that there is nothing going on here, or they're covering something up. And truthfully, it would make a lot of sense for them to want to keep this on the down low. If police had admitted that a large group of murderers had been killing people for this many years, it would be a very bad look for them. I mean, admitting that this group is out there or even entertaining the idea would practically equate to them admitting that they got hundreds of cases wrong in the past. And along with this, if officials began to investigate these alleged murders now, a panic would surely ensue as people would begin to believe that serial killers are executing people all across the United States. So there is a logical reason why the police and other authorities would not even want to entertain this theory. Now, to date, one of the biggest flaws with the smiley face murder theory is motive. Every murder has a motive, but in a case like this, the murderers seem motiveless. Why would a group of killers target white college students and kill them in such a particular way? It has been theorized that these were envy killings because the victims were smart and athletic and by many accounts popular. But to know a victim is popular, you would really have to live in the area and be familiar with its social structure, which honestly seems unlikely in this case. So that would mean that they would be killing these victims simply because they are athletic and smart, which really doesn't make any sense. The clear lack of motive has forever been something that has hindered this case, but a chilling thought remains. Maybe these killers don't need a motive, and maybe they just want to kill for the sport of it. I mean, who knows what the culture would be like within an organization like this, but you would clearly have to really enjoy murdering people to be a part of it. So maybe they really are just going out there and killing people for fun. Another flaw with this theory has always been the smiley face graffiti itself. Smiley faces are typically one of the most common forms of graffiti, and they are almost always present wherever graffiti is. Also, there was never any rules for how close the smiley face has to be to the spot that the victim was found. Because of this, Gannon could have found a smiley face a good distance away from the crime scene and just claim that it was connected, despite the fact that it really had nothing to do with it. There's just too much gray area here for them to manipulate the facts. The idea of a serial killer tagging its crime scene with a smiley face is one of the reasons that this whole situation and this whole case has become so popular. I mean, it's really creepy and just adds a whole level of intrigue to this case. But ironically, this is also one of the very factors that is holding this all back. Because smiley faces aside, from an outside perspective, it seems very clear that...
Y ayuda, en este caso... Por favor, quiero que paren la competencia. Quiero que paren la competencia, por favor. Nos acaba de llegar una información muy difícil de entregar. No habíamos querido decir nada antes de chequear bien lo que estaba sucediendo porque compromete a personajes del canal.
As the participants were engaging in a heated competition, the host, Jean-Philippe, unexpectedly halts the program in the middle of a game with breaking news that a terrible, terrible accident had occurred, though not one on the show, but instead within the network itself. That morning, a team of workers from the TVN station, including famed presenters Felipe Camaroga and Roberto Bruce, along with numerous staff, had boarded a military aircraft to document the recovery efforts after the 2010 earthquake which had ravaged the country, with the plane heading for the island of Robinson Crusoe, a destination that they would sadly never reach, as Jean-Philippe would interrupt Calle 7 to share the devastating news that the plane had crashed into the ocean and that everyone aboard had likely been killed instantly, including the entire team that TVN had sent and some of the network's most prominent presenters. The news sent shockwaves across the entire country and especially the TVN network, with the on-air team having to report that their close friends and colleagues had tragically passed away. And over the course of the following days, numerous bodies would be found floating near the crash site, along with debris and eventually the craft itself. It was said that the flight had encountered heavy winds upon reaching their destination, leading to 2 failed landing attempts, and while making a large U-turn to try their 3rd landing attempt, the flight would disappear into the water, likely as a result of the craft running out of fuel. The interruption of the television program was and is considered a truly grim moment in the world of television, but the situation only gets more eerie as, upon searching the wreckage, divers would discover that the network's cameraman had been filming minutes before the crash, getting shots of each and every person aboard, all of whom were clueless to the fact that in just a few minutes' time, they would all be dead. It's unexplainably haunting watching a group of people unknowingly experiencing their final moments on this earth. But evidently, this footage wasn't the only morbid discovery. Within one of the camera's SD cards was a curious set of 6 images. Images that at a glance are not directly discernible, but once some effects are applied, start to become a bit more clear. As in the most infamous example, we see what appears to be a plane window, along with a large amount of water covering the lens, with the image being timestamped after the plane had impacted the water. And to make things even stranger, the SD card that was storing these images was allegedly found inside an empty water bottle. And though to my knowledge it has never been proven, these images introduce the idea that at the very least the cameraman, Romina Irazabel, was alive and even conscious after the crash, and snapped the pictures before placing the SD card in the water bottle in order to save them from corrupting in the salt water, which would also mean that he was alive and trapped aboard the broken vessel as it slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean, drowning with no hope of escaping the wreckage. To this day, the broadcast interruption, the footage, and the haunting unexplained final images cultivate into what can only be described as one of the darkest moments in TV history.
I am going to do something unthinkable. You want to stop? You stop!
Oh, this is miserable. This is unbelievable.
We don't know what has just happened right there.
All across my channel is endless proof that the internet can be a dark, unforgiving place. And unfortunately, it's become far too easy for data brokers to find our personal information, like our full legal names, personal emails, home addresses, and even our relatives. And if you don't believe me, try Googling yourself, and you'll probably see all sorts of information that you likely had no idea was just out there in the open. And as someone like myself who has been negatively affected by the availability of this information, I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to once again be sponsored by Aura, a company dedicated to helping our private information can stay private, or uses their advanced technology to identify data brokers that are exposing your information and automatically submitting opt-out requests on your behalf, which extends to junk mail and of course everyone's least favorite, telemarketing lists. On top of this, Aura monitors your emails and passwords to assure your information hasn't been involved in any sort of data breaches, even going as far as to search the dark web to see if any of your information may have ended up there. This way you can change your passwords to better protect yourself from hackers, as well as taking a series of other steps to help reclaim your information. So if this sounds like something that might be interesting to you, you can either keep letting people profit and exploit your private information, or you can go to aura.com/NeoCrowley to start your free 2-week trial.
They're probably just going to let this thing
into a parking
play
lot. Now
out.
he stopped. We'll see what happens
Go
here.
much
He
further.
has stopped. This may be the end of this thing.
We have one helicopter that is no more than 300 to 200 feet above this white Bronco that O.J. Simpson is in at this time.
There's something inherently captivating about watching a live police chase or standoff. Perhaps it's the danger of it all, the feeling that at any moment, anything can happen, as you sit there watching it all unfold with no way of knowing how it'll end. Now, some of these turn out to have comedic finales, going on to gain notoriety for just how outrageous they are.
This is like a comfortable stroll that this guy's just taken through the neighborhood.
Somebody, making the decision said, just let this guy go.
While others conclude in complete disaster.
Luckily, not a lot of people are just missing those cars into that power line there. Wow, and that is quite the ending to this pursuit.
And throughout the history of televised police chases and police standoffs, certain moments have left viewers shocked and traumatized by their abruptly disturbing endings. With one of the most recognized examples coming from all the way back in 1998, in the world's capital for this type of content.
This is Today in LA, First Edition, with Carla Arago.
It happened on April 30th at approximately 3 p.m. when residents in LA had their evening programming interrupted by breaking news. A standoff of sorts had been developing on the Harbor Freeway, one in which numerous stations, even those showing children's cartoons, would cut to. And glued to their screens, adults and children alike would watch as 40-year-old Daniel V. Jones would exit his vehicle and display a homemade banner that read, "HMOs are in it for the money, live free, love safe, or die," which was neatly placed on the ground as if he knew helicopters would be arriving to capture this unfolding dilemma. Daniel had been sick with cancer for some time and had just recently been diagnosed with HIV, something that he only blamed himself for. However, these illnesses led to a growing disdain for HMOs, or health maintenance organizations, and he would express his displeasure for them in a phone call to 911 at the very beginning of the incident. During the call, he relayed how he believed the organizations valued profits over the lives of him and countless others, and he wanted to expose them and all their harmful practices in front of the entire world. And now, he had his audience. So, with the whole world watching, Daniel entered his truck with his dog Gladys, lit a Molotov cocktail, and ignited a fire inside the vehicle, all while the broadcast stayed riveted on him. The scene was absolutely brutal, but it got even worse as he eventually exited the car, still on fire and now badly burned. And despite knowing that Daniel clearly had the intention of ending his life, the cameras just kept on rolling, and they continued to roll even as he brandished a shotgun, and followed through on his ultimate desire, as his life came to a gruesome end. All the while, thousands of children at home who were just trying to see their favorite cartoons watched on. The incident became a PR nightmare for the multiple stations that were live on the scene, and seriously called into question the morality of broadcasting incidents of this nature. But it seems that the ratings they received were just too good to ever stray away from the practice. In fact, if anything, this incident probably boosted their intrigue, as it was the ultimate example that anything can happen on live TV. And yes, despite the tragic result and its human toll, this incident ultimately gave rise to even more broadcasts of this nature that are still to this day a commonplace, with one in particular leaving a lasting impact on myself for nearly a decade now. It started the same as any other live police chase, with multiple stations interrupting their broadcast with that classic flashing breaking news text. It was the 27th of July, 2007 in Phoenix, Arizona, where we're thrust into the action of a high-speed chase occurring at roughly 12:30 p.m. According to the broadcast, this white pickup truck had crashed into a police cruiser upon being pulled over and took off for unknown reasons, prompting not only a hefty response by local police, but local news stations as well, as after only a few minutes, news helicopters were already in the sky, streaming the whole situation out to the world. At some point in this chase, police were able to use a spike strip and seemingly shred all the tires from the man's truck, prompting him to slow down drastically and eventually bring his car to a complete stop.
And it looks like they're probably just going to let this thing play out.
Stop. We'll see what happens
go
here.
much
He
further.
has stopped. This may be the end of this thing.
This led to the cameras in the sky scrambling to get that perfect shot, as the dramatic finale of this chase was growing ever so close, though no one could have imagined the tragic end that this was all headed for.
Well, he's taking off running.
Okay, now it's a foot chase.
Okay, now he's jumped into
Now he's in
another
another vehicle. Okay.
All right, they're
doors
closing
open,
in.
please.
Looks
Okay.
like they've.
Oh, jeez.
We're gonna pull out. We don't know what has just happened right there. It looks like the police have closed in on him. We don't know what exactly has transpired between the police.
As the camera is fixed in on the action, we see a brief moment of static before the broadcast cuts back to the studio, followed by a hurried commercial break as confusion seems to fill the set, leaving the audience baffled at how they could pull away from the footage at such a tense, important moment, causing many to change the channel in a hurry to see just how this thing would end, which is where many would be faced with the reality of what exactly they had just witnessed.
He commandeered another car.
Wait. I got a problem here. Okay. I got an accident. Go north. I got a helicopter down.
Oh, no. Connie is telling us she has a helicopter down. Oh, no, Connie. This is unbelievable. All right, well, we're going to leave that pursuit and find out. Oh, this is miserable. This is unbelievable. Connie, can you tell us, are you getting chatter? You would know more than us right now.
At this moment, while KNVX TV's helicopter, piloted by Craig Smith, along with cameraman Rick Krolak, was capturing the action, a separate helicopter piloted by Scott Bowerbank and cameraman Jim Cox from the KTVK station had been unknowingly heading directly towards them, and with all four men blinded by their obligation to capture this chase in real time, the two aircrafts would unexpectedly collide, leading to the free fall of both helicopters and the deaths of all four aboard. The footage was captured by both parties involved and shown live to who knows how many people, with both providing equally chilling moments, like in the original KNVX TV broadcast, where you can hear the faint yelling of one of the men on board.
Well, we don't know what has just happened right there. It looks like the police.
And in the KTVK helicopter, when Jim Cox says the line,
Now he's hitting eastbound, and he just hit some more barricades. Absolutely unbelievable. This guy doesn't care what he hits.
when in reality, the very craft he was in was mere moments away from barreling straight into the other news chopper. The entire scene is certainly one of the darkest police chases ever recorded, and to me what makes it all the more gut-wrenching is seeing the other news stations swarm to cover the crash, with many of those people forced to cover the incident being acquaintances and even good friends with the people they had just watched perish, leading to some genuinely heartbreaking reactions.
Holy crap! Oh no! Oh Jesus! Oh God! Oh my gosh! Hey, oh my God! Channel 15 and Channel 3 just had a mid-air collision. Just watch that whole thing. I'm good. I'm off your nose. I'll get back with you. I think it was Scott.
There's one thing I would request is please leave my family alone.
Nearly 18 years ago now, a strange phenomenon hit British tabloids as the papers began to report on a seemingly mundane man named Mick Philpott. As far as I could tell, he never seemed to go out of his way to acquire this fame, but rather the lifestyle he lived caused it to occur organically, and for all the wrong reasons. The then nearly 50-year-old man had recently become a father of 15, with the children split up between 5 different women, 2 of which he took turns living with in a sort of love triangle situation. And if the living arrangements and the sheer number of kids wasn't intriguing enough, He further gained infamy thanks in large part due to his attitude on working, as he refused to get a job and instead would allegedly scheme his way into getting exponential amounts of government benefits. And he did so all the while his pregnant wife and his pregnant girlfriend carried out full-time jobs. It's easy to find their living arrangements strange and maybe even a bit comical, but behind it all was actually a very legitimate dark side, as Mick had a habit of finding young vulnerable girls to essentially groom and impregnate. His now wife Mareed was just 18 years old at the time they began dating, and she was one of the older ones, as when he was 37 he struck up a relationship with a 14-year-old girl who eventually ran away with him at the age of 16. And this dark side of his gets worse when it's revealed that he was also a notorious domestic abuser, slapping and violently beating his past partners on numerous occasions, including one instance when he stabbed his ex-girlfriend 12 times, before then turning the knife on her mother who attempted to step in and help. His reason for doing this? Well, he didn't like that she spent so much time watching over a baby she was caring for. Thankfully, despite the traumatic injuries, the mother and daughter would survive the attack and go on to live normal lives. And because of this assault, Mick would receive the staggering prison sentence of 7 years. And by the 80s, he was a free man, continuing his nefarious activities all the while. For lack of a better word, Mick was a menace, who somehow was not only a free man after all the crimes he committed, but was also having his entire life funded by the very government that should have locked him away for so much longer. And with his name now in the press, mainly for his number of children, he would use his platform to complain that the benefits he received weren't enough, and that he wanted even more. This caused an even bigger stir in the tabloids, and it was only a matter of time before someone called him up to appear on TV, with Mick and his two lovers eventually being invited onto the Jeremy Kyle show, where Mick's temper would be put on full display.
You had a go at me. I said your kids, when they came here today, were well behaved and well mannered and well groomed. No newspapers said that, so you should be apologising to me, because I hadn't even started on you.
Listen, you want to start? You start! You start! See if I can! See if I can!
Are you sure? I did nothing.
Eventually, Mick would settle down, and his wife Mareed and girlfriend Lisa Willis were brought out to discuss their relationship further, to which the two surprisingly seemed very content, not backing down from their stance that there was nothing wrong with their feelings towards Mick.
Do you not get slightly peeved that she is Mrs. Mick and you're Mistress Mick?
No.
I'm being serious.
No, I don't. You don't bother me one bit.
Ending the program off on a surprising note for the host, who likely expected some sort of reaction from the pair, even getting frustrated to the point where he would lambast the girls for their laissez-faire attitude.
Where is your dignity? You're 22. Don't you want a bloke to yourself? He just said, I agree with you. When you grew up, did you think you were going to share your bloke with another woman?
I didn't actually know. But 2 mums is better for all the kids.
Or confusing?
No.
And as the show came to an end, so too did Mick's 15 minutes of fame, as the paper slowly began to find their next target, and the world continued on with Mick, his 15 kids, and multiple lovers out of mind. Until the year 2012, when his name would pop up once again for a much different reason.
Yeah, Terrace House. Yeah, but we've got the police on the way. Have you any idea what's caused the fire? I've no idea, mate, but it's woke up, I didn't know. There's smoke everywhere.
On May 12, 2012, Mick's home would catch on fire in the dead of night, while he, his wife Mareed, and their many children were sleeping peacefully. In the panic, the couple managed to escape with some of their kids, but tragically, 6 of them, all of whom were below the age of 10, would pass away in the blaze, having been stuck upstairs and inaccessible to any form of rescue. By the 16th of May, the story had reached far and wide of the tragedy that unfolded, with Mick and Mareed garnering widespread community support. Locals in the area would even band together and raise the money for the children's funeral, prompting the emotional pair to give a heartfelt thank you through the media.
I've actually been down to our home, and what we saw, we just cannot believe it. To see this community to come together like that, it's just too overwhelming. But there's one thing I would request is please leave my family alone. If you've got any questions or anything at all, please don't come through me or my family. Please go to the police.
And for many, this would have likely been the last they'd ever hear of this broken family, had it not been for a single discovery found within the home's debris. While sifting through the burnt remains of the house, police would discover gasoline in the mailbox, which when found at crime scenes is typically associated with arson, and coincidentally, the very morning of the fire, Mick just so happened to have a court hearing to obtain custody over he and Lisa Willis's children, the second woman who had appeared with Mick on the Jeremy Kyle show. Given that the general public had immediately stopped caring about this family after their appearance on TV, not many knew that Mick and Lisa had actually split up in the following years and were in the midst of a bitter custody dispute, leading to speculation that Lisa may have intentionally set Mick's home on fire as some sort of vindictive act. Or at least, that's what Mick wanted us to believe.
What did you say? Tell me what you said to me. What did you say about me trying to get in?
You tried everything you could to get in, like I said to him, I wanted to run through the flames, up the stairs.
Were you crying when you were saying it? How bad?
Not really bad, but I did cry.
That's hysterical.
There's a fingerprint on the window.
And that's it?
A few discrepancies. That's all it is.
It's my fault that half the family's gone. It's my fault we lost our children.
Upon doing an in-depth investigation which included bugging a hotel room that Mick and Marie were staying in, police would eventually capture a verbal confession that proved the married couple had actually been the ones to initially set the fire, along with their friend Paul Mosley. But why? Well, their goal wasn't actually to kill the children. It was instead to save them. In reality, they had planned on setting the fire in a way that Mick and Marie could swoop in at the last minute and save all the kids, as a way of making them appear as heroes, before going on to pin the fire on Lisa, and in turn having her arrested while they obtained custody of her children. It was an evil plan that was made so much worse when the fire spread too quickly, making the rescue of the children upstairs almost immediately impossible. And in his desperate attempt to gain even more children under his roof, Mick ended up killing 6 of his very own. It's particularly chilling watching the 3 of these people sitting in unison on that fateful program, none of whom knowing just how bitter things would turn, and how 2 of them would eventually become murderers, all in an attempt to frame the other. It's unspeakably dark. And thankfully this time, Mick Philpott will be kept in prison till the day he dies, exactly where he belongs.
There are a lot of accusations and allegations about what's happening.
I'm going to do something that is unthinkable.
Our next case is by far the most requested topic that I have ever received on this channel, as it seems to strike a chord with so many who watched the situation unfold live. It all started on the evening of June 25th, 2007, the night in which the WWE had been preparing to air a live 3-hour program known as Raw. The event was set to feature their usual star-studded list of wrestlers going head-to-head in Corpus Christi, Texas, though the morning of, out of the group of those star wrestlers, one man was missing: Chris Benoit. According to fellow wrestler Chavo Guerrero, he had received a voicemail from Benoit 2 days prior, where he was told that Benoit's wife Nancy and son Daniel had come down with food poisoning, before telling another co-worker the following day that Nancy was so sick that she had been vomiting blood. Guerrero would go on to state that the following morning he received vague text from Benoit, with some simply stating his address and another giving directions to where the dogs were being kept, and how the side door to the house was left unlocked. Texts that were sent around 3 a.m. and ignored by Guerrero, as he knew he would be seeing Benoit in just a few hours, given that he was going to be picking him up at the airport in preparation for the show. Though he would never hear from Benoit again.
Good evening. In reality, WWE superstar Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel are dead.
With the program growing nearer on the 25th, news would be relayed to the WWE that Chris Benoit, along with Nancy and Daniel, had been found dead within their home. The news came as a shock to the regularly scheduled Raw event. The decision was made to cancel the matches and instead showcase a tribute to the famed wrestler who so suddenly lost his life. And so on the evening of June 25th, 2007, the WWE would reflect on some of Chris Benoit's best moments in the circuit, along with their biggest stars giving personal accounts of just how much Benoit meant to them, with it all happening live and in real time the very night that Chris was found dead. Throughout the program, wrestlers like Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, and CM Punk, who was originally scheduled to fight Benoit that night, shared heartfelt memories of just how good a man Chris Benoit truly was, emphasizing his talent, work ethic, and the love he had for his family.
It was respect. It meant everything to him. Respect for this business, respect for the fans, respect for the wrestlers, respect for his family, respect for himself.
And for a moment, this all seemed to be exactly what the wrestling world needed, to bring everyone together in remembrance. But near the end, a shift seemed to occur following an interview given by William Regal, whose comments towards Benoit felt far more reserved than the others before him, who poured their hearts out over their fallen friend.
At a later date, I'll be quite happy to sit here and tell you all the things about Chris Benoit that I'd like to tell you. But now all I'm willing to say is that Chris Benoit was undoubtedly the hardest working man in professional wrestling.
According to some watching the program, the interview did feel a bit out of place, and apparently slightly threw off the vibe of the remaining show, as things felt far more stiff and reserved than at its opening. And there was good reason for this. When Regal was preparing to do this live interview, he was allegedly approached by fellow wrestler John Layfield, who pulled him aside and asked, "You think he had anything to do with it?" Initially, the thought had never even crossed his mind. In fact, he had a heartfelt message fully prepared to read in the moments leading to his interview. But something about that question made him pause, leading to his subsequent words being rather short and cautious, as the hesitation led to the creeping thought of, what if he really did have something to do with it? A thought that very few at the time had even considered, which looking back seems so surreal. As for those familiar with the case, you know exactly where this is headed.
We're now looking at this case and ruling it as a double homicide suicide. Evidence in the home leads us to believe that Mr. Benoit had murdered his wife by asphyxiation. Sometime shortly after that, the same for his son Daniel.
Over the previous days before Chris's tribute was aired, he would be the one to take the lives of his wife, son, and eventually himself. Benoit did so by drugging and strangling his son and wife, while leaving Bibles by their side, seemingly as a result of some type of mental breakdown. To this day, an exact motive is still not fully understood, but it likely had to do with a combination of multiple factors, with the most glaring being the head trauma that Benoit had suffered as a result of his profession. As following his death, Benoit's brain was studied by a neurologist who would go on to state that Benoit's brain was so severely damaged, it resembled the brain of an 85-year-old Alzheimer's patient. The gruesome scene uncovered at the family home by the hands of Chris Benoit makes this whole memorial program for him just seem so much more chilling, as not even 24 hours later, the man that was being so highly praised as a loving family man would be revealed to have been the one behind his own family's murder. And as disturbing as this all is, there's plenty of other chilling moments left behind by Benoit, with perhaps none more eerie than the promo he shot for another Raw event just a few years before his death.
My wife and my children will not be watching Raw, because I am going to do something that is unthinkable. I'm going to leave you with my anger. Sleep well.
July 7th, 2012.
Si dicen la verdad hasta el final, podrían ganar 50,000 soles.
television host Beto Ortiz opens up the very first episode of a brand new TV show called El Valor de la Verdad, or The Value of Truth. Throughout its airtime, the show would challenge contestants to answer a series of questions honestly, while strapped to a polygraph test. The test then monitors if the person is telling the truth or not, and with each correct answer, you earn more and more money, until you either choose not to answer a question, or until you're caught lying. Though there was a catch. The questions would get increasingly more difficult and embarrassing, and all the while you're answering them, you're seated directly next to your loved ones, with whom the questions were often based around. The whole program is incredibly cringe-inducing, but in a way that you can't quite take your eyes off. And in Peru, The Value of Truth was poised to become a breakout hit, thanks in large part to the success of this very first episode. In it, we're introduced to the contestant Ruth Thalia Sea Sanchez, a 19-year-old call center employee hoping to gain fame from the show, while being accompanied by her parents and boyfriend Brian Romero Lavea, and they could not have selected a better inaugural participant. Up until this point, Ruth had lived her life in a state of poverty, and the type of money offered by the program would be life-changing for both herself and her family, which might explain her openness on air, as throughout the entire program, Ruth answers each and every question with painful honesty. In one moment, she admits that she wishes that she were white, and in another, she stated how she was often embarrassed by her parents' manners, which she says as they sat directly across from her. You can feel the tension as each answer seems to drive a dagger into her parents' hearts, eventually leaving her mother in tears. And it only gets more painful from here as she was asked, "Are you with your crush until someone better arrives?" To which she says, yes, with her boyfriend watching on just feet away. And following this, the questions would become more and more intrusive, with Ruth eventually having to admit that in order to pay her bills, she worked at a nightclub as a stripper, which was news to all of her loved ones who sat there stunned by the revelation, especially her boyfriend Brian. A revelation that leads us to Ruth's final question and the most painful one of all. Have you ever accepted money in exchange for sex? A question which she would answer, yes, before promptly ending her time on the show 3 questions away from the finale.
Me retiro.
Se retira.
Me retiro.
The whole ordeal left everyone, including the audience, completely stunned. On one hand, many applauded Ruth for being so honest, and on the other, she was criticized for putting her family and her boyfriend specifically through this embarrassing line of questions, broadcast for the whole country to see. The cringe-inducing episode became so popular that the station supposedly aired it each weekend for a staggering 12 weeks straight. The show and Ruth herself became instant phenomenons, and in a sense, this did bring Ruth some of the fame that she so desperately desired, making appearances on multiple news programs in the following weeks and becoming a legitimate household name in Peru. And the finances helped her situation too, as she walked away with 15,000 soles, or about $5,800 back then. And for a moment, it seemed as if the pain of releasing all this private information might have actually been worth it. Until the day she vanished. Out of nowhere, Ruth suddenly went radio silent, missing appointments and failing to answer her phone while her home sat vacant. For 10 days straight, there was no sign of the young star, prompting a massive search of the area she lived in, with those same loved ones that had accompanied her on The Value of Truth helping lead the search efforts. Until eventually, police would happen across her lifeless body, buried in a shallow grave. She had died of asphyxiation, a clear-cut case of murder, and there was only ever one suspect. Just before Ruth had vanished, she would make an appearance on TV in which she appeared lower energy than normal, expressing her sadness in the fact that her and her boyfriend Brian had broken up, likely as a result of the embarrassment brought about by the show. And with this in mind, Brian had been questioned about his role in her disappearance, and eventually admit to everything. Angered by the embarrassment that Ruth had caused him in front of the entire nation, and feeling as if he was owed a certain percentage of the money that Ruth had earned, Brian would visit Ruth's home and drug her with sleeping pills, before proceeding to assault her, and eventually hang her. He would then bury her body in the hopes that she would never be found. Years later, Brian would be found guilty of Ruth's murder, and receive the punishment of life in prison. Despite its very first episode leading to a prolific murder case, The Value of Truth remained a hit show for years to follow, until it would eventually fizzle out and be taken off the air, leaving in its wake a multitude of embarrassing memories, and one of the darkest moments in TV history.
It's very profound. Wow. This place is awesome. Someday that'll be me up there.
It's the van.
So this is the store where the American pickers from TV sell their picks. Their picks? Is that how that works? Oh, look. It's Blake Shelton.
That is so creepy.
What are those?
Wait, so this is like an actual Jack Daniels store? I've seen it all. It's flannel season bottle opener. Oh, wow. $35.
So I have no idea what the heck this place was that we walked into. There were lots of machines and stuff that I really know nothing about. And let's just say I was very confused, okay?
I have no idea what this thing is. I don't know what this thing is either.
This is where they made the whiskey?
Is this like a big pencil sharpener? What is that? Can we go in?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they remember me.
Wait, so what do we do? This is so weird.
Then you turn it like this, and that will call up the operator.
I'm definitely getting the Nashville vibes from this place. Felt like a man walking around through there.
Grand Old Opry.
It's a telly. Yee doggy.
So not only did I visit the Grand Old Opry, but I also got an exclusive backstage tour because I'm a YouTuber. No, just kidding. They run these every 15 minutes. Now again, they didn't let us film in here, so I had to be sneaky. So here we have a room. Here's another one. Oh my gosh. What are all my subscribers doing here?
I'm so mad they didn't let us film in there. What's up, dudes? This is the coolest restaurant ever.
Me.
What? Yum. Hot. The biggest building I've ever seen in my life. They actually have fish in there.
So with nearly 3,000 rooms, Opryland is considered one of the biggest hotels in the world, and it's where I'm going to be spending the rest of my trip here in Nashville.
I'm in shock. I have no words for this right now. Oh my god, look. And this is all real, I think. Oh my god, it is. Wait, is there more?
There's more?
Oh. I've never seen anything like that before. $450. And this is a whole different area now. I feel like you could spend a year exploring this place. Nice. So this is a whole nother area. So that's where we just were, and that's where we started. I don't think we definitely haven't seen this. I don't know if we've seen this either. I see something opening up over there. So let's go see the Garden Conservatory then. Oh my god. I can see why they call it the Garden Conservatory here. Wow. Should we go up? Or should we go down? Wanna go up? Another waterfall. How many waterfalls can a place have? Jeez. Holy cow. You see how big these leaves are? What the? They're like 20 feet long. I have no idea what's going on here. We're on the first floor now, and it just adds a whole nother perspective to it. It's like we're in a jungle, literally. Guys, I seriously, I might just live here. My God, it's like we're entering a cave system here.
We're deep in the heart of the jungle. There are dangers around every corner.
Ow. Ow. I'm dying. I'm gonna come here tonight and just get lost and potentially never found. These are seriously the biggest leaves I've ever seen in my life. They gotta be at least 10 feet long. I don't even know what these are. Oh, it's sticky. Ew. Saw it. Another waterfall. Oh my God, this is crazy. It's unbelievable. Oh, that's creepy. What would they keep in there? Winston, oh my God. I miss you so much. There's 6,000 different plants in here. 6.
Oh yeah, look at
I got my sweet tea. Just stopped and got some lunch. And now we're gonna do a little bit more exploring. Just a little bit bigger than the one I have in my house. Just a little bit. 10 likes and I'll play the elevator game. Let's take a look at the room. Nice little sink there. Oh my God. I can get used to this. So nothing really crazy, just really nice looking room, but the coolest part is out here. What a view! I cannot wait to wake up and just look out here. Oh, this is so comfortable. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. It actually looks better at night. Yeah. I can't believe it. What is this? What? But look, that's crazy. I have been baptized. I'm amazed by every little thing here, I swear. Fitness center, pool. Well, maybe we can go for a dip. Where is this leading us to? What? That's so weird. They provide earphones? This is terrifying. Oh, here's the pool. It's time that I come clean about why I'm actually here. I came here because apparently Opryland is haunted. Can I go back to bed? Oh, wait. Oh my God, wait, that actually just moved. It actually worked! I've done a video on Charlie before and it didn't even come close to working, so this is a good sign. And it said I get to go back to bed, so I guess I'll just dab on over. Fucking book it, man. See you later, boys. Oh, see you in a couple hours. Oh, I feel like death. That was a bad idea, but it felt so good. This is normally the point in the day where I'm like, should I go out and exercise? And I'm always like, no. But today, I can't answer that question for me. I have to ask the board. Charlie, should I get some exercise today? Wait, was that movement? I don't know. Oh, is that convincing enough? I don't know. Oh my God. Since when does this work? What the hell? There's no way this game is legit, but the fact that it's even working has got me stressed. Oh wait, I have to exercise now. Oh man, it's like 30 degrees outside. I really don't want to do this. You're coming with me. Ready to go for a walk?
my God! Okay, it's happening.
I can't feel my hands. This is pure misery out here. It's starting to rain a lot harder. Screw you, Charlie. This was a bad idea. He's enjoying it though. All right, we just finished our 1 mile walk. Okay, half a mile walk, but I rounded up. As you can see, a little bit rosy red here. I can't feel anything. Jesus, and it's not even winter yet. My nose is starting to run. I think I got a cold from doing that. So now I'm wondering, should I stay home and be antisocial? Or should I actually be social? Time to ask Charlie. Charlie, should I spend the rest of the day alone like every other day? Oh, I'm gonna need a little more movement than that, honestly. Are you serious? I'm suing. I am suing Charlie. Charlie, should I be antisocial today? Oh my God. Okay, first of all, man, Charlie must really care about me. I don't know what's going on here. The air conditioning is not on. It could be like a draft or something. Like, I'm not gonna assume anything. Let me know in the comments what you think is the cause for this. All I know right now is that I have to go be social.
Hi, welcome back to my channel. I just bought this hat. Really cute.
7. Hi, so I'm being social and I'm taking you out on a nice date. I decided to take you for a really nice date.
You're so sweet. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to the local Walmart.
The Walmart?
Come on, it'll be fun. Welcome to the date. Okay, so I'm back at home now. Allison is feeling a little bit under the weather.
No, don't film me.
So we have a big decision here to make. This is gonna be very important. So since Allison isn't feeling well, Charlie, should I pull the plug and just end the misery now? It said yes. It has been very nice knowing you.
Wait, what did you ask?
I'm pulling the plug.
Wait, I'm not on a plug.
I'm pulling the plug.
I'm not on a plug.
I pulled the plug.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Rest in peace. Charlie just coming in clutch right now. We're about to go and get some dinner, and I'm thinking, should we healthy or should we get Burger King? Let's ask. Well, I didn't ask a question yet. Frickin' Charlie. Wanna shut the hell up, Charlie? Wanna let me speak, Charlie? Charlie, should I eat healthy food tonight? Charlie, what the hell's going on?
Maybe resituate the pen.
I can see your shadow trying to move it, by the way. Exposed. Charlie, you son of a bitch. Shoot me straight, Charlie. Can we just get some Burger King? I'm hungry, man. Charlie, I am hungry. Wait, did it move? Oh, I thought it... What? Oh my God. It actually moved.
Well, it just told us we shouldn't get Burger King.
So no Burger King, eh, Charlie?
Sorry, Charlie.
Alright, I feel like I have disgraced Charlie enough for one lifetime after today. So I think it's time to switch over to the Ouija board. So I am a huge Buffalo Bills fan. That's why I hate everything. And there just happens to be a primetime Monday night game against the New England Patriots tonight. Long story short, if you don't follow sports, the Bills are terrible and the Patriots are amazing. I don't even know if I should watch or not. And I was kind of debating back and forth whether I should or shouldn't. So I'm going to the board. I'm gonna ask the board if I should watch the game tonight. I kind of hope she says no, just to spare me. If there's a spirit here that would like to communicate, you may do so through this board. Should I watch the Bills game tonight? Oh my God, that's so creepy. Oh my God, stop. I hate this. Okay, guys, I shit you not, like this is actually disturbing to me, because usually this stuff doesn't work for me, but now all of a sudden Charlie and the Ouija board is working. What is happening today? Are the Bills going to win tonight? It just moved over yes again. Ew, okay. Okay, thank you for your service. What? Thank you for speaking with me tonight. Goodbye. Guess we're watching the Bills game tonight. I totally forgot that I had homework that's due tomorrow. I could not do it, hypothetically, and just kind of like embrace the L. Maybe I should do it. I gotta ask the board. If there's a spirit here that wishes to communicate, you may do so through this board. Should I do my English homework? Or should I just take that out? No. Alright, thank you for talking with me. Yeah, you got the fucking thing stuck here. Thank you for speaking with me. You may do so through this board. Alright, have a nice day. Thank you, spirit. I'm one of those people that's always like, oh, Ouija boards, they're not real. But when this thing starts moving, I gotta say, it's creepy. I will just say that. It is creepy. Alright, I'll give it that. Let's do this homework. This is a really pretty angle.
I think that's good enough for today.
Alright guys, so it is now officially the next day, and overall
So, that's what Elisa did. Day 1, she called home after reaching the Cecil Hotel, and she called home the second and third days as well. But Lamb's phone call home on the 4th day of her trip would be the last time that her parents would ever hear from her. It was the start of February 2013 now, and days had gone by without anyone hearing from Elisa. To make things stranger, Elisa was supposed to have left LA at this point and should have been in Santa Cruz for the last leg of her trip. But strangely, Elisa hadn't checked out of her room at the Cecil Hotel. Due to this, police were notified and an official investigation was soon underway. Upon searching her room, police found most of Lamb's belongings, and there was no sign of a struggle. They searched all the hotel rooms that they legally could, as well as the surrounding area of the hotel and the roof, but they found nothing. Elisa Lamb had vanished. After doing some initial investigation, police discovered something strange. When Elisa had booked her room at the Cecil Hotel, she actually booked a shared room. The shared room was a way for her and her randomly selected roommates to save money. However, this arrangement didn't last long. Elisa's roommates quickly became concerned by her, quote, certain odd behavior, and they wanted her out. The hotel obliged and ended up giving Elisa her own hotel room. Now this is as specific as this detail gets, but as this case progresses, this detail would become more and more important. With no leads and the hotel being thoroughly combed over, nearly 2 weeks would go by with no forward movement on the case, and her parents began to grow more and more concerned that she may never be found. But a massive break in the case was coming. On February 14th, the LAPD released surveillance video of Elisa inside of an elevator at the Hotel Cecil. In this video, she is seen getting into the elevator and strangely hitting every single button to every floor. She then steps back in the corner and waits. She appears calm, but this doesn't last long. It seems as though Elisa is scared and hiding from something. As she steps out of the elevator, she appears disheveled and is clearly on edge. She then tries pressing all of the buttons on the elevator again, and the strange behavior continues from there. The elevator door opens and shuts a few times randomly, but Elisa is not captured on camera at any other point after this. This footage is dark and obviously very strange, and many have offered theories as to what was actually going on with Elisa at this time. But before we go over those, it is important to know the rest of Elisa's story. This footage proved to be a big break for investigators, as it clued them into the fact that Elisa mentally was not right at the time of her disappearance. But strangely, this supposedly was the only camera that had captured Elisa that night, which that alone is shocking considering how big this hotel was. But because of this, police still had no idea where Elisa had gone. To them, Elisa could still be in the hotel, or she could be 1,000 miles away by now. As the investigation slowed yet again, operation at the Cecil Hotel carried on as normal, but guests were beginning to complain about a seemingly ongoing and growing issue. The water pressure in people's showers seemed to be extremely low, and for some guests, the water was coming out discolored, and in some cases even black. Also, those who drank the tap water and used it to brush their teeth complained about a strange taste in the water. It was clear that the hotel was having a malfunction with their water tanks, and a repairman was sent up to address the issue. Santiago Lopez was the man tasked with this duty, and he figured the problem would be an easy fix. But as he reached the roof and opened the latch of one of the water tanks, Lopez was shocked by what he saw. Floating inside of the giant water tank was Elisa Lam's lifeless, decaying body. Over the past 19 days, residents at the hotel had been showering in water that Elisa Lam's body had been floating in. Many had drank the water too, which explains why guests complained of poor taste and why the water was coming out discolored. This disturbing note aside, what was even more disturbing was the notion of how Lam could have even ended up in the water tank in the first place. Because of the state that Elisa's body was found in, and the fact that it had started to severely decompose in the water, investigators were not able to do a complete and full autopsy. But despite this, they came to the conclusion that Elisa had entered the tank by herself and accidentally drowned. Which, yes, this is another accidental drowning, which is just a weird coincidence after my last video. And with the conclusion of accidental drowning, Elisa Lam's case was officially closed. But so many questions still remain. What was happening during the footage taken of Elisa in the elevator? And how could she have ended up not only on the hotel's roof, but inside of its giant water tank? The idea that Elisa Lam was murdered is a very interesting one. For starters, in the surveillance footage, it appears that Lam was hiding from someone and trying to escape. Perhaps someone was inside of the hotel and was hunting her down. In this particular theory, it would make the most sense if her murderer was an employee of the hotel. Think about it. This would explain why no other security footage captured her in the hotel prior to her death. An LA hotel in that area would almost have to be covered with cameras, but maybe the employee erased the tapes, or he knew a route that he could take without her being picked up by cameras. Also, this would explain how she got access to the roof and how she got into such a giant water tank. Another indication of this was also found during the investigation. Police dogs were brought into the scene to see if they could locate Elisa before her body was found. They sniffed the entire hotel and the majority of the roof, but had never caught a trace of her. Perhaps this is an indication that someone covered their tracks and cleaned their trail up, and this wouldn't have looked suspicious because they would literally be an employee. And there's another thing that people frequently point to when discussing the murder theory, and that has to do with the elevator itself. Something very clearly isn't right with this elevator, and it's easy to miss at first. The entire time that Elisa is in and out of the elevator, pressing all of its buttons, the door doesn't close once. It remains open for 3 straight minutes, which is not something that normally happens on an elevator, especially once a button has been pressed. And at one point, the elevator starts to close slightly and then immediately opens up, despite the fact that she wasn't in the doorway to trigger the sensor. This makes very little sense, but could be an indication that an employee of the hotel was manipulating the elevator and toying with her before they eventually killed her. If this is true, then it would appear that this would have been a sick game that this murderer was playing with Elisa, which is an absolutely horrifying thought. While watching this footage and doing more research, it also appears that the video skips forward at some points, and some claim that a full minute of recording was removed from the footage. Also, it seems that Elisa does in fact speak at certain points of the recording, but people claim that her mouth appears extra pixelated when she does so that you can't decipher the words that she was saying. Again, this could be a sign of editing, and who better to do this than an employee of the hotel who would have had access to the tapes, along with more than enough time to make the edits. Despite this being a strong theory, it is worth noting that the murder would not necessarily have to be an employee. It just helps the case. The Cecil Hotel was centered in a pretty seedy part of town, and the day before Elisa had passed away, she made a blog post stating that, "I'm going out tonight. I really hope no creeper comes near me. Seriously though, those Italian and Mexican guys go after you strong, show the slightest inclination, and they hound you," which, yikes, but this post could have been an indication that someone was coming onto her and creeping on her. Maybe they eventually murdered her. An indication of this could be the fact that Elisa's phone was never found. It wasn't in her hotel room, and it wasn't with her in the water tank where she was discovered. This detail becomes even more strange when multiple posts were shared on her blog after Lamb had already perished. This could point to the idea that Lamb was not only murdered, but robbed of some of her belongings that she had on her at the time. But with all this being said, it's worth noting that Lamb may have just timed these posts to go live at a certain time before she died. And also, when it came to the condition of her body, there was no signs of physical trauma, which does cast some doubt on this theory. Our next theory, and undoubtedly the creepiest, deals with the paranormal. The Cecil Hotel has one of the darkest histories of any hotel that I've ever heard of. Much to my surprise, this is actually the same hotel in which the Black Dahlia had vanished from decades ago. Also, serial killers Richard Ramirez and Jack Unterweger both called this hotel their home at certain points. Along with this, a violent murder was committed there in 1964, and there have been 15 confirmed suicides at the hotel since its opening. Because of this, many believers in the paranormal state that the Cecil Hotel is incredibly haunted. But what does this have to do with Elisa's death? Well, when the footage of Lamb in the elevator was first published, many noticed that it almost looked as if she was playing the elevator game. For those who don't know, the elevator game is a ritualistic game that supposedly takes you to another dimension. To play this game, you need an elevator that goes up at least 10 floors. You then follow a complex set of rules until eventually a woman walks into the elevator. She will ask you where you're going, but you must not look at her or speak to her. The elevator will then go down to the first floor, and you will be transported to another world, one where you were the only one present. Now this game has always creeped me out, even if I don't necessarily believe it. And the scariest part is the fact that apparently one small mistake in this ritual can lead to serious consequences. And perhaps this is what happened to Elisa Lamb. Maybe she had been playing the elevator game, and things went horribly wrong, as she made an error while performing the ritual. This would explain why it looked as if she was running and hiding from something that we couldn't see. Perhaps this was some sort of paranormal entity that only she could see at the time. This could explain why the elevator began to close and then quickly opened again as if someone was standing there, because maybe something was standing there. All in all, this theory is certainly out there, but it would explain why this case is so unexplainable. I mean, maybe this really was a case of the elevator game gone wrong. Now there's one more thing that I want to add to this before I give the final theory and my personal opinion on what happened. But I don't really know what it means or how it fits in with anything, and at the end of the day, this is basically just a weird fact about this case. In the time that Elisa Lamb had perished at the Cecil Hotel, a deadly outbreak of tuberculosis was ravaging the surrounding area. Now you may be wondering, okay, what is so significant about that? Well, those who showed symptoms were then administered a test to see if they truly had tuberculosis or not. This test had been around since 2009, so 4 years before this event. But guess what the name of this test was? Lamb Elisa. Like, what? I mean, like I said, I don't know what this means, and it definitely means nothing, but that is such a strange and crazy coincidence, right? Okay, sorry, I just had to throw that in there. Now let's get on with the final theory. Our final theory is that officials in this case actually got it right. Well, that's the first time I said that on this channel. Elisa very clearly had a history with mental illness and had been diagnosed with both depression and bipolar disorder. To cope with this, Elisa took 4 separate prescriptions to manage her symptoms. Though a full autopsy was not able to be done, it was discovered by testing her blood that she had not been taking her medication properly at the time that she had died. Perhaps this caused her to hallucinate and act strange, thus explaining her actions in the elevator and why she was placed into another room without roommates. And based off of her toxicology report, it seemed that Lamb may have been suffering from a mental breakdown whilst she was in the elevator. So though this elevator footage seems extremely unnatural, the truth is that she was likely just having a breakdown. I mean, the misuse of her medication, coupled with her mental disorders, could have caused her to imagine that someone was chasing her or that something was out there. And with bipolar disorder specifically, this would explain why she frantically goes from calm to panicked in the 4-minute span. But this theory comes with one glaring issue. How did she end up in the water tank? Well, in order to access the roof, she would have needed to go through a locked door that only employees had the passcode to. If she even tried to force the door open, then an alarm would have been set off and she would have been caught. So getting up there alone through this door seems extremely unlikely. But then there's the issue of getting into the water tank. Employees used ladders to look into the tank and to work on the tanks, and it was confirmed that none had ladders propped up against them, meaning that Elisa did not use one to get inside. Also, the hatch on the tank was closed when Santiago Lopez discovered Elisa's body. So how could she have closed it after she had fallen in? Her even making it into the tank would have been difficult enough, but once she had fallen in, she would have had no way to shut that hatch. Now these facts alone seem to completely discredit this theory, but upon doing some research, I found this video which shows someone getting onto the roof of the Cecil Hotel without triggering any alarms. And they were able to do so by going out the fire escape and climbing a ladder to the roof. This video proves that Lamb could have gotten to the roof undetected that night, and it also shows us that the hatches on the water tanks were sometimes left opened, meaning that Lamb could have jumped onto the tank and either purposefully or accidentally fallen in. I'm still unsure of how she was able to close the door behind her, but at this point I would not be surprised if maybe this was just a mistake on the initial report. And as for her missing phone, she actually posted a blog post days before her death, telling her followers that she had misplaced it. There is no evidence to suggest that she found it after that, so presumably she would not have had a phone on her at the time of her death. Now personally, here's what I think happened. I think she used the fire escape to get onto the roof of the hotel that night. I mean, she frequently took pictures from rooftops of other hotels, so getting up there would have been entirely possible for her. Now, along with this, I believe that her misuse of medication was causing her to hallucinate, and I believe that she genuinely thought that someone was chasing her. Now, once up there, then maybe she climbed onto the taller roof and from there jumped on top of the water tank. And then, in an attempt to hide from her non-existent threat, she jumped inside the water tank and drowned. When her body was discovered, perhaps the employee had simply just stated that the hatch was closed behind her in order to avoid the fact that they were frequently left open. Doing this would absolve the hotel of some liability, and I actually think that the hotel pushed the narrative that it would have been practically impossible for her to get onto the roof in order for them to avoid even more liability. Because in reality, anyone could have accessed the roof that day. I mean, sure, there are cracks and there are plenty of unanswered questions, and I still have my suspicions of a possible murder, but with the evidence provided, I'm content with the conclusion that this case may not have been as dark as many of us originally thought. But regardless of what happened that night, the case of Elisa Lam is one that has kept many of us up at night, and it is one that has left a lasting impact on our world.
It all going on for her. She was a nursing student at the University of Massachusetts, and it was there that she was on the track team, the cross-country team, and she even made the dean's list.
Who can relate?
Also, she had a long-term boyfriend with whom she planned to marry. Couple all this with the fact that she was surrounded by a solid group of friends and a family that clearly loved her. Her life appeared to be one that a lot of people would love to have. Good grades, good relationship, good friends, and a good family. She seemed to have it all going for her. But as is always the case, there's more to a person than what meets the eye. And in Maura's case, this was especially true. Now, I hate to bring up old dirt on her. It feels inappropriate because I don't want to paint her out to be the villain in this scenario, because she obviously wasn't. But all this information you're about to hear is relevant to figuring out what actually happened to Maura, so for that case, I had to include it. Before Maura's enrollment at UMass, she was actually a student at West Point, a prominent military school. And it was there that she actually met her boyfriend. And it was also there that she was expelled. Maura had gotten caught stealing $5 worth of makeup. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but that was enough to get her kicked out of that school. But this situation exposed a side of her that seemingly no one knew about and no one understood. A side of her that neglected laws and would eventually wind up getting her in a lot more trouble. Maura's next run-in with the law came when she was busted for credit card fraud. She was caught using a stolen credit card. But throughout this all, it was strange because Maura's family and Maura's friends never really saw this dark side of her. They all seemed to view her as perfect, which is going to come into play later. Now, this credit card fraud was not her last run-in with the law. Her last run-in with the law actually took place 2 days before her disappearance. On the 7th of February of 2004, Maura drove her car off the road and smashed it into a guardrail. And there are two key takeaways from this situation. The first of which being the car actually belonged to her father. And it was said that this accident reportedly cost him between $8,000 and $10,000, which is a ton of money. And the second thing is that though she wasn't arrested, the officer allegedly believed that she had been under the influence. And when later asked about it, the officer apparently said that he could have and should have arrested her, but for whatever reason he didn't. Which kind of makes no sense, but yeah, I have no idea. And it was this accident where things really started to take a turn for the worst for Maura. The day after the accident, Maura emailed all her teachers and told them that she would not be attending school for the week, with her reason being that there was a death in the family. Then she cleaned out her entire dorm room, packed her stuff in the car, and drove off into the night, without telling anyone where she was going. Now, it was later revealed, thanks to her search history, that Maura was actually headed for New Hampshire, and more specifically the White Mountain National Forest. Now, the fact that she had inexplicably taken off and headed towards the mountains may sound very sketchy, and in a lot of ways it is, but the truth is that Maura was someone who really enjoyed hiking. So maybe she just wanted to get away for a little bit, go hiking in the wilderness, and be alone. But what makes it sketchy is that there hadn't actually been a death in her family. So she had lied about that. And also, if she was really going for a hike, why would she take her entire amount of belongings with her? I mean, it just makes no sense. Now, the situation only got stranger when Maura was caught on a security camera depositing basically all the money she had from an ATM. From there, she had apparently gone into a liquor store and purchased $40 worth of alcohol. And it was just hours after that purchase that Maura again crashed her car, but this time into a snowbank. Now, supposedly, the crash had happened at about 7:25 p.m. And just minutes later, a neighbor who had witnessed the crash called it into the police. Now, a second call was made to the police as well, but this one being at 7:43 p.m. And the call was placed by a bus driver who had actually pulled up alongside Maura's vehicle, got out, and asked her if she needed any help. But instead of asking for help, Maura asked for the exact opposite. She begged the man not to call the police and begged the man to just leave her alone. However, the man ended up ignoring her plea and called the police as soon as he got home. And police arrived on the scene just 3 minutes after he placed this phone call. But when they got up to the car, they realized that no one was in there. Maura was gone. Now, despite countless searches of the woods nearby and hundreds of volunteers searching for Maura, she was never found. It seemed like Maura had disappeared off the face of the earth. And to this day, we have no explanation as to what happened. And because of this lack of explanation, there has been endless speculation, which has led to a countless number of theories. And most of them are really dark. Now, I want to add a disclaimer here that we are about to be talking about suicide, and it's going to be a talking point for basically the rest of the video, but I would recommend clicking off if that's something that makes you uncomfortable. Now, our first theory is that Maura Murray had committed suicide. Now, I want you all to think about this. This girl is in an extremely difficult nursing program. She's juggling 2 jobs and a long-distance relationship. She had been expelled from military school and she had had multiple run-ins with the law, and at this point she was still in legal hot water. Also, she had just crashed her dad's car and cost him 10 grand, and now she had just crashed her own car. I mean, that is some serious stress. That type of stress is unimaginable. I mean, she clearly wasn't a perfect person, but her parents seemed to think that she was, and her parents seemed to expect perfection out of her, which just adds more stress onto her. I mean, maybe she snapped. Maybe she decided that she's leaving school and she's going off into the woods to commit suicide. Or maybe she was just going off into the woods to get away from everything, and then once she crashed her car again, she decided to commit suicide. It was also reported that Maura's sleeping pills were missing from her car when police searched it. And you know what else was missing? Some of the alcohol she had bought. I mean, that combination could potentially be deadly and could be certainly used as a way of suicide. Now, also, while we're on the topic of alcohol, it was said that there were multiple stains in the car that could have been wine stains, which could point to the fact that perhaps Maura was intoxicated at the time of the crash, something that she allegedly had a history of. And this could explain why she didn't want the police involved, and this could have led her to run out of her car, run into the woods, and commit suicide. There are so many things that could have just made her snap that day, which is why I personally like this theory. I hope it's not true, but it just seems so believable. And because of this, it's certainly become one of the most popular theories involving this case. But it does have its issues. For starters, police had arrived just minutes after Maura had been seen in her car. So how could she have disappeared into the woods so quickly without leaving a single trace? And when police went looking for her, how could she have avoided them? And also, if she had committed suicide, how could they have never found her body? I mean, that area was probably searched so heavily that there's no way they would have missed a body. So because of that, yes, this theory is still possible, and there's clearly a motive for it. But at the same time, where could her body have gone? I mean, because they had never found a body, I can't get on board fully with this theory. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, Maura seemed to be in a very happy and healthy relationship. Well, even though it may have seemed that way, it turns out it may not have been so healthy after all. So apparently her relationship was a lot rockier than a lot of people thought. And this was a belief that was confirmed by a draft in her emails that she was supposedly going to send to her boyfriend, which detailed some of the problems they were having in their relationship. Also, there were rumors out there that people believed Maura's boyfriend was abusive and controlling. And not only this, but a man attending UMass actually claimed that he was in a relationship with Maura as well. So apparently she was in 2 different relationships. And this man also claimed that she was quite the flirt on the track team and that she had actually slept with a number of different people whilst in this relationship. So I understand that a lot of this is probably speculative, and hopefully this wasn't really the case, but if it was, how could it have related to her disappearance? Well, think about this. Assuming all these claims are true, then what would happen if she would have gotten pregnant? What if her secret boyfriend had gotten her pregnant? I mean, that would be a bad look for her, and then she would have to tell her boyfriend, who would obviously know that it wasn't his kid because it was a long-distance relationship. I mean, geez, that would be a horrible thing to have to explain to him. And as mentioned before, there were claims that this long-distance boyfriend was actually abusive and controlling, so who knows what he would have done to her after he found this out. And not only this, but what if one of the random guys she supposedly slept with, what if they had gotten her pregnant? Then she had to explain to both her boyfriends that she had gotten pregnant from another man. I mean, what a terrible and stressful situation. And no matter who would have gotten her pregnant in this story, the baby would be brought up in a horrible situation. And there's probably going to be all sorts of custody issues, because her father is either her secret boyfriend, her abusive boyfriend, or some random guy. So if you're Maura in this situation, what would be the best thing you could do? Well, maybe it could be to disappear. Now, I saw this theory online, and at first I loved it. I mean, what a powerful motive for her to disappear and start a new life. The motive to protect her child and to keep that child safe no matter what. I mean, obviously a mother will go to the ends of the earth to protect her child, but then this theory came crashing down. And that's because of one simple fact. A fact that had totally slipped my mind up until now. The alcohol. If she had really disappeared to start a new life for her unborn child, then the last thing she would be doing is buying alcohol and drinking alcohol. I mean, everybody knows you're not supposed to drink when you're pregnant, so because of this, I have to say this theory doesn't make sense. But the pregnancy still is a possibility, and maybe the stress of this pregnancy could have caused her to commit suicide, but the theory that she had disappeared to protect her child is no longer one that I can even consider. So before we get into our last theory, I want to make this claim right here, right now. I want to talk about what I personally think happened and what I'm still unsure of. To me, I believe that once Maura had crashed her car, she ran off into the woods. She was stressed and she was in a horrible situation, so I really believe that she just snapped and she got out of the car and she ran off. I mean, if even half the stuff we've talked about today was true, then I would have done the same. I mean, her life was seemingly closing in on her. But it's after she leaves that car, which is where I really have no idea what happened. Could it have been suicide? Could she have started a new life? Or could it be our next theory? Our third theory is that Maura was abducted and most likely murdered. I mean, it would explain why she was never found and how she had disappeared from the area seemingly right after someone had just seen her. And maybe some helpful driver had pulled up alongside her right after the bus driver and offered to help her out and comforted her and lured her into their car and then did God knows what to her. I mean, no matter what she told the bus driver, she was in need of help. And also, if she had gotten out of her car and started running away, this theory would still make sense. I mean, she still could have been stopped by a car, or by a hiker, or by somebody who offered her some help, but in turn ended up kidnapping her. I mean, there are so many different scenarios where this could have happened. But if this really was the case, then where are all the suspects? Well, admittedly at first there weren't many, but after 8 years, the internet became convinced that they had found her killer. And that was thanks to this video. Okay, so what does this creepy video have to do with her disappearance? Well, first let's take a look at the name of this account, which by the way, this account has long since been deleted, but here was the initial name of this account. 112 Dirtbag. Now, Maura had disappeared off of Route 112, and Maura's father had gone on record and called whoever had abducted her or whoever had killed her a dirtbag. So that alone is pretty weird, but there's much more. So the video ends with the title screen, Happy Anniversary. And interestingly enough, this video was posted on February 9th, 2012, exactly 8 years after Maura's disappearance, or in other words, the 8th year anniversary of her disappearance. So couple this with the fact that he is laughing at the camera and winking at the camera, it seemed clear what this video could be. I mean, it seemed like it was Maura's killer kind of mocking everyone and laughing at everyone because he had gotten away with this crime. I mean, the username and the happy anniversary thing, I mean, that is just way too convenient, and that was 100% a reference to this case, clearly. Now, the identity of this person in this video was actually later discovered, and his real name is Alden Olson, and he lives in Massachusetts, where Maura had attended college. So case closed, right? Well, all these years later, and he still hasn't been arrested. And as of now, he's not even considered to be a suspect. And to make things even crazier, this was all later shockingly disproved, and it was revealed that Olson really had nothing to do with it. And weirdly enough, this guy actually has a blog, and he kind of talks about the case, and it seems like he's actually trying to solve the case at the same time. So I guess Olson's motive for posting this video was to push this case back into the public eye, which I guess is a good motive. I mean, you couldn't have found a better way to do it. So with Olson out as a suspect, there was one other suspect who hasn't been named as far as I know, but despite the lack of a name, there are a lot of people out there who believe this person actually did commit this crime, and that's because a random man had come forward and said that he was suspicious that his brother might have something to do with Maura's disappearance. And this mysterious man even turned over a knife that he believed Maura was murdered with. Now, this information was given to Maura's father, who then sent the knife off to the police, explained to them the situation, and wanted to get the knife tested. However, the knife was never seen again, which is very weird. Now, Maura's father did not give up on this lead despite this knife miraculously disappearing. So he actually hired a team of private investigators to search this person's house, which had recently become vacant. And apparently inside this house, a cadaver dog had sensed that there was at one point a body in the closet. And these cadaver dogs are typically very accurate. Now, small traces of blood were also found inside of this closet, but they were unable to confirm if it was even human blood. So though this mysterious suspect seemed like a promising lead, without a body and without a confession or more information coming forward, it kind of seems like a dead end. Now, there was one more recent development on where Maura's body could have ended up. Just off of Route 112 was a house that Maura's father was initially suspicious of, and that was because it was in such close proximity to where she disappeared. However, the homeowner never even answered the door for police when they went to go investigate. And because they had no evidence linking this house to the disappearance, police really couldn't do anything. That was until that house also became vacant some years later. Now, just recently, this house took on a new owner, and this new owner actually allowed police to go search the house. Now, more cadaver dogs were brought in, and 2 different cadaver dogs actually sensed that there was a body that had been buried in the basement. And they both alerted on the same exact spot. So investigators used some sonar technology and discovered that some of the ground below there was actually disturbed in years prior. And Maura's father was convinced that this was their big break. I mean, the man was confident that if it wasn't his daughter, then it was somebody else who was buried down in that location.
To dig up, but whoever is there, there's a human body, a dead person there. The odds are, I think that it's my daughter, but it's somebody's.
And for months, people thought this until finally they were able to excavate the area. And here's what they found.
David, now at 5, a new search for a missing college student turns up no evidence. The disappearance of Maura Murray remains a mystery.
Now, this is just such a devastating blow to this case. I can't even begin to explain it. Once again, lured by the hope of closure, Maura's family was let down once more. But if there's one thing that I am sure of, it's that people don't just disappear. And as long as this case stays in the...
This keeps happening. That keeps opening. This drawer keeps opening by itself. And inside it is that. This is the 3rd time that I've said something about it. So I'm gonna get a video of this. That's really creepy. That is really, really creepy. Do you see that? Okay, admit that's creepy. Please. Look at, there's nothing there. Did you fart? Wait. It smells so bad.
It's not me, it's the
What? What? No, oh my god. Okay, so since we're pretending to be ghost hunters, and I think we're doing a fairly good job, we gotta start summoning the demons. Okay, no, actually, we're just gonna ask some questions and see if we can hear anything. So, okay, I think we should start off with some softballs. Okay, I'll go first. What's your favorite color?
Is this how you're gonna ask?
Yeah.
I feel like you gotta,
project?
Yeah, you gotta ask, who you wanna ask.
Hello. What's your favorite color?
Is that how you start a conversation with someone?
Well, I don't know. It's okay. You go first then.
Hi, how are ya?
This is a ghost.
I'm Patrick. Crowley. Who are you?
Do you want to continue, or will you let me speak this time?
Yeah, you can go.
Okay. Alright, let me think of a good one. That seems like an appropriate time. What's your favorite color? Is there anyone here right now? Got any good ones? Oh, I got a good one. How did you die? Okay, I'm getting creeped out. Any more questions you'd like to ask?
What was your last meal?
Do you want us here? Show us. Prove it. Oh my god. Did you hear that? Yeah. Show us. Prove it. Oh my god. You heard that? Oh my god.
You asked, then why you?
If you don't want us here, make a noise. We good. That's gonna wrap up the questioning here. That was interesting.
Wait, I got one more.
You got one more? Spotlight's on.
Do you remember the 21st night?
Good Lord in heaven. Good Lord in heaven. You don't know this yet, but I have a little surprise for us, because I had a feeling it would be tough for us to find some ghosts, but I have a little trick up my sleeve. You know what it's called? The ghost radar. This is gonna tell. This is completely real. It's gonna tell us if there's any ghosts.
Completely real.
What the? What the?
Oh my god. Oh no,
that's actually kind of creepy. Alright, so apparently you're supposed to see something. Oh, there's a little something. There's a little something.
It's just all light.
Oh. What the? Okay, communication detected. Trip. I'm just gonna wait. I missed it.
Go back to
Wait, ghost. Okay, go. Translate. What the? Can't. What? What the? Are you? What? Okay.
Hold on, we gotta get through this ad before we hear what the ghost says.
I'm dead. Okay, I have another app that we can try. This is the Ghost Radar Classic. Alright. Alright, so this is like a little thing, and it's supposed to tell us if there's any ghosts in the area, so... Are you... Why do all these have ads?
You ain't paying for any of them, are you?
No. Oh my gosh, these are all scams. Don't show again. Thank you. Patrick. Right in front of me. Believed. So that's the word that they're apparently trying to say. I feel like you're a non-believer of this.
I don't know if I believe the app.
Well, they wouldn't be selling it if it wasn't true. I think our room is officially ghost-free. Except for that alien that appeared out of nowhere. We still have to sleep in this room, so if anything happens, obviously I will pull out the camera and start filming, but if not, I guess I will see you guys in the morning. So I was right about to fall asleep when I heard something. It was very faint, but it sounded like either a little girl like screaming or like laughing of some sort, and I was very, very confused. And you can kind of slightly hear it at the beginning. It's very faint, so I'll play that first part again, and again, let me know if you can hear it, because it's very faint. But that wasn't all that was creepy about this last part. What the? Patrick, shh. That was really creepy. Someone was pushing up against the door, but literally no one out there. What the? So after all this, do I believe in ghosts now more than I did before I went? I'm not really sure. There was a lot of creepy stuff that happened, and honestly, I'm struggling to come up with explanations for it, but I'm sure there are some out there. I don't really know.
Now in 1995, a video was released that allegedly showed the US military performing an autopsy on an alien. Now it was said that this footage was actually from 1947, and that the alien in the video was actually recovered from the Roswell crash site.
and the footage was instantly viewed as one of the most compelling pieces of evidence to support the theory that aliens do in fact exist. And just from watching it once, this is an extremely realistic video. I mean, just look how detailed that leg is, and even the whole body of the alien. It just all looks so real. But keep in mind, this was released all the way back in 1995. So by today's standards, it's really good. By standards back then, I mean, it is as realistic as it gets. And it's left me wondering, how would it have been possible for them to create such a realistic looking alien back then, and how much would that have cost them? I mean, to create something like this would have cost a fortune, and whoever created the video probably didn't profit all that much out of it. Now, those that believe that this is a fake would often point to the microphone and the telephone shown in the video, and they would say that these products weren't even available at the time. And for a while, this was the strongest piece of evidence against this video. But then that was later debunked, and it was determined that, well, yes, they actually were available back then. And other than that, there really wasn't too much that pointed to this video being a fake. But that was until the creator of this video came forward and admitted that the whole thing was in fact faked. But even despite him saying this, it was never proven that it was actually a fake, and he never came forward and said why he would have faked this. So this has of course led people to believe that the government made him say this, or maybe the men in black made him say this. But either way, it is still just crazy how they were able to pull this off if it was a fake. And there are still people who really don't believe that it would have even been possible back then. And because of this, to this day, this video still remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding alien life.
A lot of people are talking about a bright light that streaked across Florida this week.
Alright, so this next one is a very recent case that has just taken the media by storm in the past few days. Now, a couple days ago, a bright light was seen shooting across the skies of Tallahassee, Florida. It was so large and so bright that it was basically impossible to miss for anyone in the area. And lucky for us, a lot of people were actually able to record and capture this strange anomaly on camera. Here's just one of those videos. Okay, so that's pretty crazy, but is it a UFO? Also, yes, I do know that UFO doesn't inherently mean alien, but for the sake of this video, I'm just going to use UFO in that context, just to clear the air. So was this a UFO? Well, a lot of people think so. And when I saw the original video on Twitter, I was like, oh yeah, that's a UFO. And I'm not really a big believer in this kind of stuff. And it wasn't just what was seen on the video. People in the area also allegedly claim that a loud boom could be heard as it shot across the sky, and that their houses and their cars rattled as it flew overhead. But it wouldn't take long for NASA to officially put out a response regarding this strange light. And their response simply said that this wasn't a UFO, it was a meteoroid. And it is worth noting that this has not been the first meteoroid that was mistaken for a UFO. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's actually happened a lot recently. And I think the most recent one was the meteoroid that flew overhead of Russia, which that was crazy. And it definitely depicts a similar scene to what we're seeing from these videos out of Florida. And despite there being a reasonable explanation for these strange lights, there are still those that aren't believing that these are actually meteoroids. And here's why. Why didn't NASA give any heads up that a meteoroid was about to enter our atmosphere and fly overhead? I mean, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't know that this thing would be coming. At least I would hope they would. I mean, it's literally hurtling towards our Earth, entering our atmosphere. You think they would have noticed. It just seems like something that they would tell us about, even if it posed no risk to our safety. It's a cool thing to look at, and it gets people interested in science. So I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't put out a heads up about this. Granted, I know nothing about this field, I will be totally honest, so I could be wrong in that assumption. But maybe NASA is just covering something up. Maybe they were covering up the fact that this strange light was actually a UFO. It is extremely unlikely, but not impossible. So while I was doing my research for this video, I watched a ton of news reports about UFOs, and I read a ton of articles regarding alien life, and I noticed something a little bit strange. I noticed that at least when it came to the mainstream media, they never seemed to take things like UFO sightings or alien abductions seriously at all. They always try and make the story seem like a joke, even when it's actually kind of serious. And this is extremely evident in the clip I'm about to show you. Now, this clip is in reference to the US government admitting that it had spent $22 million in researching UFOs. $22 million for UFO research. That's a ton of money being spent on something that apparently is such a crazy oddball thing. And one would believe that if they're actually investigating this kind of stuff, then there's gotta be something to it. And after this news broke, this is how one mainstream news outlet decided to cover this serious story.
Cue the music. What looks to be a case of real-life X-Files.
They're unidentified, they're flying, and they're objects. And the fact that a secret department in the Pentagon thought they were worth millions of dollars of investigation has many wondering if the truth is out there.
It's like, it's so weird, right? It's like they're trying so hard to discredit this and make this seem like a one big giant joke. They're trying so hard. Why? And it's not just this one news station. I can't tell you how many articles I read from mainstream news outlets that started with, "Get your tinfoil hats ready, you conspiracy dumbasses." Okay, well, they didn't actually say that, but they basically said that. They would just discredit the whole article with the first sentence and make it just seem like one big joke. Why are they doing this? It just seems so obvious to me now that the media is trying to make everything involving aliens and everything involving UFOs out to be a big joke. They're pushing that narrative on all of us. And I realized that they've been doing that my whole life. And I think them pushing this narrative has led the majority of the public to just kind of laugh off alien stories, which I get. Some of them are just totally out there and crazy, but there's gotta be some truth to at least some of these, right? But the media has just turned the topic of aliens into one big punchline. But why? You know what, screw it. Let's go off the deep end here. Many people believe that the mainstream media here in the United States is controlled by the government. The government pushes its narratives through the media. That's what some people believe. It's a conspiracy theory in and of itself. So could it be that the government is telling these news outlets to downplay anything involving aliens and extraterrestrial life so that the public doesn't take it too seriously? I mean, that motive does kind of make sense, because if the majority of people were really taking this seriously, then it would push government to release their secrets regarding aliens. I don't know, guys, it's crazy, and I know I sound like a bit of a conspiracy dumbass, but it had to be said. So when it comes to the topic of aliens, there's one thing that scares me maybe more than anything ever in the world, or out of this world. And that is alien abductions. I mean, seriously, that sounds like the most traumatic event you could ever go through as a person. Now, to introduce the idea of alien abductions, I want to first start by reading you some alleged first-hand accounts of those who claim to have been abducted themselves. Alright, let's see what people who actually claim to have been abducted have to say about the whole process of alien abduction. When I woke up, I was in a pitch black room. At first it was silent, and then I heard speaking. A soft and kind voice spoke. "That's very good," the voice said. "Sit down. Stand up. Stay in line. No more rules." Those words are still engraved in my mind to this day, but do not haunt like the words that he spoke after. This sounds so freaking weird. I swear this is an alien abduction story, I swear. His kind and soft voice turned loud and angry. "You can't understand. You just can't." The room was still black, but my eyes were starting to adjust to the dark. I couldn't move from the table I was laying on, but I wasn't strapped to anything. I turned my head to the right and saw a white glowing circle. When I looked to the left, I saw a face. No body, no arms, no hair, just a face. He spoke one final time. This time, I'm sure that it was directly to me. "I am the creator. You, the creation. Don't be afraid. Be aware." He spoke all of this without moving his mouth, and the lights came back on and I passed out. When I woke up, I was laying in an open field. The sun was just coming up. What the fuck? That's terrifying. First of all, the encounter itself. Second of all, waking up in an empty field. I don't know what I would do. At about 4 a.m., I drove up to a security gate to go home when a flash of light blinded me. In a split second, I found myself in another place. I was on a mountain, and there was a lake at its foot. Suddenly, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky, while an even brighter light began to emanate from the ground. That's all I remember. Okay, so that's pretty spooky. But what happens next is even spookier. He doesn't think he saw any aliens, but he did end up with weird marks on his right hand. There were 3 of them, and they made a circle. Oh, sorry, triangle. I was like, how do you make a circle with that? And they made a triangle. He said they felt like a burn that wouldn't heal. And ever since this experience, he feels like he's being watched at all times. Now, maybe they put something in him because they were running experiments and these aliens were, I don't know, are tracking him and watching him some way. But what's crazy about this story is he regained consciousness in his car, driving up to the security gate, and it turns out he had been gone for 3 days. Oh my god, I got the shivers. Alright, here's another one. A young girl was in her room at night about to go to bed when she turned around and instantly it was morning. And that's just that. So she had no idea what happened. All of a sudden it was just instantly morning. What could account for a loss of time? Alien abduction. Not gonna lie, these kind of suck. Why can't I find any really, really good ones? Come on. Okay, here's one. This one might be good. A Brazilian farmer was working at night because it was too hot to work during the day when he saw a red star in the sky. And the light grew larger and larger, started moving towards him, and he tried to run. But as he was doing so, he was tackled and captured by 3 humanoid figures. Now we're getting somewhere. They strapped him, covered him in a weird gel, and then took blood samples. This is where things get weird. A female humanoid creature appeared. And they had sex. I don't know if this is necessarily appropriate, but that doesn't sound too bad. Okay, I'm just messing. So I wasn't really getting anywhere looking for these stories, but I did find a little article that kind of sums up what happens to the majority of people when they get abducted. And it basically says memories of the abduction include being unable to move, hearing buzzing sounds, electrical sensations, and difficulty breathing due to a pressure on the chest. Now aboard the UFO and still immobilized, abductees are subjected to experiments of violent and sexual nature. Abductees might also be told they're special, selected to save the human species by virtue of their experiments, and hybridization by propelling humanity's evolution. Big words, but basically some messed up stuff happens. And I don't know about you, but if I all of a sudden just woke up and some creepy little things with big black eyes were just doing God knows what to my areas, or area in specific, if you catch my drift, I would not be okay with that. Alright, well, I am never sleeping again. Ever. So let's talk about why aliens would abduct humans. Well, the answer seems to be that they are studying us, and that when they abduct us, they do all these tests so that they can better understand human life. And it's also not just humans that they allegedly abduct, it's also livestock and other living animals. So maybe they're testing them too. I mean, they're just testing everything. It's like my professors. Now, one theory out there is that the US government knows of these alien abductions, and they actually have a peace treaty with aliens. And maybe this treaty allows them to abduct a certain amount of humans each year and run their tests on them, in exchange for not destroying our entire civilization. Seems like a fair deal, right? Okay, so let me step out of this darkness for a minute here. There might actually be some real scientific reasons why people believe that they have been abducted, and it has nothing to do with aliens. The reason might actually be sleep paralysis. It's said that those who believe that they have been abducted by aliens really may have just been suffering from a bad case of sleep paralysis. And if you guys have ever had sleep paralysis, you know some messed up stuff happens. I mean, you literally can't move. You see things that aren't actually there. You hear things that aren't actually there. Could we be onto something here? I mean, I'm sure that sleep paralysis can probably account for at least some of the alien abduction stories that I've heard before. But in my opinion, it doesn't account for all of them. Some just sound too traumatic and realistic to ever be dreamed of. I mean, just think about how horrible it would be to actually be abducted by an alien. To make matters worse, you would come back with this traumatic story only to be faced with constant ridicule by the public if you were to tell anyone. I mean, there's a teacher at my high school that claimed she was abducted by aliens, and everybody laughed at her. Everybody thought she was a nutjob. What if she was actually abducted? Think about how horrible what she went through and is going through now must be. And I think that goes back to the perception created by the media, or the government, But if you actually have been abducted or have seen a UFO, then public scrutiny is going to be the least of your troubles. And it's not even close.
I can't see how this works. How does this work?
Oh, you got shit. No.
There's no stories that really show what the Men in Black are capable.
Believe that it is run by a serial killer. And when you take a look at their content, it's no wonder why. With over 100 uploads, it would be impossible to go over every single video in this channel's catalog, so I'll just be picking out the ones that I find most important for understanding what this channel really is. And what better place to start than the channel's first real upload. The video is titled Pet Monster Forgotten Video, and it features a bizarre musical montage of people dressed up singing different songs. The video itself is incredibly strange, but features our first disturbing clue. While some of the songs are playing, strange pictures flash along the sides that are concerning to say the least.
Happy, make me feel so good. You make me wanna ride the big wave, baby. You make me feel so good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Now the first part shown shows a picture of a woman with the words "before accident," followed by pictures of women who were kidnapped and hearts around them. And when I watch this, the whole thing obviously feels very off to me. I mean, what accident happened to that woman? And where did these pictures of kidnapped women come from? And just as importantly, why were there hearts around their pictures? As creepy as this video is, it doesn't really tell us much. Sure, our imagination can run wild as to what this could be, but how can we really come to any conclusions here? Well, luckily for us, we have many more videos, and these videos shine a light on how dark this channel really is. The very next video posted to this channel also happens to be one of its most popular. The majority of the videos on this channel have under 2,000 views, but this one has over 1.7 million. It's titled Exploring Summer Night Streets - Hookers, and it's incredibly strange. Simply put, this video shows this person driving around Italy and filming random prostitutes, with most of them seemingly not noticing. This alone is very odd to watch, but what makes it creepier is the background music. That horror-themed background music is not something that I added in post. That is actually the music that plays with the video, which could be an indication that whoever made this video had sinister intentions while filming these ladies. Also, at one point, a woman is crossed out with a red X and the phrase "troppo grassa" is shown. Translated from Italian, this phrase means too fat. So from our first two videos, we can start to understand who this person is. And I don't mean who they actually are, but who they are as a person. Based off of the first video, they seem to have some kind of interest in kidnapping. And based off of the second video, they clearly seem to objectify women, as evident by the troppo grassa line. And I think we can say that already it's noticeable that this person has a twisted view on women. All of this context makes the next video all the more disturbing. It's a short video, but one that I saw around the time that it first came out, and it left me completely terrified, and still does to this day. Who is this woman? Why is she in the bathtub with clothes on? And why does she scream? These are the unanswered questions that I have after watching this clip. But stemming off of the idea that whoever runs this account has an interest in kidnapping, well, it makes me incredibly concerned for what's happening here. Could this lady be a kidnapping victim of this channel's creator? The next cluster of uploads features videos that get progressively more twisted. These videos include one that was titled Favorite Song of Beginner Kidnapper Doctor, which includes a disturbing song from the point of view of a sex doll, which ends with a line, "When you're done, put me in my box. I'll be quiet, I won't talk." And really think about these words. When you're done with me, put me in my box. I'll be quiet, I won't talk. To me, when I hear this, I instantly think of death. Well, when someone dies, you put them in a coffin, which technically speaking is a box, just a six-sided one. And then once they're in there, they obviously will be quiet and can't talk because they're dead. And with the song itself being about a sex doll, I take it to be about having sex with a woman, then killing her and burying her once you're done. I know it's extremely graphic and brutal, but I truly believe that this is what this song was supposed to be symbolizing. From there, he posts other videos entitled Audio/Video Torture for Kidnapped Girl and Old Footage How to Find a Girl. And in the caption for Audio/Video Torture for Kidnapped Girl, they write the following: Instructions for normal people like me. Be attention. Do not listen or watch this video. Contain hypnotic, flashing, and psychedelic sound, voice, and image. Here is a brief excerpt. This footage is exactly the kind of thing that you would use to torture someone and force them to stay awake. And at this point, it's becoming very clear that the creator of this channel is trying to insinuate that they are a kidnapper. Which makes me wonder, how could this content still be on YouTube? I mean, like I said before, this channel has been around for 4 years, and yet these videos are still up, and so is the channel. This has led me to wonder if this whole channel truly is real, or if it's all just some sort of publicity stunt. But this topic is something that we'll cover in a bit. For now, let's get back to their content, because this is where things get even darker. On February 2nd, 2016, 00390 posted what many familiar with this channel agree is one of its creepiest posts, and one that just strengthens the theory that whoever is posting these videos is in fact a kidnapper. One of the things that I find most disturbing about this clip is how difficult it would be to fake. I mean, I think you would be really hard-pressed to find anyone who can let their body go as limp as she does. Like, the way she moves just seems so abnormal. I even thought that maybe this could be some type of doll, but there seems to be moments where she actually moves parts of her body, which this may explain why the title says semi-unconscious. Many of the rest of the videos on this channel consist of its creator following around and filming unsuspecting women. Each of these videos gives off such an uneasy vibe, but there are just too many to go through for just this one video. But as he follows these girls around, it seems clear that they don't want him to be filming them. But mixed within these videos are a few others that I think are worthy of sharing. So before I go on, I'll play a few of those for you now.
He complimented her, which is one of our rules. No compliments ever. Okay, let's review.
Always get the girl alone.
We work one-on-one, people. You separate the prey from the herd. Next.
Lie, lie some more.
Yes, until you have something real to offer, you lie.
Whether real or fake, all of these videos have gone on to prove that this person either is or is just pretending to be a kidnapper who preys on women. But there's another strange layer to this, and it's one that may show us that not only is this person a kidnapper, but also a murderer. Sprinkled into his dark and disturbing videos are random posts of food. These foods consist of pasta, sausage, and whatever this is. But the key ingredient that all of them have is meat. Can you guess where I'm going with this? When I was researching for this video, I started to really focus in on these specific posts because they seemed so out of place on this channel. But then I started to think about it. This person allegedly stalks girls, then kidnaps them, but then what? Well, maybe when he's done with them, he kills them, and after that, he eats them. I couldn't think of any other logical conclusion as to why these videos would be posted other than this. And wouldn't you know it, when you look at the caption of the dollhouse stove working test, cooking some meat video, this idea is confirmed. Using this as context, when we view the channel's About tab, it takes on an incredibly sinister meaning, as they put, "Do not offer me money for affiliation or visualization or other. I am not interested. At best, offer me some typical food of your country," which could now be seen as him asking for the flesh of other women from other parts of the world. So if this channel is actually real, then what we appear to have here is a stalker, a kidnapper, a murderer, and a cannibal, all wrapped up into one YouTuber. But in the end, what actually is this channel? Is this truly the work of someone evil, or is it just another ARG? Well, based off the looks of things, it seems the consensus conclusion is that this is in fact an ARG. As terrifying and as creepy as this whole channel is, if this truly were real, then I don't think it would have lasted this long on YouTube. Plus, I'm struggling to find a motive as to why someone would want to broadcast these actions to the whole world. Sure, some serial killers will ultimately commit their crimes simply because they are egomaniacs, desperate for attention. But this person doesn't show their face or their name, so the attention they are getting from this channel isn't personalized in any way, and therefore it probably wouldn't provide much satisfaction. Personally, I think this account was created for the sole purpose of creeping others out, and I do have doubts that this person actually is a kidnapper or a killer, but there still is some darkness to this channel. All of these videos that I had mentioned previously of them following and recording girls seem completely real. What his motives are for doing this isn't exactly clear, but even if it was just part of his ARG, it is still incredibly intrusive. I mean, recording anyone without their consent like this and following them around does equate to stalking, so I still have many concerns. And despite my personal opinion that this is all just an ARG, I still wasn't able to find any concrete proof of this. So the truth is that I still don't really know what we have here.
Nah, no. We were both just laying here.
Okay, that was really weird. That was so weird. Are you gonna say what happened, or am I gonna have to say it?
Well, we were just laying here and talking, and we stopped talking for a second, and there was like this sounded like a group of children like laughing, but it was like a creepy laugh. And, like,
I thought it was coming from outside, but literally you can't hear anything. So if you listen to this clip again, you can hear some voice or some noise speaking over me almost, and it's really creepy, and we didn't even notice at the time, and I'm just noticing now that I'm editing this that there was actually some voice there. So you can see that the TV was off and neither of us had our phones. I thought it was coming from outside, but literally you can't hear. I thought it was coming from outside, but literally you can't hear anything that's going on outside. I'm scared. I'm actually really scared. Okay, alright.
I will report back later with more hauntings.
This is really sketchy. Okay, so we just checked out of our other room. We actually stayed in a different room in the same hotel last night, and we had a pretty interesting encounter with the maid, and I'm really scared.
We were walking out of our room with our bags and stuff, and the maid like says something to me. She's like, "Oh, you guys checking out?" I'm like, "Oh no, we're just like going upstairs. We're getting a different room." She just like looks down and she's like, "No one ever stays." I'm like,
what does that mean? What does that? Tell me what that means. This lady was pretty creepy too, guys. We might just die tonight. It's alright. Okay, what is going on? Literally, we don't know what's going on. An alarm is going off, and they're telling us we have to exit. Oh my god. Hurry! Oh my god, I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm nervous. Guys, we're on the top floor.
holy shit, we can't take the elevator.
We gotta run. We have to go.
Signing off.
Shit, go down here. I'm scared. Ew. I see the light. We made it. Literally me.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Just another day in paradise, huh? I think the real emergency is over there with the food. There are a ton of people checked into this hotel, but there's only like 20 people out here. I don't know. Either they just don't care or it's not an actual emergency. The alarm wasn't going off in our room. Yeah, it was hard to hear. Okay, now I just don't know where we are. Oh. Okay, so this might have been one of the cringiest experiences of either of our lives. We were just walking back in, trying to get back up to our room, and we look in the storage closet that was wide open, and there was an elderly woman with little to no clothes on. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Oh my god. Oh no.
She was literally like
the fire alarms are going off, so she pulls off into the storage closet to get into that gas with the door open.
I can't believe this is all just like right off the main lobby.
This looks abandoned, right? This is really creepy. This is probably like the creepiest part of the hotel right here. I am dead. Like, what is this? What was this? This just looks so creepy. Oh my god. Look at that. Jesus. Wait, they have a fitness room? I'm not sure if we're allowed back here, but I'm gonna test it out. I'm gonna be quiet.
All over everything.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting weird vibes. Oh my god. Look at all these flies. Shit, this is gross. Oh my god, look at all of them.
They were all out here too.
Holy. Okay, we need to get out of here. Okay, that was... wow, that was sketchy beyond belief. How are you feeling?
Getting weird vibes from like everything.
Why? I'm feeling so weird right now. I can't even describe it, but
The flies in the locker room, really.
That locker room, like, I feel like no one's been in there in years. I feel like no one's been in this side of the...
I know.
Like, at all. That's crazy.
You smell that?
Oh, it's somebody's that scared me. Oh. It works.
What?
This actually works. Listen. Yeah, we're gonna need the police in here immediately.
Where is this even? Like, it doesn't even look like it's here.
That's here. That's what this place used to be. This place used to be, like, prosperous, like one of the best hotels in the area, apparently, and now
everyone died.
Yeah, everyone died. Yeah, that's pretty much.
They're like two of the most popular series on YouTube. Doing some further research, it appears that most of her online work was slowed as of 2018. She hasn't released a lot of music since, and she hasn't posted any videos since, and she also hasn't made any appearances on either of the React shows. And it was supposedly around this time when fans of hers began to see a shift in Leah. According to her fans, something just became strangely off about her. Throughout the past year or two, Leah has been interacting with fans via Instagram Live, and these interactions kind of highlight this strange behavior. Here are a few examples.
I dipped out on the fact that she could be a part of a great life, you know, a life.
Your skin's always so good, Leah.
Mm-mm.
Your skin?
No.
Yeah.
No. My skin is just like skin. My skin is so normally skin.
What are you opening?
The next thing for the fucking.
People think I look like I'm on drugs right now. Think about when I'm 40. I'll really look like I'm on drugs then. And bitch, I will be. I'll be on hella good drugs. Or I'll be sober as a beautiful pear in the summertime. I will be so fucking clean. Who fucking knows?
Now look, from an outsider's perspective, this looks to me like maybe Leah wasn't right when she made these videos. The way she's speaking and the way she's acting, plus look how dilated her pupils are. I mean, she just clearly seems under the influence of something, whether it be alcohol or stronger drugs or something like that. And the sad thing is, these live breakdowns were not isolated incidences. I mean, if you look her up on YouTube, there are hundreds of videos of people screen recording separate drugged out weird rants. I mean, this is something that has clearly been happening with great regularity lately. And yes, she is over 21, so she can legally get drunk and live stream as much as she wants. But honestly, it seems like she is on something maybe a little bit stronger than alcohol here. Personally, it appears to me that Leah became yet another celebrity who kind of became famous when she was just a kid and is now using drugs as a way to cope with all the stress and worry that comes with childhood stardom. And this alone is something that I don't think is really talked about enough. Like, we as a society love to laugh at celebrities when they break down or laugh at them when they start acting crazy. But I mean, they're clearly going through something, and they clearly need help before things get too out of hand. But that's not the reason for this video. The reason is this. Yesterday, Leah was yet again live streaming on her Instagram. In this video, Leah was very clearly intoxicated. Now, throughout her singing and her laughing, fans began to notice an unfamiliar voice in the background. As she talks to the camera, you can hear a voice in the background respond by asking, "What?" Listen.
You know what the most fucked up thing people did to me last time?
From there, Leah asks a question, presumably to the man previously heard in the background, where she calls him baby.
Where's Kari, baby? Where's Kari? Kari totally loves this part of my day, and she doesn't even show up with them.
Are you on Instagram?
No.
Moments later, the man grabs Leah and begins to kiss her off camera. So this is a little bit weird, but nothing too concerning yet, right? I mean, Instagram couples are nothing new. But this is where things start to get dark. Now there's copyright music blaring during this part, so I'm going to narrate it and break it up as much as I can so that this video can actually stay up. So first Leah waves at the camera, and the man asks, "Are you waving at the bottle?"
Waving at the bottle?
Leah follows up with this.
Oh, you're waving there.
No one could save me though.
Where are you at?
Live.
Where are you at? Are you on Instagram?
Totally.
No, you're not. You can't be on Instagram. Are you on Instagram?
So this is when it's kind of realized that whoever this guy is, he had no idea that Leah was live streaming what had just taken place. And when he finds out, he clearly doesn't like it.
No, you're right.
That would be bad. Leah, were you on Instagram?
No.
Huh?
No.
What is this? With
Nothing.
all the flames going. No, tell me the truth.
That's
What
just
is
a live.
That's what?
That's a live. That's not even an Instagram.
What is it? Live stream?
No.
What is it? Tell me the truth.
Just then, the live stream was shut off, but it didn't stay off for too long. The stream was briefly turned back on to reveal the face of the man who Leah had been talking to.
Okay, so to heck with that. Now, we're going back to us. I'm hijacking your phone for...
And this man was much, much older. So this whole thing is just so strange, but at the end of the day, Leah is past the age of consent, so this relationship would technically be legal. But that doesn't make it any less weird to me. But the part that is truly disturbing in all of this is the fact that Leah Marie Johnson was clearly drunk, intoxicated, drugged, whatever. She was not in the right headspace to consent with this old man. Not only that, but this old man was clearly not intoxicated. I mean, he seemed completely sober, or at the very, very, very least, far more sober than she was. Which means that this man just took advantage of Leah on live stream and got caught doing so. He got exposed, and that's why he seemed so shocked and upset when he realized she was live streaming. And so the mystery was, who was this old man that had just taken advantage of this young, intoxicated woman? Well, the answer would be revealed just a short time later, as it was discovered that this old creep is apparently her producer. By all accounts, this man's name is Stephen Weatherby, and he is a music producer who works primarily with young female singers, most of whom are under the age of 18. And as it turns out, Stephen had helped produce one of Leah's songs when she was 15 years old. So these two had been working together since she was 15. The live stream alone clearly shows that Stephen is a sexual abuser. He took advantage of a drunk woman, which that alone makes me horrified that he has been working with kids and that he will continue to work with kids unless he's put into jail or something like that. Now, since this incident, Stephen Weatherby has deleted all social media and is practically dropped off of the map, but there are still videos out there of interviews with him and vlogs from young girls who are working with him. And with this added context, they just seem so dark.
Hi, I'm Michaela Chapman. I'm Shayna Chapman.
And I'm Steve Weatherby.
Hi, we just want to thank you for your awesome photo shoot today.
Thank you. I had fun too. Thank you.
What do you like most about photography?
I think my favorite thing is meeting the kids and their parents and just getting to know them, and then we always take an ice cream break, and I like doing the ice cream.
Now, once fans saw that Leah was being taken advantage of, They called the police, and Leah's home was actually raided to ensure that she was okay. The following days, Leah went back onto Instagram to say this.
Look at them. Breaking in. What is this? Oh. They broke in. The police. The police. They broke in. There's no more door. There's no more door. There's nothing going on. There's something going on in everyone else's mind other than mine. Fuck all of you. Do not send the fucking police for my fucking address. No. These people are right here are the ones that are most fucked up.
I need this not to go out because it affects my work.
I'm okay. I just want to be left alone. And I want to be left alone for a long time. So, I'm doing my show at Selma. And then I'm probably going to fuck off for a couple of years. So, 2020 doesn't really exist for me. I hope everyone enjoys their lives. I'm sorry that I worried everyone. Please leave me alone, because all I want to do is be in love with someone, and that's all I want. So, can everyone please leave me alone? And I will fuck off right now, and I will absolutely fuck off from everyone's lives the way that you want.
Now, based off of her latest live stream, it appears that the two are still together and are legitimately in some sort of relationship. An age gap aside, I think that the way he advanced on her while she was intoxicated was very predatorial, and for that reason, things just kind of seem off in this relationship. Perhaps Leah is concealing information in order to protect Steven, who could negatively affect Leah's career. But whether that's the reason she is staying by him or not remains to be seen. But this is a case that we have to monitor very closely. And before we dive too deep into this rabbit hole, I want to briefly thank today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is currently the #1 language learning app in the whole world, boasting an incredible 10 million subscriptions worldwide. Now, I've always been interested in learning new languages, as not only would it make traveling far more interesting, but it would also help greatly with my research, as I often find myself uncovering valuable resources that I'm unable to translate. And Babbel is one of the premier options when looking to learn new languages. The app is truly like no other, as it teaches you language for real life, essentially preparing you to use what you've learned in real-world settings. Personally, I've just started using the service to help me learn Spanish, and I can honestly say that I've been learning it at a much faster rate than I ever did even back in school. So go check out the link in the description, which will also give you up to 65% off of your very own Babbel subscription, and start learning a brand new language today. The creation of social media has made it easier than ever to broadcast your talents throughout the world, and in the early days of YouTube, a large number of its posters consisted of singers attempting to gain recognition and eventually making it in the industry. And this is actually something that happened more than you'd think.
And he is now the #1 most subscribed to musician in Canada on YouTube.
YouTube's ability to create full-blown stars practically overnight lured in aspiring musicians with dreams of doing the same, with Elena Cohen being one of them. Her channel would launch all the way back in August 25th of 2006 under the name Elena XX, where she would start posting consistently in 2010. And like many of those stars who had caught their break on YouTube, Elena too had the voice to make it big. Her voice is both unique and breathtaking, as very quickly viewers would find her channel, having been blown away by her voice, and in just a few short years, her subscriber count would reach 10,000, a mark that was especially impressive back then. With her newfound internet fandom, a growing catalog of impressive covers, and even some original songs, Elena was really hitting her stride as 2011 came to an end, leaving her fans to wholeheartedly believe that her big break would be coming soon. However, sadly, it never would. Instead, as that year would come to an end, so did seemingly her drive for making these videos, as she would phase herself off the site over the course of the next few years, having only posted 3 videos between the end of 2011 and the end of 2014, before abandoning the channel altogether. She would then take things a step further, as she would private all of her videos but one, only to then delete all other traces of herself across all social media sites. And she didn't stop there, as it appears that she has also essentially scrubbed herself from the internet, leaving behind no trail as to where she went or where she could be today. Not only had she left the internet, but she practically made herself a ghost in the online world. And all of this was done much to the dismay of her loyal fans. For years, the singer had been an extremely active social media user, constantly filling in her fans as to what she was up to. And this, coupled with the fact that her channel was booming at the time, and that she seemed so close to obtaining her dream of being a singer, made her disappearance all the more concerning, as with her being essentially off the grid, she had removed any chance of her ever becoming discovered. Having been left in the dark and without a real sense of closure, all her fans could do was speculate in the comments of her only remaining video as to what may have happened to the singer. And it was within these comments where we truly enter this rabbit hole. A year removed from privating all of her videos, a comment would appear by a user claiming to know what had happened to Elena. The man would write, "The account is being managed. Elena is not alive anymore. I think she would want us all to be of one mind that a part of her was never truly alive. Never will another like you be walking among us, Elena." The cryptic nature of this post makes it both disturbing yet easy to look over, as it seems like your typical crazy comment here on YouTube. But surprisingly, this obscure statement would prove to be our first clue as to why Elena had vanished from the internet, as when you search up this username, you're greeted with the fact that the owner of this account had an obsession with Elena. The mysterious person had gone by the username eThunder, which when plugged into Google revealed hundreds of threads made on multiple forums across the web. The posts were all fairly incoherent, but they all shared one common theme: Elena. The man would make post after post in regards to the singer, who in the grand scheme of things was practically unknown at the time, and these posts would range from just general promotion and fandom for Elena, all the way to deep-rooted music industry conspiracy theories, in which Elena was supposedly part of. And making things even darker, after doing some digging, I discovered that this man actually has multiple other accounts, labeled under different usernames, where he posts even more Elena-related content. So far, I found at least 5 other names that he's been using, which has pushed his total number of posts far past just a few hundred, and instead into the thousands, with all of them being about the then-teenaged singer. The man was and is clearly obsessed and certainly disturbed, but after taking the time to decipher any real meaning from the things he was saying online, there is ultimately a story to be told here that paints this random YouTube commenter as the likely reason behind such a promising singer's disappearance. By 2011, Elena's channel had been growing steadily, with that year in particular being the best she had had so far. She was gaining momentum by the day, all the way up until December, when she would randomly take a year-long break from posting on her channel, all the whilst doing so without any indication as to why. But looking through the online posts of eThunder may provide an explanation. In a Reddit post made in 2017, ePlanet would say, "I trained for several years to mix and produce music before attempting to enter the industry. While contacting artists to possibly contribute and collaborate with, I came across Elena Cohen, YouTube account ElenaXX. She built her following up over a 4.5-year period. I promoted her for free via Facebook and increased her following by 5 or 6-fold from February through December 2011. Top industry players were brought in, Katy Perry and Taylor Swift, the most public and involved that I'm currently aware of. It's a bizarre claim, and one that he has reiterated multiple times across numerous sites, also adding, I promoted an unknown artist, Elena Cohen, via Facebook in 2011. I was very successful in bringing in key top-notch players of the industry. In his own words, this man believed that the success Elena had found on YouTube was thanks to his Facebook posts that he had made about the singer, further claiming that the superstar singers had reached out to Elena all because of his posts. But though this is something that he adamantly claims, it's a statement that simply isn't true, as his Facebook page only has 51 followers, and his posts only receive an average of 1 to 2 likes. Plus, there is no evidence to suggest that any famous singers even knew who Elena was, and instead it seems to be a story that was completely made up, but not in the mind of this man. He believed it fully, and because of this, he felt entitled to know Elena personally and to be part of her life, as in his mind she was only successful because of him. And not only this, but he also viewed himself as her producer and her agent, despite Elena having never actually interacted with a fan publicly. And further following this idea, it's easy to disprove that this man is actually a professional music producer, as even subjectively, listening through his catalog doesn't exactly wield impressive results. But either way, in his mind, what he was saying was true, and this produced a sense of bitterness and entitlement within the man. Bitterness that would lead to him posting even more about Elena, something that would really ramp up in December of 2011, which, ironically, happened to be the time that Elena would step away from YouTube for nearly a year. So this obsessed fan spins these delusions online, obsessing over this teenage girl, and right at the peak of his posting, she leaves. It's an interesting correlation to say the least, and one that gets even darker. One note that eThunder mentions briefly throughout his postings is that he knew where Elena was living during the summer of 2011. He said that he knew she was living in Tucson, even insinuating that he had attempted to see her, as he claims to have lived there during this time. And as a side note, I've never seen any mention of her having lived in Tucson, even within the comments left around that time period, and I found no evidence that she had ever made that information public, making one wonder how this man had known this information in the first place. This serves as our first indication that this online obsession may have spilled over to the real world, as the words he's saying and the scenes he's describing line up with what you'd expect from a real-life stalker. Whatever the case may be, he began truly harassing her, and she left the site not long after, only to make her return nearly a year later, in August of 2012, with her brand new song, Epicenter. Fans were thrilled to see the beloved singer return from such a spontaneous break, and many believed that she would likely be back for good, as she had clearly been working on new music while she was away. But oddly enough, just as the singer would return to post this song, she would yet again disappear, going off the grid this time for nearly 2 years. Knowing her first break seems to have some correlation to the fan known as eThunder, it's not hard to wonder if this second break also had something to do with the man, and digging through his posts does reveal some alarming clues. Buried in paragraphs of rambling, eThunder would bizarrely make a claim that he viewed Elena's song Epicenter as being written specifically for him, saying, "The content and circumstances surrounding Epicenter could be considered as something I was supposed to react to." Again, there is no evidence to suggest this whatsoever, but in his mind this was a call to action, which most likely led to him ramping up his harassment of Elena even more, something that seemingly had already driven her off the internet once already. But the situation doesn't end there, as he would then mention that he was incarcerated in 2012, 2 months following the song's release, due to a situation involving Elena. He would say, "I sent Elena a project file, and was arrested a few days after in 2012. I initially told her not to sign any contracts, further stating I was incarcerated related to this situation. I told an unknown artist not to sign any label contracts. When she was going into the studio, I was arrested 3 days later. The idea that this stalker had been arrested for a situation relating to Elena is clearly concerning and points to something having happened in 2012. And when he says he was arrested for simply sending Elena a project file, my mind immediately goes to one place, that E-Thunder had violated some type of restraining order. We already know that his harassment of Elena had hit its peak in late 2011 and continued throughout the year, something that caused Elena to go into hiding online. So it's possible that this time she had gotten some type of restraining order against him, as something as simple as sending a project file wouldn't likely lead to his arrest unless it violated some type of rules of his restraining order. However, it's also possible that a situation much more twisted led to his arrest, as he would go on to explain that he was also charged with carrying a knife that had a blade of over 3.5 inches, and in the arrest he was supposedly caught carrying it on UCSB campus in San Diego. Because of this, it's been speculated that Elena had either been attending the university or was simply in the area at the time, and E-Thunder had attempted to meet up with her, leading to his subsequent arrest. And given that he was carrying such a large weapon on him, one would question what his intentions were. This may further be insinuated by saying he was arrested right after she had went into the studio, something that he likely wouldn't have known unless he was actively following her. And though at this point it hasn't been confirmed, the obsessive poster would go the following 2 years without making a single post, lending credence to the idea that he was in fact arrested. Whatever it was that really happened between the two is impossible to know at the moment, though we can insinuate that something truly dark had happened, with E-Thunder clearly having been the aggressor. And this was all seemingly confirmed by Elena's next move. Days after the man's supposed arrest, Elena would take to her Facebook to announce that she would be going on a trip all the way to Africa, letting her fans know that she was going off the grid for a while. This was a trip that came out of nowhere and was left extremely vague, as she never said where specifically she was going or why she was going there in the first place. And given the stalking situation she was dealing with at the time, one would wonder if she was simply trying to throw this man off her trail. But with E-Thunder supposedly in prison and Elena off the grid completely, the channel would go into a state of dormancy for nearly 2 years before Elena would finally return with a new cover and a brand new original song in the year 2014. However, when she made her return, so did E-Thunder. According to his timeline, he had been incarcerated for 18 months due to the situation with Elena, and his time in prison clearly proved to be ineffective at reforming his behavior, as when he came back out, he was more adamant than ever about harassing Elena, as he put the blame on her for putting him in prison. He spouted off wild theories at a rate far greater than he had ever done before, and immediately upon his return to the web, Elena would, for the final time, disappear from her channel, this time removing all videos but one and cleaning the internet of any trace she had ever left behind, with this channel seemingly being the only evidence that she had ever even existed, leading many to wonder if Elena Cohen was just a surname, or if she'd even changed her name legally, as like I said, she's practically untraceable online, something that is just too hard to do in today's society, leading us all to wonder what happened to her, and in my opinion this was exactly what she wanted. The overlap between the timeline of her channel along with the posting of E-Thunder seems too much of a coincidence for it to not be at least somewhat connected, and I think E-Thunder's harassment and the event that transpired in 2012 that led to his arrest, coupled with his release and the lack of changes in his behavior, seemingly proved to be enough to push her off the internet for good and essentially go into hiding. Something that E-Thunder hasn't taken kindly to, as in the following years, we would see him further fall off the deep end, as he's since made claims that Elena is now dead or working with the Illuminati behind the scenes. At one point he even requested a welfare check on her, stating, "I first request this individual to be located and deemed safe and alive. I request that she is notified. I am interested in having a discussion with her about this situation, and that appropriate authorities ensure that she does. If communication with me does not happen, I believe she will likely be a co-conspirator in at least some of this, and should be considered a strong suspect. And though this is obviously quite a frightening post, it's at least comforting to know that he also didn't know where Elena had gone. The man has since gone on to press charges against his own mother for her supposed role in his arrest, and even at one point believed that the singer Lorde had written a song about him, a song that he deemed as threatening to his life, leading him to file a $100 million lawsuit against her, which was actually submitted to the courts and is on record to this day, providing further proof that this was never some kind of ARG, though clearly none of these charges went anywhere. And at the end of the day, we are left with merely a few pieces of an otherwise huge puzzle that is yet to be completed, and truthfully, it may never be, as without Elena, this story will never fully be told. But in good news, it is apparent that Elena is alive, at least as of last year, as she has sporadically made some of her music live again on her channel, making me wonder if maybe her situation has changed, as after all, E-Thunder has gone practically silent as of late, potentially pointing to the idea that he is in prison yet again, or maybe that he finally got the help he needed. As I'm sure many have caught on, that it's pretty apparent that he does have some type of mental illness, something that I don't want to speculate on too much, but for that reason I am using an alias for his username, just to avoid any harassment. Not only for his sake, but for Elena's as well, as I would ask you guys to please not make contact with him, as he could be dangerous to you or even Elena. But rather than direct our hate towards her stalker, I think instead we should send our support to Elena and let her know that she does have a support system here on YouTube, and that we have her back if she ever decides to make her return. But honestly, that day may never come, and it's very likely that we'll never know what actually happened to her, as who would blame her for not wanting to come back? Plus, who knows, maybe she left the internet for a totally different reason, and this is all just one big coincidence. Regardless, for the time being, the disappearance of Elena Cohen will remain as one of YouTube's many mysteries. I want to give a big shout out to all my